Hey everyone! Tonight we're dusting off the shelves of forgotten history to uncover inventions that almost changed the world, but didn't. These are the wild, clever, sometimes ridiculous creations that nearly rewrote the way we lived, before vanishing into obscurity. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you enjoy the greatness provided here. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. Now my friends, dim those lights, grab your blanket and let's start. You know that feeling when you're making dinner and you realise you've forgotten to defrost the chicken? Well, imagine if I told you that back in 1851, someone invented a machine that could have solved that problem, and about 50 others you didn't even know you had. Pull up your favourite chair and let me tell you about some inventions that were so close to changing everything, they practically had their bags packed for fame. Dr. John Gorrie was sweating bullets in Florida, literally. Not because he was nervous, but because it was 1842 and air conditioning was still a pipe dream. This person was watching yellow fever patients suffer in the humid heat, and he thought, there's got to be a better way. So he built the first ice-making machine. This was not the type of machine that simply drops ice cubes into your glass with a satisfying plunk. Instead, it was an actual ice factory capable of cooling entire buildings. Picture this. Gorrie's contraption looked like someone had crossed a steam engine with a grandfather clock and fed it too much coffee. It compressed air, let it expand, and voila. Ice appeared like magic. He was basically performing miracles with thermodynamics, yet somehow nobody cared. The timing was all wrong. People thought ice was supposed to come from frozen ponds in winter, not from some mechanical beast that made suspicious noises. The really heartbreaking part. Gorrie died broken forgotten in 1855, just as the world was starting to figure out that maybe, just maybe, controlling temperature might be useful. If he'd invented his machine 50 years later, he'd have been richer than a chocolate fountain at a weight loss convention. Instead, we had to wait until 1902 for Willis Carrier to essentially reinvent the same thing and become the father of modern air conditioning. But here's where it gets interesting. Gorrie's ice machine could have changed everything about where people lived, how cities developed, and even what we ate. Imagine the American South becoming a population centre decades earlier, or fresh food being available year-round everywhere. Instead of the Great Migration North, maybe we'd have seen the Great Migration to Florida, and not just for retirement. The patent office didn't help matters. Back then, getting a patent was like trying to convince your teenager to clean their room. Technically possible, but requiring supernatural patience. Gorrie got his patent in 1851, but by then he was too exhausted and too poor to manufacture his machines. It is akin to finally obtaining the recipe for the ideal chocolate chip cookie, only to discover that you lack the means to purchase the necessary ingredients. What makes this scenario even more frustrating is that ice was already a big business. Frederick Tudor, the Ice King, was shipping ice from Massachusetts to the Caribbean and making a fortune. People knew ice was valuable, they just couldn't imagine making it themselves. It was like having a money tree in your backyard but insisting on walking to the bank instead. The ripple effects of Gorrie's failure touch everything around us today. Hospital design, food storage, urban planning, all of it had to wait another half-century to evolve. Did the scorching southern summers force people to migrate north? They could have been solved before the Civil War. Did the seasonal food shortages that plagued humanity for millennia ever get resolved? Gorrie had the key, but the world wasn't ready to turn the lock. Sometimes the best inventions arrive like party guests. Either too early when you're still in your pyjamas, or too late when you've already eaten all the delicious snacks. Gorrie's ice machine was definitely the pyjamas scenario. It was brilliant, practical, and absolutely ahead of its time, which in the world of inventions is sometimes the cruelest fate of all. Speaking of timing, let's drift over to 1838, when Samuel Morse was tapping out his famous "What hath God wrought" message. But here's something that'll keep you up at night. Another telegraph system was already working perfectly, and it might have prevented some of the bloodiest conflicts in human history. Claude Chappe had built something called the optical telegraph across France in the 1790s. Picture a network of towers stretching across the countryside, each one topped with mechanical arms that moved like a person doing semaphore. These weren't just quaint windmill decorations. They could send a message from Paris to the Mediterranean faster than a horse could gallop to the next village. The entire system functioned akin to a highly advanced version of the childhood telephone game, but instead of mutilating whispered words, these tower operators utilised telescopes to interpret arm positions and transmit coded messages. A communication that would take weeks on horseback could travel the length of France in hours. It was like having the internet, except it ran on human eyeballs and mechanical precision. Now, here's where your heart might break a little. The Chappie telegraph was so effective that Napoleon used it to coordinate his military campaigns. However, the French government kept the telegraph technology secret from other countries because they believed it provided them with too significant an advantage. Imagine if they'd shared the technology instead. The Crimean War might have been settled over a cup of tea rather than fought in trenches. The American Civil War could have been a series of strongly worded telegrams instead of a 4-year bloodbath. The optical telegraph faced a minor issue that ultimately led to its demise. It required favourable weather conditions and daylight hours to function. Fog, rain, or night time turned the most sophisticated communication network in the world into an expensive collection of wooden towers. It was like having a sports car that only worked on Tuesdays when it wasn't cloudy. When Morse's electrical telegraph came along, it worked in any weather, day or night. The optical system became as obsolete as a sundial in a smartphone world. But here's the thing that should make you sit up in bed. If someone had figured out how to make the optical system work in the dark, we might have had instant global communication decades earlier. The French had over 5,000 kilometres of optical telegraph lines by the 1840s. They could have connected every major city in Europe if other countries had adopted the system instead of treating it like a military secret. Imagine the Congress of Vienna in 1815, with delegates actually able to communicate with their home countries in real time. Diplomatic crises that escalated due to slow instructions for ambassadors might have been resolved over lunch. But the real tragedy is what happened to Claude Chappe himself. He watched his life's work get overtaken by electrical systems and fell into such despair that he took his life in 1805. He never got to see how his optical network inspired the development of modern telecommunications. His towers were the direct ancestors of every cell phone tower, every fibre optic cable, and every satellite dish that keeps our world connected today. The optical telegraph was like a bridge between the ancient world of signal fires and smoke signals and our modern world of instant global communication. It proved that with enough clever engineering and human cooperation, you could shrink the world down to a manageable size. It took a century for that lesson to sink in, and by then, we'd fought wars that better communication might have prevented. Now recline into your pillows, as the upcoming story may inspire you to rewrite history books. Everyone knows the Wright brothers flew first at Kitty Hawk in 1903, right? Well, grab your favourite warm drink because I'm about to tell you about Gustav Whitehead, a guy who might have been soaring through the Connecticut sky 2 years before Orville and Wilbur even got their famous 12 seconds off the ground. Whitehead was one of those inventors who looked like he'd escaped from a steampunk novel. Born in Bavaria, he immigrated to America with nothing but big dreams and an obsession with anything that could fly. While the Wright brothers were methodically testing gliders and keeping detailed notes, Whitehead was building flying machines in his backyard like he was assembling furniture from a very complicated catalogue. On August 14th, 1901, witnesses claimed they saw Whitehead's No. 21 aircraft fly for about half a mile at 50 feet above the ground near Bridgeport. The local newspaper reported it the next day with the kind of casual enthusiasm you might use to describe a particularly excellent barbecue. Gustav Whitehead flew yesterday, they essentially said, as if people took to the air every Tuesday. Here's where it gets frustrating enough to make you kick your blankets. Unlike the Wright brothers, who documented everything like they were preparing for a patent lawsuit, Whitehead was more of a, let's see what happens if I attach this engine to these wings kind of guy. No photographs, no official records, just eyewitness accounts and one very enthusiastic newspaper article. The aircraft itself was a marvel of early 20th century engineering optimism. It had a lightweight motor that Whitehead built himself, silk wings, and a control system that required the pilot to basically become one with the machine. Flying it was less like driving a car and more like riding a very cooperative dragon. The whole contraption weighed about 800 pounds and looked like it had been designed by someone who'd seen birds flying but had never actually met one personally. What makes this story even more intriguing is that several aviation pioneers visited Whitehead and came away convinced he'd achieved powered flight. These individuals were not mere passers-by. but rather serious engineers and aviation enthusiasts who understood the distinction between mere flight and true flight. However, the Wright brothers' publicity overshadowed their testimonies. The problem was that Whitehead couldn't repeat his success consistently. Whitehead's engines exhibited temperamental behaviour, his aircraft designs underwent constant changes, and his business acumen was akin to that of a golden retriever. While the Wright brothers were building a sustainable flying program, Whitehead was having what you might charitably call adventure flights. Impressive when they worked, spectacular when they didn't. Imagine if Whitehead had been a better record keeper, or if someone with a camera had been there that August morning. We might be talking about Whitehead Field instead of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The whole mythology of American aviation might have started in Connecticut rather than North Carolina. Beach tourism might have developed very differently. But here's the thing that might keep you staring at the ceiling. Even if Whitehead did fly first, the Wright brothers still deserved their fame. They didn't just achieve flight, they made it reproducible, improvable, and eventually practical. Whitehead was like the person who accidentally discovers a great recipe but forgets to write it down. The Wright brothers were the ones who turned flying into something more than a spectacular accident. The aviation world probably needed both approaches, Whitehead's fearless experimentation and the Wright brothers' methodical development. One pushed the limits of what was possible, the other made sure those boundaries stayed pushed. It's just a shame that history tends to remember the finishers better than the pioneers who cleared the path. Let's pull the covers up a bit higher and discuss something that might change how you think about World War II entirely. While everyone was focused on radar and rockets, a brilliant German engineer named Konrad Zeus was quietly building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Indeed, he was building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Imagine trying to explain that to your homeowner's insurance. The Z3, completed in 1941, was like someone had taken a pocket calculator and fed it steroids for 2 years. It could perform floating-point arithmetic, handle conditional operations, and even run programs stored on punched film. This wasn't some glorified adding machine. This was a genuine computer, complete with memory, processing power, and the ability to solve complex mathematical problems that would have taken human calculators weeks to figure out. Zeus built this marvel using telephone relays, the kind of switches that connected your long-distance calls back when operators asked, "Number, please?" The Z3 had about 2,600 relays clicking away like a mechanical orchestra, each one making tiny decisions that added up to genuine computational power. The sound it made while working was probably like being inside a huge, very busy typewriter. Here's where your mind might start racing. If the German military had recognised what Zeus had created and funded it properly, they could have had computational advantages that might have changed the entire war. Code breaking, ballistics calculations, logistics optimization, all the number-crunching nightmares that bogged down military operations could have been solved by machines instead of rooms full of mathematicians with slide rules. But the German authorities looked at Zeus's computer and essentially shrugged. They were more interested in bigger tanks and faster planes than in some clicking contraption that solved math problems. It was like being offered a magic wand and asking if it came in a different colour. The military applications were so obvious they were invisible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic, similar computational needs were driving the development of machines like ENIAC and Colossus. The difference was that the Allies understood they were fighting a war that would be won by whoever could process information faster and more accurately. The Germans had the technology first, but couldn't see past their traditional military thinking. Zeus's workshop was eventually destroyed in an Allied bombing raid in 1943, taking the Z3 with it. By then, he had already started work on the Z4, which was even more advanced. But imagine if that bombing raid had never happened, or if Zeus had been working in a properly funded, well-protected government facility instead of his parents' living room. The computational revolution might have started in the 1940s, Germany instead of the 1950s America. The real tragedy is that Zeus understood exactly what he'd built. He wrote the first algorithmic programming language, developed floating-point arithmetic, and even theorized about artificial intelligence decades before anyone else was thinking seriously about machine thinking. He was like a time traveller who'd brought back blueprints from the future, except nobody believed the future was worth visiting. After the war, when the world finally caught up to what Zeus had been doing, the computer revolution exploded. But those crucial years from 1941 to 1945 represented a lost opportunity that might have reshaped everything. Not just the war, but the entire development of computational technology could have been accelerated by a decade or more. This is one of those historical scenarios that can keep you awake at night. What if the side with the moral high ground also had the best tech? What if the computational revolution had started earlier and developed differently? The most important battles in history are sometimes fought with ideas that don't get the attention they deserve. Now let's talk about something that might make you grateful for modern medicine in a whole new way. Picture this. It's 1847 and women are dying in childbirth at horrifying rates. Not from complications during delivery, but from something called childbed fever that strikes afterward. In Vienna's General Hospital, one maternity ward has a death rate of 18%, while another ward right down the hall has a death rate of only 2%. Same hospital, same city, same year, but somehow one hallway is a death trap while the other is relatively safe. Enter Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian doctor who looked at this situation and thought, something is very wrong here. He was like a medical detective in an era when most doctors thought disease was caused by bad air or moral failings. Semmelweis noticed something that should have been obvious, but somehow wasn't. The deadly ward was staffed by doctors and medical students, while the safe ward was run by midwives. Here's where it gets intriguing enough to make you sit up in bed. The doctors and medical students spent their mornings performing autopsies on women who had died from childbed fever, then walked directly to the maternity ward to deliver babies, without washing their hands. The midwives, on the other hand, didn't do autopsies. Semmelweis put two and two together and got an answer that nobody wanted to hear. He instituted a simple policy. Everyone had to wash their hands with chlorinated lime solution before examining patients. The death rate in the doctor's ward immediately dropped from 18% to less than 2%. You'd think the change would have made Semmelweis the hero of Vienna General Hospital, maybe even gotten him a statue in the courtyard. Instead, it made him the most hated man in the medical establishment. The other doctors were furious. The idea that gentlemen's hands could be unclean was insulting to their social status. Doctors were supposed to be learned men of science, not common workers who needed to scrub up like servants. The concept that invisible particles on their hands could cause disease was so absurd, it was practically offensive. They essentially told Semmelweis that his germ theory was crazy talk. What makes this even more heartbreaking is that Semmelweis could prove his point with numbers. Every month that hand-washing was enforced, fewer women died. Every time the policy was relaxed, the death rate shot back up. It was cause and effect so clear you could teach it to a child, yet the medical establishment treated it like dangerous nonsense. The pushback against Semmelweis was so intense that he eventually suffered what we'd now probably call a nervous breakdown. He became increasingly frustrated and confrontational, writing bitter letters to prominent doctors calling them murderers. Technically, he was correct. They were killing patients due to ignorance, but he never excelled in tact. In 1865, he was committed to an asylum where he died just 2 weeks later, possibly from the same kind of infection he'd spent his career fighting. Here's the part that might keep you staring at the ceiling. If the medical world had accepted Semmelweis's hand-washing protocol in 1847, millions of lives could have been saved. The concept of antiseptic surgery wouldn't have had to wait for Joseph Lister in the 1860s. Germ theory wouldn't have needed Louis Pasteur to make it respectable. The entire development of modern medicine could have accelerated by decades. Imagine Civil War field hospitals where doctors washed their hands between patients. Imagine surgery becoming safer 20 years earlier than it actually did. Imagine all the mothers and babies who could have lived if the medical establishment had been willing to consider that maybe, just maybe, a Hungarian doctor had figured out something important about invisible killers. Instead, Semmelweis became a tragic footnote, vindicated only after his death when Pasteur and Lister made germ theory fashionable. Occasionally the most important discoveries aren't rejected because they're wrong, but because they're so right they threaten everything people think they know about how the world works. Let's shift gears again and talk about something that could have made your daily commute look very different. While everyone was getting excited about cars and airplanes in the early 1900s, there was another transportation revolution brewing that most people have never heard of. It involved pneumatic tubes, basically shooting capsules through pressurized air systems like you were mailing yourself across the city. The beach pneumatic transit system in New York was like something out of a Jules Verne novel, except it actually worked. In 1870, Alfred Ely Beach built a 312-foot demonstration tunnel under Broadway and shot a cylindrical car carrying passengers through it using nothing but air pressure. The car was plushly appointed with upholstered seats and elegant lighting, making it feel more like riding in a Victorian parlour than being shot through an underground tube. Passengers described the experience as surprisingly smooth and quiet. The car would whoosh through the tunnel, carried along by a giant fan that created air pressure behind it and suction in front. At the end of the line, the process reversed, and the car would slide gently back to the starting point. It was like being inside a huge, very comfortable pneumatic message system. Beach envisioned a network of these pneumatic railways crisscrossing Manhattan, transporting passengers at speeds that would rival those of modern subway systems. No noise, no smoke, no horses dropping inconvenient packages on the street. Just clean, quiet, efficient transportation powered by compressed air. The whole system could have been running on renewable energy if they'd connected the fans to windmills or water wheels. But here's where the story takes a turn that might make you want to throw your pillow across the room. Ross Tweed and Tammany Hall, New York's notoriously corrupt political machine, were heavily invested in street-level transportation systems, horse-drawn omnibuses, elevated railways, and eventually streetcars. The pneumatic system that bypassed street-level corruption and kickback opportunities was about as welcome as a tax audit. The political opposition to Beach's system was so intense that he had to build his demonstration tunnel in secret, working at night and disposing of excavated dirt through a basement in a nearby building. He was literally conducting an underground transportation revolution underground, in both the physical and political sense. When Beach finally revealed his system to the public, it was an instant sensation. Over 400,000 people paid to ride the demonstration line in its first year of operation. The public loved it, the press praised it, and engineering experts confirmed it was completely feasible. Everything was perfect except for the small matter of political approval for expansion. Tweed and his cronies made sure that Beach's request for permits and funding got buried deeper than his tunnel. They wanted transportation systems they could control, profit from, and use as sources of political patronage. A pneumatic system that could be built quickly and operated efficiently offered too few opportunities for the kind of creative accounting that kept political machines running. The Beach tunnel eventually closed, not because the technology didn't work, but because the politics didn't work. The demonstration tunnel was sealed up and forgotten until it was accidentally rediscovered during subway construction in 1912. By then, the window for pneumatic transit had closed, and New York was committed to the electric subway system we know today. Imagine if Beach had succeeded. Manhattan might have had a transportation network that was faster, quieter, and cleaner than what we ended up with. The whole development of urban transportation could have taken an entirely different path. Instead of noisy elevated trains and crowded subways, cities might have developed silent, smooth pneumatic networks that shot people around like packages in a delivery system. The technology wasn't the problem. Pneumatic tube systems were already being used successfully for mail delivery in major cities. The problem was that beneficial technology isn't enough if the political and economic systems aren't ready to support it. Sometimes the best inventions fail not because they don't work, but because they work too well for the wrong people. Now, as we settle in for the final part of our journey through forgotten inventions, let's talk about something that could have changed the entire course of the 20th century. While Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla were having their famous war of currents, another inventor was quietly working on something that could have made both of their electrical systems look like child's toys. Nikola Tesla, yes, the same Tesla who won the AC/DC battle, had an even bigger idea brewing in his brilliant, slightly obsessive mind. He believed he could transmit electrical power wirelessly, through the Earth itself, making power lines as obsolete as carrier pigeons. His Warden Cliff tower on Long Island wasn't just an experimental radio station. It was supposed to be the prototype for a global wireless power system. Picture this. Instead of cities crisscrossed with power lines, you'd have elegant towers spaced across the landscape, beaming electricity through the ground to receivers anywhere in the world. No more power outages from fallen lines, no more unsightly electrical infrastructure, and no more limitations on where you could build things based on how close they were to power sources. The whole planet would become one giant electrical grid. Tesla's system worked on the principle that the Earth itself could act as a conductor. By pumping electrical energy into the ground at specific frequencies, He believed he could create standing waves that would allow power to be extracted anywhere on the planet. It sounds like science fiction, but Tesla had already demonstrated wireless power transmission on a smaller scale, lighting bulbs from miles away without any connecting wires. The financial backing for Warden Cliff came from J.P. Morgan, who initially thought he was funding an improved wireless communication system. When Tesla revealed his true intention, free wireless power for everyone, Morgan's enthusiasm cooled faster than coffee left on a porch in January. Free power meant no metered usage, which meant no way to charge customers, which meant no profit. Morgan pulled his funding in 1906, and Tesla's wireless power dreams died with it. Here's where you might want to pull the blankets over your head and contemplate alternative timelines. If Tesla's wireless power system had worked as intended, the entire 20th century could have unfolded differently. There would have been no necessity for large-scale power plants in each region. The system would have been immune to attacks on infrastructure during wartime. There would be no environmental issues associated with power transmission lines passing through wilderness areas. Rural electrification, which didn't reach many parts of America until the 1930s and 1940s, could have happened immediately. Developing countries wouldn't have needed to build expensive power infrastructure to modernize. Electric vehicles might have become practical decades earlier, since you could power them anywhere without needing charging stations. But Tesla's wireless power system had one crucial flaw that probably doomed it from the start. It would have been almost impossible to control who used the power. Unlike electrical lines that could be metered and disconnected, wireless power beamed through the earth would have been available to anyone with the right receiving equipment. It was socialism through physics, which was never going to fly with the business community. The irony is that Tesla's wireless power transmission actually worked on a small scale. His Colorado Springs laboratory successfully transmitted power wirelessly across significant distances. The problem wasn't the technology, it was the economics and politics of giving away something that people were used to paying for. After Warden Cliff failed, Tesla spent the rest of his life as a brilliant but increasingly eccentric figure, living in hotel rooms and feeding pigeons while the world moved on to more conventional electrical systems. He died in 1943, just as the world was discovering that many of his seemingly impossible ideas, like radar and robotics, were not only possible but essential. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think about all these inventors who are so close to changing everything. They remind us that history isn't just about what happened, but about all the fascinating things that almost happened. Sometimes the most important stories are the ones about the roads not taken, the inventions that were too early, too radical, or too threatening to the way things were. These forgotten pioneers prove that the future is always closer than we think. It's just waiting for the right combination of technology, timing, and the courage to believe that impossible things might not be impossible after all. Sweet dreams, and remember, tomorrow's impossibility might just be tonight's bedtime story waiting to come true. Napoleon Bonaparte's story opens not in the halls of Parisian power, but on a rugged Mediterranean island. He was born Napoleone di Buonaparte in 1769 in Ajaccio, Corsica, only months after France seized the island from Genoa. As a boy he spoke the Italian Corsican dialect and harboured fierce pride in his Corsican heritage. Sent to mainland France for schooling at age 9, he arrived a thin, intense child who felt himself very much an outsider. Classmates mocked his accent and provincial manners. In quiet moments under the ancient oaks of Brienne Academy, young Bonaparte dreamed of home, the smell of the maquis shrubs on Corsican hillsides and tales of heroism by Corsican patriot Pasquale Paoli. These memories fueled a lifelong resentment and a drive to prove himself in a world that perceived him as a foreigner. Yet France also opened new horizons for him. At the Royal Military School in Paris, Napoleon, as he still signed his name, immersed himself in Enlightenment ideas and military texts. He was a voracious reader of Rousseau and Voltaire, cultivating radical notions about merit and reason. Commissioned as a young artillery officer, he honed a mathematical precision in ballistics and a steely calm under pressure. Still, in the late 1780s, the ambitious lieutenant found himself idling on half-pay in provincial garrisons, chafing at the lack of opportunity. Letters to his family betray a restless mind. He wrote an unfinished story and essays on Corsican history, longing to carve out a place for himself. By 1789, the French Revolution's fiery rhetoric gripped him. The revolution's eruption promised career opportunities for talented individuals, and Bonaparte, now known as Bonaparte in French, was determined to capitalise on this opportunity. He returned to Corsica during the early revolution, hoping to spread the new ideals. However, island politics turned against him. The revered Paoli deemed Napoleon a traitor for siding with the French Republic. In 1793, after a bitter falling out and an attempt to depose Paoli's Corsican government, the Bonaparte family fled their homeland under threat. The 24-year-old artillery captain arrived back in France as a refugee, but also as a staunch Republican officer hungry for action. He soon got his chance. At the end of 1793, Royalists in the southern port of Toulon revolted and welcomed British forces. The besieging revolutionary army faltered until Bonaparte, through a mix of Corsican connections and sheer assertiveness, was assigned to direct the artillery. Amidst the thunder of cannons and acrid smoke, Napoleon shone. He emplaced batteries with lethal effectiveness, blasting the harbour and forcing the British to flee. In the final assault, a bayonet wound scarred his thigh, but victory was complete. The achievement was stunning. A little-known Corsican had masterminded the recapture of Toulon. Word of his brilliance travelled to Paris, and at age 24 Bonaparte was promoted to brigadier general. The scent of gunpowder at Toulon signalled his ascent to prominence, but revolutionary fortunes shifted quickly. Just months later, Robespierre and the radical Jacobins fell from power. Napoleon, considered a Robespierre ally by association, was arrested. He was briefly jailed in a dank cell at Fort Carré. The omniscient fates that had elevated him now threatened to cut short his ascent. He emerged unscathed but unemployed, pacing the Paris streets in a threadbare coat, surviving on meagre rations. During this low ebb in 1795, he even toyed with leaving France to serve the Ottoman Sultan, an ironic prospect for one who would one day humble the great powers of Europe. Opportunity, however, knocked again that October. Royalist mobs stormed toward the ruling convention, aiming to topple the fragile republic. General Paul Barras, yes, desperate to save the revolution, tapped the only artillery expert he knew who could be ruthless enough, Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon did not hesitate. Stationing cannon in the streets of Paris, he met the royalist charge with blasts of grape shot at point-blank range. The cobblestones of the Rue Saint-Honoré shook with each thunderous volley, shredding the insurgent columns and sending the survivors into panicked flight. A whiff of grape shot, one witness called it caustically, describing how shredded banners and bodies littered the smoky avenues. Bonaparte's decisive action saved the revolutionary government. In a single brutal afternoon, he became the Republic's saviour, and also earned a reputation for cold-blooded efficiency that some would not forget. Paris grew quiet at dusk, the air heavy with the tang of spent gunpowder and a new awareness. A young general had shown he would not hesitate to fire on his fellow Frenchmen to secure order. Far from hiding this bloody episode, Napoleon later had it celebrated each year, defending himself with the remark that a soldier is only a machine to obey orders. The reward for this loyal service was extraordinary. Within weeks, the Directory, the new executive body, gave 26-year-old Bonaparte command of the Army of Italy, a post that seasoned generals had coveted. Around the same time, he met Josephine de Beauharnais, a glamorous Creole widow 6 years his senior who was connected to Barras. The attraction was immediate and consuming. In March 1796, just days before departing to take up his new command, Napoleon married Josephine in a private civil ceremony. He adored her with an earnest, impassioned love that blazed through the letters he would soon send daily from the Italian front. Josephine provided the social polish and connections he lacked. He gave her devotion and the promise of destiny. As he rode out of Paris in the spring rain, Napoleon Bonaparte was a curious figure, a Corsican outsider turned Republican general, recently a penniless outcast, now head of an army. His ambitions were boundless. France had given him an army and a beautiful wife. He intended to repay both with glory. The die was cast. The little corporal's rapid ascent was about to commence. The slender young general who arrived to lead the Army of Italy in 1796 found a dispirited, ragtag force clad in rags and hungry for both food and victory. Napoleon's predecessors had achieved little in the grinding war against Austria, but the new commander electrified his men from the outset. Gathering the troops, who looked sceptically at his slight stature and youthful face, he pointed toward the enemy's rich lands beyond the Alps. "Soldiers," he cried, "you are ill-fed and almost naked. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces and great cities will lie in your power. In them you will find honour, glory and riches." The soldiers erupted in cheers. Scepticism gave way to fervour as he promised to transform their threadbare desperation into triumph. During the early days of the campaign in the damp foothills of Piedmont, men who were on the verge of deserting instead found themselves prepared to follow this fiery little general to the farthest reaches of the earth. Napoleon promptly fulfilled his promise. He moved with startling speed and aggression, catching Austrian and Piedmontese armies off balance with bold tactics. In a whirlwind of battles through the mountain passes, he demonstrated a predator's instinct, striking where least expected and driving his exhausted troops forward with sheer force of will. At Montenotte, Dago, Millesimo and Mondovi, French cannon and bayonets routed forces that months before would have sent them reeling. The Austrian generals, many twice Bonaparte's age, were confounded by his unpredictable manoeuvres. "They haven't seen anything yet," Napoleon boasted confidently after one victory. "In our time, no one has the slightest conception of what is great. It is up to me to give them an example." His bravado was backed by action. He negotiated Piedmont's withdrawal from the war within weeks, then turned the army of Italy against the Austrians occupying Lombardy. In May 1796, Napoleon cemented his legend at the bridge over the Adda River, near the town of Lodi. The Austrian rearguard had taken up a strong position across the river, their cannon covering the narrow wooden span. Rather than wait for a safer crossing, Bonaparte decided on a frontal assault that defied all conventional sense. Amidst the deafening roar of enemy guns, he personally helped aim French cannons and rallied a column of grenadiers for a head-on charge. Tricolour flag in hand, he plunged onto the bridge at the head of his men. Grape shot whistled past his ears, planks splintered under the blast of artillery. For an instant the attack faltered under withering fire, but Napoleon stood firm in the smoke, his sword drawn and his uniform powdered with gun smoke. His presence ignited the troops. With a final yell, "En avant!" the troops surged forward, overrunning the Austrian guns. On the far bank, the stunned enemy broke and fled. Lodi was a small battle, but in its drama lay the seed of a myth. The soldiers, amazed by their general's fearless exposure to fire and his willingness to do a corporal's work loading guns, affectionately dubbed him Le Petit Caporal, the Little Corporal. That night, as the exhausted French camped under a moonlit sky, Napoleon could not sleep. The adrenaline of victory and survival coursed through him. In later years, he would recall that at Lodi, from that moment on, I foresaw what I might be. Already I felt the earth flee from beneath me, as if I were being carried into the sky. It was at Lodi that Napoleon Bonaparte began to believe unequivocally in his destiny. Through the summer and autumn of 1796, Napoleon led his army on a relentless offensive that read like something out of Caesar's commentaries. Napoleon swiftly crossed the Po River, flanked enemy positions using mountain tracks, and repeatedly encircled the Austrians. In battle after battle, Castiglione, Arcole, Rivoli, the French overcame superior numbers through Bonaparte's imaginative tactics and the esprit de corps he instilled. His troops marched hungry and barefoot over the Alps, referring to him as Father Violet due to his unexpected arrival, much like the first violet of spring. They came to believe he could do it, could take any fortress and defeat any foe, and often he did. After a grueling siege, Napoleon captured Mantua in early 1797, breaking Austrian resistance in Italy. By that spring he had advanced to the very edge of Austrian territory. The once mighty Habsburg Empire, shocked by the string of defeats inflicted by this upstart, sued for peace rather than see Vienna threatened. Bonaparte dictated terms like a seasoned statesman. In the Treaty of Campo Formio, October 1797, he reshaped the map of northern Italy, creating new republics under French influence, and ceded Venetia to Austria as compensation. Remarkably, he negotiated this peace directly, outshining the politicians back in Paris. Here was a general taking the initiative to formulate foreign policy, a sign of the growing power he was accumulating. Meanwhile, in the territories he conquered, Napoleon revealed other facets. He presented himself as a liberator, abolishing feudal privileges and spreading revolutionary principles in Italy. But he also levied heavy contributions and sent convoys of looted art back to France. Wagon loads of paintings and sculptures, spoils from Milan, Verona and Venice, trundled over the Alps bound for the Louvre, evidence that Napoleon understood the propaganda value of culture. Parisians were thrilled at the arrival of masterpieces and the news of victory. The directors in Paris found themselves eclipsed by the glory of their young general. As his fame grew, so did the complexities of his character. Napoleon the Romantic, for instance, was on full display in Italy. Separated from Josephine, he wrote her letters almost nightly, pouring out his heart in unguarded prose. "I have loved you for a long time," he wrote after one battle, "and I feel that I love you more each day. I thought I loved you a few days ago, but since I saw you, I feel that I love you 1,000 times more," words that reveal a passionate, even obsessive attachment. On the battlefield he was icy and calculated, but alone in his tent by candlelight he could be almost feverish with longing. Unbeknownst to him, Josephine's replies were infrequent and often perfunctory. The worldly Creole was enjoying Paris society and a discreet affair on the side. This imbalance of affection, the conqueror of Italy begging for love, was a poignant contradiction. The soldiers saw their general as a demigod, yet in matters of the heart he could be as vulnerable as any man. Napoleon was the most renowned figure in France by the time he returned to Paris at the end of 1797. Newspapers hailed him as le héros d'Italie, the Italian hero, extolling his triumph over overwhelming challenges. Walking through the Tuileries gardens, civilians gaped, and officers snapped to attention. The energy he exuded had altered the course of a continent in a matter of months. Yet the Directory grew wary. Here was a general whose popularity rivaled their legitimacy. In Napoleon's piercing grey eyes and curt self-confidence, some Directory members glimpsed a potential threat. For the time being, they showered him with honours, inviting him to dine with directors and seeking his advice on grand strategy. However, these politicians secretly felt a sense of relief when Bonaparte accepted a new assignment that took him far from Paris. The restless general, just 28, was already looking beyond Italy. In his omnivorous mind, the next grand adventure was forming. He spoke of an expedition to Egypt, a bold strike aimed indirectly at England. It was audacious and full of risk, perfectly suited to Napoleon Bonaparte, who by now believed destiny had extraordinary plans for him. Napoleon embarked on his campaign in the East as both conqueror and visionary, determined to etch his name alongside Alexander the Great. In May 1798, he set sail from France with a fleet of soldiers, scholars and dreams, leaving the comforts of Europe for the fabled sands of Egypt. The voyage itself felt like a journey into legend. On deck under the stars, Napoleon would point out constellations to his savants and muse about the glory of antiquity. By day, he devoured books on the Orient. He was not merely leading an army, he was crafting an image of himself as an enlightened liberator and a new Caesar of the East. The soldiers, packed tightly in the sweltering holds, were regaled with their general's proclamations that they were bound for immortal glory. Many were seasick and anxious, yet they believed in him. It was said that as their ships passed by the Great Pyramids visible on the horizon, Napoleon dramatically addressed his troops. "Soldiers, from the summit of these pyramids 40 centuries look down upon you." The line, echoing across the desert wind, sent shivers down the ranks. It was bombastic, historically dubious, and utterly effective in stirring men's souls. Bonaparte was scripting his mythology even as it unfolded. After a swift conquest of the port of Alexandria, Napoleon marched his army inland to confront the ruling Mamluk warlords. On July 21, 1798, near the village of Elba, Napoleon deployed his troops in massive squares, with the hazy outline of pyramids in the distance. The Battle of the Pyramids, as it came to be known, was as much theatre as combat. Mamluk cavalry in colourful silk and armour charged repeatedly, renowned for their ferocity, but they shattered against the disciplined French squares bristling with bayonets. Amid the volleys and cannon smoke, French drummers beat a steady rhythm that mingled with the distant cries of camels and the clang of scimitars. Napoleon, seated atop a grey Arabian charger, surveyed the battlefield through his spyglass, outwardly calm. When the dust settled by late afternoon, thousands of Mamluk riders lay dead or dying in the Nile marshes. The French losses were relatively light. Word spread among the locals that the young general had supernatural powers. How else could one explain such a lopsided victory? Napoleon encouraged these whispers. He established himself in Cairo and convened a diwan, council, of local notables, pledging respect for Islam and the people. In proclamations, he professed admiration for the Prophet Muhammad and claimed the French were friends of Muslims, even inventing a tale of a mystical conversation with imams in a pyramid. Such declarations were cynical but shrewd. aimed at pacifying a land he knew little about. Bonaparte, the chameleon, was adapting once more. In Cairo he appeared draped in an oriental robe at times, playing the part of the liberator of the East. However, reality intruded on his grandiose plans. In August 1798, mere weeks after the triumph at the Pyramids, disaster struck at sea. The British Admiral Horatio Nelson caught the French fleet anchored in Aboukir Bay and annihilated it in a fiery night-long battle. In one night, Napoleon's communication with France was severed. His army was stranded in Egypt. Unfazed outwardly, he doubled down on forging a new narrative. If return to Europe was cut off, he would turn his conquest into a transformative mission. He established the Institut d'Egypte in Cairo, where scholars studied everything from ancient hieroglyphs — the Rosetta Stone would soon be unearthed by his team — to modern irrigation. French officers strolled the streets with notebooks instead of only muskets. The occupation took on a curious dual nature: brutal military rule on one hand, suppressing revolts with mass executions when needed, and enlightened exploration on the other. Napoleon ordered local printers to produce a French-Arabic newspaper, Courrier de l'Egypte, praising French victories and reforms. He commissioned artists to sketch ruins and scientists to catalogue Egypt's flora and fauna. Under the glow of lanterns in Cairo's palaces, conversations about philosophy and governance unfolded in both French and Arabic. This blend of force and charm offensive was Bonaparte's approach to empire building. Gloire through both sword and pen. Yet Egypt would test Napoleon as never before. In early 1799, hungry for further laurels and concerned by an impending Ottoman counterattack, he marched north into Ottoman Syria, today's Israel-Palestine, an overland journey through Sinai's deserts into a crucible of hardship. The campaign swiftly turned into a terrifying ordeal. The sun above was merciless. Water was scarce. Plague stalked the ranks. Still, Napoleon pushed on, capturing coastal towns like El Arish and Gaza, and then storming Jaffa in March 1799. At Jaffa, a horrifying incident tarnished his reputation. After the city fell, thousands of Ottoman soldiers who had surrendered, including a garrison previously paroled by the French, were executed under Napoleon's orders, most by shooting or bayonet. It was an act of ruthless expedience. He could neither feed nor guard so many prisoners while enemy forces gathered nearby. The beach outside Jaffa became a field of death. Later accounts describe columns of prisoners being led out under guard, forced to kneel in the dunes, and the crackle of musket fire mingling with screams. Napoleon never publicly acknowledged this massacre. Within days he had moved on. But some of his officers were sickened by it. The general who spoke of enlightenment had shown he would also cross any moral line for military necessity. Days later, in the same city, another scene emerged, immortalised in paint and propaganda as a counterpoint to the bloodshed. A vicious outbreak of bubonic plague ravaged the French camp after Jaffa. Soldiers lay moaning in a makeshift hospital, housed in an old caravansary. Fear of contagion spread even faster than the disease. Many troops dared not go near the stricken. Napoleon understood that fear could destroy his army faster than plague itself. So on a warm morning in mid-March he visited the plague hospital in Jaffa. According to accounts, he strode through the low archways of the mosque-turned-infirmary with a calm expression as rays of light pierced the dusty air. Rows of the sick and dying lined the walls, their faces etched with feverish agony. Napoleon showed no hesitation. He moved from cot to cot, speaking softly, even touching one soldier's inflamed bubo with his bare hand in a gesture of compassion and courage. The men watched in astonishment as their general, the same man who had ordered prisoners shot days before, now comforted the afflicted with near saintly composure. One soldier reportedly tried weakly to rise and salute. Napoleon gently bade him rest. This visit became legendary. Later, back in France, the event would be commemorated by artist Antoine Jean Gros in a massive painting depicting Bonaparte as a fearless healer reaching out to the plague-stricken, bathed in a quasi-religious glow. The painting glossed over the grimmer context, yet its power endures. It was propaganda as much as compassion, Napoleon crafting the myth of himself as both ruthless conqueror and benevolent hero. That spring, however, military realities were harsh. Napoleon's advance into the heart of Syria encountered the formidable walls of Acre. British warships aided the Ottoman defenders, and despite repeated assaults, the fortress of Acre did not fall. Bonaparte's army grew weaker by the day. Plague, heat, and stiff resistance sapped their strength. After 2 months of frustration, Napoleon finally lifted the siege in May 1799. He led his gaunt, worn men on a grueling retreat back to Egypt, harassed by mounted Ottoman forces and bedevilled by the merciless climate. The omniscient narrator of history might note that the event was the first serious setback in Napoleon's career. Outside the walls of Acre, the limits of his fortune became evident. In one poignant incident during the retreat, a French soldier, too sick to walk, begged not to be left behind. Napoleon paused, and in a rare display of quiet mercy, ordered that a horse be left for the man, a small redemption for Jaffa's horror. By late 1799, back in Cairo, Napoleon received word of political turmoil in France and the threat of invasion by European coalitions. Sensing that his moment on the larger world stage had arrived, he made a fateful decision. He would abandon the Egyptian enterprise and return to Paris post-haste. He left General Kleber in charge of the army, with secret instructions to negotiate a withdrawal, and slipped out of Egypt with a few close aides in August 1799. By luck and stealth, he navigated through the British blockades and arrived in France in October, where he was greeted as a hero. Astonishingly, the disasters, the fleet's destruction and the failure at Acre were largely suppressed or ignored in the news. Instead, France heard only of the triumphs, the Battle of the Pyramids, the scientific discoveries, and the bold Eastern adventure. In the public eye, Napoleon returned from Egypt draped in oriental mystery and glory, as he intended. He brought home scholars' reports, exotic animals and art, further fueling the legend he was weaving around himself. The Egyptian expedition ultimately was a mixed success at best in practical terms, but in terms of Napoleon's self-made mythology, it was a triumph. He had shown France not only a general of battlefield genius, but also a leader who aspired to greatness on a civilizational scale. He cast himself as a new Alexander, a lawgiver and patron of knowledge as well as a warrior. The contradictions were stark. The same man who executed prisoners and poisoned plague victims also posed as an emancipator and enlightened ruler. Napoleon seemed aware that to achieve immortality, a leader had to shape his narrative. In Egypt he learned the power of image and propaganda. From the grandiose proclamations and commissioned paintings to the curated flow of news back to Europe, he ensured that he, Napoleon Bonaparte, would not be considered merely another French general. He would become a figure worthy of epics, a man who conquered ancient lands and engaged in conversation with the pyramids. As he returned to France, he prepared for his next daring action, seizing political power. The saviour of France had returned from the deserts, burnished by sun and fame, ready to dictate the next chapter of the revolution. The France Napoleon returned to in 1799 was ripe for change, and he knew it. The Directory government was deeply unpopular, marred by corruption, economic troubles and military setbacks in Europe during his absence. Paris buzzed with rumours of coups and conspiracies. Emmanuel Sieyès, one of the directors, famously muttered that France needed a head, a sword to complete the revolution's work. Fresh from his Egyptian mystique and Italian laurels, Napoleon appeared to many as the ideal candidate for this role. Ever the political opportunist, he quietly aligned with plotters including Sieyès, Talleyrand and his savvy younger brother, Lucien Bonaparte. Behind closed doors in Parisian salons thick with cigar smoke, the plotters schemed to topple the Directory throughout October 1799. Napoleon was cautious at first, assessing every detail like a battlefield plan. But as the crowds cheered him in the streets and even the fickle newspapers hailed him, he realised that now was the crucial moment. Weaker men get caught in the current of events, he confided to a friend, but I will direct events myself. The omniscient narrator might observe that fortune was once again favouring him. Napoleon put his plan in motion on the morning of 18 Brumaire, year 8, November 9th, 1799, by the Republican calendar. Under the pretext of a supposed Jacobin coup threat, he persuaded the councils, France's legislature, to move their session out of volatile Paris to the suburban chateau of Saint-Cloud, where his loyal troops could surround them. The air was tense and thick with the intrigue as Bonaparte donned his general's uniform, mounted a horse and trotted through the Paris streets flanked by grenadiers. He had told Josephine to be ready for any outcome, success or his death or imprisonment. "If I fail, I shall be outlawed tomorrow," he said flatly. By afternoon, under grey November skies, soldiers occupied key positions around Saint-Cloud. Inside, bewildered deputies gathered in gilded chambers, suspecting something was amiss. Napoleon paced in an antechamber, uncharacteristically nervous. He was a man used to commanding armies, not quelling politicians, and for perhaps the first time doubt gnawed at him. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and strode into the hall of the Council of Ancients head high. He addressed the ancients with controlled passion, decrying the incapable Directory and the perils facing France. His hands trembled slightly as he gestured. This was no battlefield, and the hostile stares of elected deputies were a new kind of danger. Some applauded, but others murmured in dissent. Napoleon next moved to the Council of 500, the lower house where things would soon descend into chaos. The moment he entered the orangery, where 500 legislators were meeting, a hostile roar rose up. Down with the tyrant, outlaw him Jacobin deputies screamed upon seeing soldiers at his back. Napoleon momentarily stumbled over his words, declaring that his only goal was to preserve the Republic. His presence inflamed the assembly. A knot of deputies rushed at him, one even lunging as if to stab him with a paper knife. Amid shouts of hors la loi, outlaw him, Napoleon turned pale and reportedly began to shake. For a heartbeat, it seemed his carefully laid coup might collapse in embarrassment. Grenadiers hustled him out as the hall erupted in pandemonium. Outside, in the palace courtyard, Napoleon caught his breath, sweat beading on his forehead in the cool autumn air. He was used to battlefield glory, but this was raw political theatre, and it was almost lost. The day was saved by a combination of military force and his brother's quick wits. Lucien Bonaparte decisively took the stage as president of the Council of 500. He slipped away and addressed the soldiers waiting outside. With a dramatic flourish, Lucien drew his sword and pointed it at Napoleon's chest, shouting that his brother had been attacked by assassins inside, and that he would strike Napoleon down himself if ever the general betrayed the people. The grenadiers, perplexed but swayed by Lucien's bravado, rallied. They burst into the hall with fixed bayonets, clearing it of recalcitrant deputies in minutes. Legislators scrambled out windows or bolted for the doors as soldiers occupied the chamber. By evening, Saint-Cloud was silent save for the measured tramp of boots on marble floors. A rump of hand-picked deputies, brought back under bayonet guard, voted to abolish the Directory and appointed a three-man consulate to govern France. The coup, though far messier than planned, had succeeded. Napoleon was named first consul, the dominant position in the new government. As he rode back to Paris that night under escort, he was exhausted but exultant. "The revolution is over," he declared to an aide with quiet triumph. "I am the revolution now." In reality, it was a new beginning. The 30-year-old general had seized control of the nation. Over the next months, Napoleon solidified his power with breathtaking speed and shrewdness. While Sieyès and Ducos, the other two consuls, were shunted aside into irrelevance, Bonaparte set up residence in the Tuileries Palace, the former royal residence, signalling that a new kind of ruler had arrived. He worked ferociously, sometimes 18 hours a day, overseeing everything from military operations to administrative reforms. The third-person omniscient view allows a glimpse into his private routine. Rising before dawn, he would dictate letters to multiple secretaries in succession, his mind leaping from topic to topic, then meet ministers, then generals, sorting each issue with decisive clarity. He seemed to scarcely need sleep, running on ambition and endless cups of strong coffee. France, weary of a decade of revolutionary chaos, responded enthusiastically to firm leadership, even as Napoleon tightened censorship on the press and set up an efficient secret police under Joseph Fouché. Many welcomed the stability these measures brought. A new slogan appeared: authority, not liberty. The very people who had once shouted for freedom now craved order, and Bonaparte delivered it. Abroad, he continued to prove his genius on the battlefield, further cementing his position at home. In 1800, when Austria threatened to overturn the gains of the revolution, Napoleon led a dramatic crossing of the Alps, guiding the army of the reserve through the high passes with cannon dragged by mules and men, in scenes that would later be immortalised in art, albeit with a white charger he likely never rode. He surprised the Austrians in northern Italy by securing a victory at Marengo in June 1800, a fierce battle where a midday crisis almost led to the French's defeat, but a timely cavalry charge reversed the outcome. Marengo became mythic in France. Napoleon spun it as a grand triumph of his personal leadership. Indeed, when his exhausted troops cheered Vive Bonaparte on the blood-soaked fields of Marengo, it reinforced his near-messianic status. Austria sued for peace, and Britain too signed the Treaty of Amiens in 1802, a rare moment of general European peace that the first consul used to consolidate his regime. During these years, Napoleon revealed himself not just as a brilliant general, but as a statesman of extraordinary talent and contradictions. He set about rebuilding France. The consulate saw sweeping reforms, a new legal code, the Code Civil, Napoleonic Code, was drafted to enshrine equality before the law, property rights, and secular authority. Napoleon took a direct hand in its formulation, personally chairing many sessions of the Council of State, quill in hand, debating points of contract law or inheritance. The code, completed in 1804, eliminated feudal remnants and became one of Napoleon's proudest achievements, a lasting framework of justice. At the same time, he brokered a reconciliation with the Catholic Church through the Concordat of 1801, healing the rift caused by revolutionary dechristianization. To the horror of ideologues, this pragmatic deal recognised Catholicism as the religion of most Frenchmen, though not the state religion, and restored some church influence, but under Napoleon's terms. The once anti-clerical general understood that to pacify France, he must placate her believers. Thus, in Notre Dame Cathedral, where revolutionaries had once exalted reason, Mass was celebrated again by order of the first consul. No detail of governance escaped him. He created the Bank of France to stabilise the currency, overhauled education with new lycées and scholarships, and reformed taxation so revenues flowed reliably. Roads and bridges were built or repaired across the country. In the twilit halls of the Tuileries, courtiers once again danced at balls, but this time honouring a soldier in place of a king. France was regaining prosperity and confidence under Napoleon's firm hand. All the while, Bonaparte's personal power grew ever more concentrated. In 1802, a national plebiscite of Brumaire, carefully managed by his officials, made him first consul for life. The result was announced with fanfare, an implausible majority of voters in favour, which flattered him immensely. He would famously dismiss objections by pointing to such plebiscites, claiming he had the people's mandate. An emperor-in-waiting in all but name, he began to envision a dynasty. In the quiet of his private study, he pondered the fates of Caesar and Charlemagne, concluding that the revolution needed the permanence of monarchy in a new form. His siblings were given honours and arranged advantageous marriages. Napoleon was positioning the Bonapartes as France's new royal family, much to the ridicule of some old revolutionaries who muttered that we did not destroy one aristocracy to create another. But many others went along eagerly, trading ideological purity for the trappings of a renewed court. By 1804, foiled plots against his life, such as the infernal machine bomb on a Paris street in 1800, and royalist intrigues provided the pretext to take the final step. In the spring of 1804, evidence of a Bourbon prince's involvement in a conspiracy led Napoleon to order the Duke of Enghien seized from neutral territory and executed, an action that sent a chill through Europe's aristocracy but eliminated a potential figurehead for monarchists. Soon after, the Senate petitioned Napoleon to assume the title of emperor to stabilise the government. It was stage-managed, yet it answered a real yearning among the French for continuity and glory. Napoleon accepted. Another plebiscite was held, again approving by an overwhelming margin that Bonaparte become emperor of the French. On December 2nd, 1804, Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris hosted a coronation the likes of which Europe had not seen in decades. The medieval edifice, once defaced and neglected in the revolutionary turmoil, was lavishly restored and draped in crimson and gold for the occasion. Dignitaries from across Europe, some grudging, others curious, attended. Pope Pius VII himself was brought from Rome to bless the ceremony, a stunning coup that lent a mantle of ancient legitimacy. The atmosphere inside Notre Dame mixed grandeur with spectacle. Incense wafted through the air. Hundreds of candles illuminated the nave, and the 35-year-old Napoleon, clad in robes of velvet and ermine, processed down the aisle to the strains of glorious music. But true to his character, he subtly upended tradition at the climactic moment. As the Pope prepared to anoint and crown him, Napoleon stepped forward, took the crown, a new golden diadem modelled on Charlemagne's, into his hands, and placed it upon his head. The audience gasped softly. It was unheard of for a monarch to crown himself. Then Napoleon crowned Josephine as empress, gently setting a small crown on her bowed head. Even as tears of emotion filled her eyes, their marriage had been rocky over the issue of an heir, but today they presented a united front in majesty. The Pope raised a hand in blessing, effectively ratifying what had already occurred. Observers noted the symbolism. Napoleon signalled that he owed his throne to no one but himself and the French people by the grace of God and the Constitution of the Republic, as the formula ran. Some detractors whispered it was the ultimate act of Bonaparte's arrogance. Others saw in it the genius of a man who made and recognised his own destiny. Either way, Napoleon had risen from Corsican obscurity to imperial zenith in just 15 years. As the cannons boomed a 21-gun salute across Paris, and the newly crowned emperor stepped out on the cathedral steps, in the same uniform he wore at Marengo beneath the imperial mantle, the crowds acclaimed him wildly. Many had tears in their eyes, believing they beheld the saviour of France crowned in glory. Thus, the French Republic gave way to the French Empire, with Napoleon I on the throne. In him, people saw a rare combination of revolutionary change and traditional authority. He kept the slogan liberty, equality, fraternity on his lips, even as he founded a new nobility, granted marshals princely titles, and sat on a throne. The third-person omniscient perspective discerns in Napoleon a consciousness of this paradox. He sincerely viewed himself as the guarantor of the revolution's core gains, even while accumulating power more absolute than any Bourbon before him. On the night after the coronation in the Tuileries Palace, the emperor sat long awake. The imperial crown rested on a table nearby. Did he feel triumph, or the weight of what he had assumed? Perhaps both. He had achieved grandeur, but the drive that fueled him did not abate. He murmured to one confidant that evening, "I have crowned Josephine, but it is only a wreath on a journey. I refuse to slack off on the throne. We have only begun." Indeed, new horizons of power stretched out before him, kings to topple, nations to found, and an empire that, at its height, would redraw the map of Europe and leave an indelible mark on history. Napoleon's empire burst onto the world stage with all the pomp of a revived Roman Empire and the energy of a modern nation-state. By 1805, the newly crowned Emperor of the French stood at the apex of his power and charisma. He had transformed France internally, and now he set out to reshape Europe in France's image and under France's domination. Courts across the continent, theatre from Vienna to Berlin, watched the self-made monarch with a mix of awe, fear and loathing. They dubbed him the Corsican ogre in private, yet could not deny his brilliance in war and governance. Napoleon's contradictions were becoming the world's problem. A child of revolution who donned a crown, a promoter of egalitarian law, who married into the Ancien Régime in 1809, he divorced Josephine, who had failed to produce an heir, and married Marie-Louise, an Austrian Hohenzollern archduchess, thus allying himself to the Habsburgs. At the empire's zenith, roughly 1807 to 1809, it seemed nothing could stand against him. His empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Russian border, from the North Sea to Naples. His brother Joseph sat on the throne in Naples. Joseph also ruled in Spain after 1808. His brother Louis governed in Holland. His brother Jérôme reigned in Westphalia. And in Italy he himself wore the Iron Crown of Lombardy. A veritable family system of Bonapartes replaced old dynasties. Napoleon's marshals, once commoners and soldiers of fortune, now ruled as dukes over conquered provinces. The map of Europe was redrawn with French client republics and kingdoms. Napoleon dismantled the ancient Holy Roman Empire in the German heartland in 1806, erasing a millennium of history in the process. In its place he created the Confederation of the Rhine under his protection. From Portugal to Prussia, nearly the whole of continental Europe either lay under his direct control or danced to his tune. These years saw Napoleon's military genius at its undisputed peak. The War of the Third Coalition in 1805 brought France head-to-head with Austria, Russia and Britain. Napoleon's response was characteristically audacious. He abandoned his frequently discussed plan to invade Britain, as the Royal Navy still held sway over the seas, and instead he swiftly marched his Grand Armée eastward. In a masterstroke of manoeuvre, he encircled an Austrian army at Ulm in October 1805 without a major fight, forcing its surrender. Then, as an Austrian and Russian combined force attempted to regroup, Napoleon lured them into a trap on the fields of Austerlitz in Moravia. On December 2, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation, he delivered what he himself regarded as his tactical masterpiece, the Battle of Austerlitz, also called the Battle of the Three Emperors. At dawn, a gentle fog blanketed the plain, concealing parts of the French positions. Napoleon intentionally exposed his right flank to the Allies' attack, and when they succumbed to his deception, he launched an attack on their centre. As the mid-morning sun, the famed son of Austerlitz, burned through the mist, the French seized the high Pratzen heights, splitting the enemy army in two. Napoleon galloped past cheering columns as they rolled up the Allied lines. By early afternoon, the coalition army was in full retreat, and thousands of enemy soldiers drowned in the ice of frozen lakes that the French artillery shattered. The victory was complete. Watching the remnants of the Russian army limp away, Napoleon remarked to his marshals with pride, "Gentlemen, remember this day. It may well be the greatest of my life." Indeed, Austerlitz served as the crowning achievement of his imperial reign. Austria capitulated, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory. The Holy Roman Emperor abdicated his ancient title shortly after, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire. In gratitude, Napoleon's soldiers nicknamed him Le Soleil d'Austerlitz, the son of Austerlitz, a symbol of the glory he had brought them. With Austria cowed, Napoleon turned on Prussia in 1806 when that kingdom, belatedly and unwisely, challenged French dominance. The Emperor's response was swift and devastating. In October 1806, he crushed the proud Prussian army in a twin battle on the same day, Jena and Auerstedt. Outside Jena, Napoleon's forces routed a Prussian army, while on a nearby field, Marshal Davout, with a smaller French corps, defeated the main Prussian army at Auerstedt. Frederick the Great's myth of Prussian military prowess crumbled in a single morning. The French marched into Berlin, and Napoleon visited the tomb of Frederick, contemplatively remarking, "If you were alive, we wouldn't be here today." In a display of both magnanimity and shrewdness, he took the sword of Frederick the Great he ordered that the fallen Prussian officers be respectfully buried, despite the trophy. Napoleon's empire burst onto the world stage with all the pomp of a revived Roman Empire and the energy of a modern nation-state. By 1805, the newly crowned Emperor of the French stood at the apex of his power and charisma. He had transformed France internally, and now he set out to reshape Europe in France's image and under France's domination. Courts across the continent, from Vienna to Berlin, watched the self-made monarch with a mix of awe, fear and loathing. They dubbed him the Corsican ogre in private, yet could not deny his brilliance in war and governance. Napoleon's contradictions were becoming the world's problem. A child of revolution who donned a crown, a promoter of egalitarian law who married into the Ancien Regime in 1809, he divorced Josephine, who had failed to produce an heir, and married Marie-Louise, an Austrian archduchess, thus allying himself to the Habsburgs. At the Empire's zenith, roughly 1807 to 1809, it seemed nothing could stand against him. His empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Russian border, from the North Sea to Naples. His brother Joseph sat on the throne in Naples. Joseph also ruled in Spain after 1808. His brother Louis governed in Holland, his brother Jérôme reigned in Westphalia, and in Italy he himself wore the Iron Crown of Lombardy. A veritable family system of Bonapartes replaced old dynasties. Napoleon's marshals, once commoners and soldiers of fortune, now ruled as dukes over conquered provinces. The map of Europe was redrawn with French client republics and kingdoms. Napoleon dismantled the ancient Holy Roman Empire in the German heartland in 1806, erasing a millennium of history in the process. In its place he created the Confederation of the Rhine under his protection. From Portugal to Prussia, nearly the whole of continental Europe either lay under his direct control or danced to his tune. These years saw Napoleon's military genius at its undisputed peak. The War of the Third Coalition in 1805 brought France head-to-head with Austria, Russia and Britain. Napoleon's response was characteristically audacious. He abandoned his frequently discussed plan to invade Britain, as the Royal Navy still held sway over the seas, and instead he swiftly marched his Grand Armée eastward. In a masterstroke of manoeuvre, he encircled an Austrian army at Ulm in October 1805, without a major fight, forcing its surrender. Then, as an Austrian and Russian combined force attempted to regroup, Napoleon lured them into a trap on the fields of Austerlitz in Moravia. On December 2nd, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation, he delivered what he himself regarded as his tactical masterpiece, the Battle of Austerlitz, also called the Battle of the Three Emperors. At dawn, a gentle fog blanketed the plain, concealing parts of the French positions. Napoleon intentionally exposed his right flank to the Allies' attack, and when they succumbed to his deception, he launched an attack on their centre. As the mid-morning sun, the famed son of Austerlitz, burned through the mist, The French seized the high Pratzen heights, splitting the enemy army in two. Napoleon galloped past cheering columns as they rolled up the Allied lines. By early afternoon, the coalition army was in full retreat, and thousands of enemy soldiers drowned in the ice of frozen lakes that the French artillery shattered. The victory was complete. Watching the remnants of the Russian army limp away, Napoleon remarked to his marshals with pride, "Gentlemen, remember this day. It may well be the greatest of my life." Indeed, Austerlitz served as the crowning achievement of his imperial reign. Austria capitulated, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory. The Holy Roman Emperor abdicated his ancient title shortly after, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire. In gratitude, Napoleon's soldiers nicknamed him Le Soleil d'Austerlitz, the Sun of Austerlitz, a symbol of the glory he had brought them. With Austria cowed, Napoleon turned on Prussia in 1806 when that kingdom, belatedly and unwisely, challenged French dominance. The Emperor's response was swift and devastating. In October 1806, he crushed the proud Prussian army in a twin battle on the same day, Jena and Auerstedt. Outside Jena, Napoleon's forces routed a Prussian army, while on a nearby field, Marshal Davout with a smaller French corps defeated the main Prussian army at Auerstedt. Frederick the Great's myth of Prussian military prowess crumbled in a single morning. The French marched into Berlin, and Napoleon visited the tomb of Frederick, contemplatively remarking, "If he were alive, we wouldn't be here today." In a display of both magnanimity and shrewdness, he took the sword of Frederick the Great as he ordered that the fallen Prussian officers be respectfully buried despite the trophy. The Peninsular War, as the conflict in Spain came to be known, became a vicious, years-long guerrilla struggle that Napoleon later referred to as the Spanish Ulcer, draining his resources. It was the first major crack in his empire. The mighty French arm, designed for set-piece battles, found itself bleeding in an asymmetric war of ambushes and reprisals in the Spanish hills. Napoleon himself travelled to Spain in late 1808 to blitz the resisting Spanish armies and did win conventional battles with typical brilliance, but he could not pacify the proud and hostile populace indefinitely. The British seized the chance and landed forces under Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, to support the Spaniards and Portuguese. For the first time, Napoleon's aura of invincibility was under threat by an insurrection and a foreign expedition on his flank. Still, at the Empire's height, these troubles seemed minor compared to the grand canvas of Napoleon's dominance. In 1809, Austria, encouraged by French difficulties in Spain, dared to challenge Napoleon once more. The Emperor responded with swift fury. Though the Austrians surprised him and handed him his first personal defeat in a pitched battle at Aspern-Essling just outside Vienna, where in May 1809 Archduke Charles inflicted heavy losses as Napoleon's attempt to cross the Danube was repelled, the French regrouped. In July, Napoleon spearheaded a significant attack during the Battle of Wagram, a two-day intense battle on the plains close to Vienna. It was a grim, attritional battle, lacking the elegant manoeuvres of Austerlitz, but Napoleon's larger reserve of men and artillery prevailed. Austria sued for peace again after Wagram. As part of the settlement, and to solidify the new Franco-Austrian amity, Napoleon took the dramatic step of divorcing Josephine, his beloved but now 46-year-old empress, who had given him no children, and marrying Archduchess Marie-Louise of Austria. The act was a profound personal sacrifice for him. Both he and Josephine wept bitterly at their formal parting, despite past infidelities on both sides. Yet Napoleon, ever pragmatic about power, knew the Bonaparte legacy needed an heir of his own blood, and an Austrian princess would bring legitimacy in the eyes of Europe. In 1811, Marie-Louise bore him a son, whom Napoleon grandly titled the King of Rome. At 42, the emperor had a healthy male heir. That year marked the pinnacle of Napoleonic confidence. He spoke of founding a dynasty that would last 100 years. One evening, holding the infant prince in his arms beneath the glow of chandelier light, he is said to have murmured, "You will be my living trophy. You will inherit all I have made." Amidst these triumphs, Napoleon's influence went beyond warfare and politics, leaving an imprint on society and even distant continents. He spread the Napoleonic code to the lands he conquered, laying foundations for legal systems from Italy to the Rhineland, systems that emphasized clear laws and the end of feudal practices. He abolished serfdom in Poland and introduced religious toleration and secular education in many backward corners of Europe. In the German states and elsewhere, his rule inadvertently sparked feelings of nationalism. Subject peoples, even as they resented French domination, also absorbed the ideas of the French Revolution that Napoleon carried with his armies. A young German or Italian in 1810 might at once hate Napoleon's oppressive taxes and conscription, yet be inspired by the new concepts of liberty and nationhood that came in his wake. The consequences of his reign also rippled across the Atlantic. In 1803, needing funds for war, and sensing that holding territory in America was untenable after losing Haiti to a slave rebellion, Napoleon sold the vast Louisiana Territory to the United States, an act that doubled the size of the young American Republic and reshaped global geopolitics. He quipped that this sale would forever thwart British ambitions in the New World and ensure an American power that could rival England. In a way, he was crafting the future beyond his own empire. Similarly, his toppling of the Spanish regime jolted Spain's colonies in Latin America. Leaders like Simón Bolívar would soon take advantage of the chaos to fight for independence, indirectly influenced by a Napoleonic upheaval. However, at the beginning of the 1810s, Napoleon's world appeared to be completely focused on him. He had achieved something unprecedented, a French empire that dominated Europe in a manner not seen since Roman times. Flanked by his marshals at grand victory parades, the Emperor Pspir would stand on a reviewing platform in his iconic bicorn hat and simple green uniform of the Imperial Guard, while thousands of troops passed in martial splendour. Bands played La Marseillaise and other patriotic hymns that once belonged to the Revolution, but were now co-opted to celebrate an emperor. To observers in London or Vienna, it might have looked as if Europe was lost in a trance of Napoleonic glory. And indeed, many of the common folk in France and her satellite states revered Napoleon sincerely, crediting him with delivering efficient government, national pride, and victory after victory. Yet within Napoleon's tight circle there were those who sensed the dangers of hubris creeping in. Talleyrand, his wily foreign minister, till Napoleon dismissed him, once remarked acidly that Napoleon's downfall would be his inability to stop himself. "Il n'a pas de limites," he warned a colleague. "The man knows no limits." Fouché, the police minister, kept secret dossiers mapping discontent and conspiracies, aware that not all hearts were with the emperor. Even some marshals grumbled about the endless wars and their human cost. Mothers across France quietly cursed the emperor, who took their sons year after year for his grande armée. The empire was powerful but brittle in places, reliant entirely on one man's brilliance and charisma. In 1812, at the height of his control, Napoleon assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, over 500,000 men drawn from every corner of his domains, and led them eastward in a campaign that he believed would secure his dominance once and for all. The target, his former ally, the Russian Tsar, who had drifted out of the continental system and defied French influence. Confident in his destiny and accustomed to rapid victories, Napoleon wagered everything on one more lightning war. The Grande Armée, a cosmopolitan host of Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Poles, and others, marched off with singing and high morale under summer skies. It was the apogee of Napoleon's hubris, an emperor at the peak of his power, thinking the conquest of the vast Russian plains would be but another triumph to notch on his belt. He told a diplomat, "We shall be in Moscow in 2 months." As the column snaked east, drummers tapping out the cadence on dusty roads, and eagles glinting in the sun, none could imagine that the zenith of the empire was also the beginning of a catastrophic decline. For now, though, Napoleon's star blazed as bright as the midday sun. In the minds of many, he was the master of Europe, perhaps even invincible. The thought that this supreme height might precede a fall had not yet troubled the dreams of the Emperor of the French. However, at the beginning of the 1810s, Napoleon's world appeared to be completely focused on him. He had achieved something unprecedented, a French empire that dominated Europe in a manner not seen since Roman times. Flanked by his marshals at grand victory parades, the Emperor Pspir would stand on a reviewing platform in his iconic bicorn hat and simple green uniform of the Imperial Guard, while thousands of troops passed in martial splendour. Bands played La Marseillaise and other patriotic hymns that once belonged to the Revolution, but were now co-opted to celebrate an emperor. To observers in London or Vienna, it might have looked as if Europe was lost in a trance of Napoleonic glory. And indeed, many of the common folk in France and her satellite states revered Napoleon sincerely, crediting him with delivering efficient government, national pride, and victory after victory. Yet within Napoleon's tight circle there were those who sensed the dangers of hubris creeping in. Talleyrand, his wily foreign minister, till Napoleon dismissed him, once remarked acidly that Napoleon's downfall would be his inability to stop himself. Il n'a pas de limites, he warned a colleague. The man knows no limits. Fouché, the police minister, kept secret dossiers mapping discontent and conspiracies, aware that not all hearts were with the emperor. Even some marshals grumbled about the endless wars and their human cost. Mothers across France quietly cursed the emperor, who took their sons year after year for his grande armée. The empire was powerful but brittle in places, reliant entirely on one man's brilliance and charisma. In 1812, at the height of his control, Napoleon assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, over 500,000 men drawn from every corner of his domains, and led them eastward in a campaign that he believed would secure his dominance once and for all. The target, his former ally, the Russian Tsar, who had drifted out of the continental system and defied French influence. Confident in his destiny and accustomed to rapid victories, Napoleon wagered everything on one more lightning war. The Grande Armée, a cosmopolitan host of Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Poles, and others, marched off with singing and high morale under summer skies. It was the apogee of Napoleon's hubris, an emperor at the peak of his power, thinking the conquest of the vast Russian plains would be but another triumph to notch on his belt. He told a diplomat, "We shall be in Moscow in 2 months." As the column snaked east, drummers tapping out the cadence on dusty roads, and eagles glinting in the sun, none could imagine that the zenith of the empire was also the beginning of a catastrophic decline. For now, though, Napoleon's star blazed as bright as the midday sun. In the minds of many, he was the master of Europe, perhaps even invincible. The thought that this supreme height might precede a fall had not yet troubled the dreams of the Emperor of the French. The act left thousands on the far bank who shouted as the remaining escape path burned. Early December saw the Grande Armée, possibly 20,000 ragged, frost-bitten survivors from 600,000, stagger into Poland and Prussia. Napoleon sighed with satisfaction when he entered friendly territory, after narrowly escaping arrest multiple times during the retreat. The cost was nearly unfathomable. The Russian winter, attacks and starvation reduced the overwhelming force entering Russia. Less than 10% survived. Snow shattered Napoleon's European invincibility. Paris rumours about the disaster foreshadowed his return. Napoleon abandoned the remaining troops and rode a sled back to France incognito, and quickly in December 1812. He left Marshal Ney and others to oversee the terrible retreat. Napoleon left his forces to avert a domestic coup. A general named Mallet had launched a strange coup in Paris, falsely announcing Napoleon's death, illustrating how delicate things were. Napoleon crossed blizzards day and night to Paris before the year's end. He made the country believe everything was fine, masking the devastation. Short-lived facade, after Russia won, Europe's rulers formed a coalition to destroy the weaker empire. Prussia joined Russia against France in early 1813. Austria prepared to jump. Napoleon quickly recruited youngsters and last resort reserves to replace his veterans. As before, he examined maps and made massive plans to defeat the Allies. He was still alive, but reality was looming. His marshals feared he could win an interminable war because the French were exhausted. Napoleon returned triumphantly in mid-1813. In March 1813, he beat the Russo-Prussian army at Lutzen and Bautzen with hardly trained conscripts, demonstrating his operational competence. He hoped to prevent catastrophe again. Too many odds were against him. October 1813 saw the Battle of Leipzig, later renamed the Battle of Nations, in Saxony. 3 days of fierce fighting between Napoleon's marshals and guard and a combined Russian, Prussian, Austrian and Swedish army. Napoleon was outnumbered roughly 2-1. Attrition and hostile teamwork defeated him despite his expertise and bravery. A scared French officer blew up a crucial bridge too early, trapping a rearguard on the wrong side of the river to be captured. Napoleon lost the biggest battle in European history, ending French rule in Germany. Many of Napoleon's German allies defected. The Rhine Confederation fell. While retreating over the Elster River, his beloved Polish hero, Marshal Poniatowski, drowned. Napoleon retreated to France with his 70,000 defeated soldiers, resolved to fight. In early 1814, the Allies invaded France, expecting a quick march to Paris. Napoleon's little force defeated elements of the bigger Allied soldiers in the 6 days campaign in February 1814, one of his most successful defensive campaigns, often overlooked. His youthful mobility and skill surprised his opponents at Champaubert, Montmirail and Montereau. Seeing the emperor sprint like a firefighter gave French peasants hope. Math told him he was too outnumbered to win. Despite his few victories, the Allies reached Paris by late March 1814. After Marshals Marmont and Mortier, left to defend Paris, concluded resistance was pointless. The coalition army took it practically in peace. After centuries without foreign rule, the victorious Tsar Alexander, King Frederick William of Prussia and other dignitaries entered Paris on March 31, 1814. Parisians flocked to the boulevards in despair or relief as Napoleon's epic adventure ended. Napoleon was outraged and unhappy in Fontainebleau following Paris's loss. He pondered marching his remaining men to seize the city. His marshals confronted him, exhausted and honest for the first time. Marshals Ney, Oudinot and Lefebvre, who had followed him across Europe, advised him to reason. They claimed France was defeated and resistance would be fatal. Napoleon was furious, accusing them of cowardice and betrayal. He faced reality alone in Fontainebleau at night. The Allies sought his unconditional surrender. Even his stepson Eugene and brother Joseph persuaded him to submit for the nation. Marshals Ney and MacDonald issued a stunning ultimatum on April 4, 1814. Philippe must abdicate before the army could march on Paris. Napoleon abdicated for his son, expecting an Allied regency. When rejected, he realised the game was over. Napoleon abdicated on April 11, 1814, relinquishing French regal rights. He received an annual stipend and a modest guard on Elba, a small Italian island, from the Allies, a beautiful prison for a fallen king. Napoleon said goodbye to his old guard in Fontainebleau's courtyard on April 20, 1814. France would remember a touching scene. Napoleon continued speaking with a steady, impassioned voice, saying to the soldiers of my old guard, I bid you farewell. You've been my constant companion on the path to honour and glory for 20 years. Do not mourn my fate. I want to document our wonderful deeds. Sweet kids, goodbye. Napoleon. Veteran grenadiers of 12 campaigns cried. The Emperor kissed the imperial eagle flag one last time and hugged General Petit, who was holding the regimental eagle. He said, Goodbye, kids, raising his hand in salutation. Napoleon, despite his best efforts, jumped into a carriage crying. That night, many jaded soldiers lay under the stars, unsure of France's or their future without l'Empereur. A veteran murmured, It's over. A wonderful person left. An imaginary kingdom held European ruler Napoleon Bonaparte captive. He arrived at Elba, 119 square miles of rugged terrain and vineyards in Tuscany, in late April 1814. He was rarely self-pitying. Keeping the title Emperor, the Allies gave him the name as a polite fiction, he established a small court in Portoferraio, Elba's main town, and reigned like France in miniature. Napoleon was restless on Elba for 9 months. He studied Lilliputian's iron mines and quarries, planned to modernise agriculture, and designed a flag, a diagonal band of white with red and bees, symbolising industriousness and potentially nodding to his imperial emblem. He formed a small navy and army with a few ships and hundreds of people, including a loyal Old Guard detachment. He rode tight routes, inspected olive orchards, and talked to port fishermen, villagers said. His micromanagement improved roads, built a small hospital, and accelerated tax collection. Elba's people were amazed and perplexed that this powerful man cared about their humble life. A friendly Elban elder joked, He thinks he's still ruling the world. Napoleon's vigour overwhelmed Elba's idyllic appearance. Connections and newspapers kept him abreast of French and European happenings. This information gnawed at him. The restored Bourbon monarch Louis XVIII was unpopular in France. The arrogant return of the old aristocracy led to the dismissal of many Napoleon-affiliated French officers and bureaucrats. Rumours of royalist revenge and economic recession circulated. Peasants feared the Bourbons would retake their gains after Napoleon's reign. During a congress of the great countries in Vienna to redraw Europe's map after Napoleon's fall, the British may send Napoleon to a remote Atlantic rock if he becomes too difficult in Elba. The island felt like a gilded prison. The Bonaparte family was infamous for their infighting, and Napoleon's mother and sister clashed often. Napoleon's busy mind was bored. He was sad looking at the sea via a telescope from Elba's cliffs in early 1815. I live like a sleeping volcano, read one letter. He could not bear the world going on without him. His insatiable ambition and fate won. In late February 1815, Napoleon returned to France to reclaim his crown after hearing the Congress of Vienna was in disorder. and France's anger with Louis XVIII was growing. It appeared impossible. An expelled emperor escorted by allied ships trying to incite a civilian insurrection to overthrow a reconstituted monarchy. Napoleon had the ability to bring dreams to life. Napoleon fled Elba on February 26, 1815, under loose guards. He travelled to France with several hundred loyal warriors aboard the ship in Constant and on numerous smaller vessels to evade British surveillance. He escaped capture on the voyage by chance and daring. Napoleon stared at the prow with a familiar fire as the Côte d'Azur appeared. "France is ours," he informed his troops. Bonaparte believed Louis XVIII's France would fail. On March 1st, 1815, the French Riviera witnessed an astonishing sight. Napoleon Bonaparte, the exiled emperor, landed near Cannes with a tiny force and unfurled his tricolour flag once more. Dressed in his trademark grey greatcoat and cocked hat, he stepped ashore and proclaimed, "I have come to save France." Thus began the episode known as the 100 Days, a final blaze of Napoleon's meteoric life. He marched northward, avoiding the royalist stronghold of Provence, choosing the Alpine route through the Dauphiné. His band was small, barely 1,000 men, but as they advanced, Napoleon's charisma and France's simmering discontent began to work miracles. At town after town, locals, especially veterans and peasants, turned out with curiosity and growing enthusiasm. To many, the news of his return felt like a long-lost family member coming home. A pivotal moment came on March 7th near the mountain town of Laffrey. Royal troops of the 5th Regiment, under orders to arrest the usurper, confronted Napoleon on the road. The two forces faced each other, nervous and silent. Napoleon, fearless, strode forward alone, flung open his coat to bare his chest, and shouted to the soldiers arrayed against him, "Soldiers, if there is one among you who wants to kill his general, his emperor, here I am." For a tense heartbeat, no one moved. Then, in an emotional rush, the royal troops erupted in cheers. "Vive l'Empereur" rang out as they threw down their white Bourbon cockades and surged toward Napoleon. The men of the 5th joined Napoleon's ranks in unison. Eyewitnesses saw veterans crying and laughing as they embraced their former leader. Word quickly spread throughout the countryside. Napoleon had returned, and the army was uniting behind him. King Louis XVIII's attempts to muster resistance faltered, as one regiment after another either went over to Bonaparte or melted away. Ney, once Napoleon's trusted bravest of the brave, had initially promised the king he would bring Napoleon back in an iron cage, but confronted with the fervour of his troops for the emperor, Ney too defected, overwhelmed by old loyalties and perhaps the irresistible tide of sentiment. By March 20th, Napoleon reached Paris. Louis XVIII had already fled into exile, supposedly leaving so hastily that he lost a shoe, thus giving a touch of farce to the Bourbon king's second departure. That night, Napoleon entered the Tuileries to the ecstatic roar of Parisians who, just weeks earlier, had been murmuring against him as the ogre public opinion had once again whiplashed. Remarkably, in a matter of 20 days, without a single shot fired in anger, Napoleon had regained his throne. It was one of the most dramatic political. The comebacks in history serve as a testament to his unequalled ability to inspire or intimidate, and they also reflect the French people's ambivalence about the restored monarchy. The tricolour flew once more from public buildings. In the streets people sang La Marseillaise and lit bonfires. Napoleon moved quickly to consolidate this unexpected second chance. He sent letters professing peaceful intentions and offering new alliances. He even adopted a more liberal tone, promulgating a revised constitution, the Additional Act, that granted a freer press and a constitutional monarchy-style government, an olive branch to liberals and to moderates in France who wanted reform. The emperor claimed he had learned from exile and now desired to be a benign ruler of a free people. Many were sceptical of this late-hour conversion to liberalism, but they preferred him to the Bourbons regardless. However, Napoleon's escape and restoration shook Europe. The crowned heads at the Congress of Vienna were aghast and furious. A coalition of practically every other European power, Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia and others, immediately formed, declaring Napoleon an outlaw and enemy of world peace. "The devil has been unchained," said the Austrian Foreign Minister Metternich, encapsulating the shocked outrage of the aristocracies. The aristocracies quickly mobilised their idle armies to decisively crush Napoleon. Napoleon, aware that diplomacy was hopeless, the Allies refused anything short of his second abdication, prepared for war with a mix of urgency and confidence. He had perhaps 125,000 soldiers of the regular army immediately at hand, plus volunteers swelling the ranks daily. Both veterans and new recruits were present, many driven by a patriotic zeal to ensure that foreign monarchs would not dictate to France. He also reconstituted the formidable Imperial Guard. Still, facing him would soon be several massive Allied armies converging from all sides, potentially over 500,000 men. Napoleon's strategic instinct guided him to swiftly and forcefully attack the closest adversaries before the coalition could fully unite. He famously said to his marshals, "We must make a campaign that is prompt and energetic, as in the days of our youth." In June 1815 he marched into what is now Belgium, then part of the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, to preempt the Anglo-Dutch army under the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army under Marshal Blücher, hoping to defeat each in turn. On June the 16th, 1815, Napoleon's Armée du Nord clashed with the Prussians at Ligny and the Anglo-Allied forces at Quatre Bras. Napoleon defeated Blücher at Ligny, marking it as his last victory. However, it was not a rout since Blücher's Prussians withdrew in good order, bruised but not broken. Marshal Ney's fight at Quatre Bras against Wellington's forces was inconclusive. Ney was unable to prevent Wellington from later pulling back to a defensive position near the village of Waterloo. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, Napoleon faced Wellington's British-led Allied army on the rolling plateau of Mont Saint-Jean just south of Waterloo. The ground had been soaked by heavy rains the night before, delaying Napoleon's attack until late morning while it dried. Napoleon's fate would be decided on a field of clover and rye, 1 mile long and 3 miles wide, with Wellington's scarlet-coated infantry and Union Jack flags arrayed against the tricolour standards of France. Wellington, an experienced defensive general, had arrayed his 68,000 troops behind gentle ridges and in strong points like the farm of La Haye-Sainte, and he anxiously awaited the arrival of Blücher's Prussians to bolster him. Napoleon had around 72,000 troops, including the redoubtable Imperial Guard, but he too was looking over his shoulder for the Prussians, hoping his subordinate Marshal Grouchy would keep them at bay. This Battle of Waterloo was fierce and unrelenting, a true endgame between the era's greatest commanders. Napoleon launched a midday assault with a grand battery of artillery and a main attack against the Allied centre, while Ney led cavalry charges that thundered against Wellington's infantry squares. The British and their allies held firm on the ridge despite horrific losses. By late afternoon, Ney, misunderstanding an enemy movement, mistakenly believed the Anglo-Allied line was faltering and led one of military history's most infamous mass cavalry charges. Dozens of squadrons with glittering cuirasses and pennants thundering over the ridge without infantry or artillery support. They were met by the resolute infantry squares. Wellington's soldiers, in silent rows behind bayonets, endured repeated waves of French horsemen swirling around their bristling squares, unable to break them. Ney's valour was undeniable. His horse was shot from under him 5 times that day, but the charges gained nothing but heaps of dead men and horses. Napoleon watched this spectacle, and reportedly exclaimed that Ney had gone mad. As the afternoon wore on, news reached Napoleon that Prussian forces were approaching from the east. Blücher was coming, fulfilling his promise to Wellington. "For the love of God, come as fast as you can. We'll fight to the last man." Indeed, by early evening, Prussian advance units under Bülow attacked the French right flank at the village of Plancenoit, forcing Napoleon to divert troops, including part of the young guard, to hold them off. The iron vice was closing. With time dwindling, Napoleon took a final risk. He committed his Imperial Guard, his most loyal and elite battalions, in a final bid to break Wellington's centre before the Prussians could fully unite with the Allies. These battle-hardened veterans, short but tall in reputation, marched up the ridge in solid columns, drums beating the pas de charge. "Vive l'Empereur!" they cried as Napoleon watched them go, these men who had never tasted defeat. The Allied line buckled under the initial impact, but Wellington had kept some units in reserve lying down behind the ridge. At his command, the British Guards and other units stood up at close range and poured volleys into the flanks of the advancing Guard columns. A brutal firefight ensued near the summit of the ridge. Under hailstorms of musket balls and grape shot, for the first time in memory, the Imperial Guard recoiled. The cry went up among the Allied troops, "La Garde recule," which means, "the Guard is falling back." Shock rippled through the French lines, disbelief turned to panic as the Guard's retreat became general. Wellington seized the moment, waving his hat and ordering a general advance all along the line. Blücher's Prussians, now arriving in force, sashed into the French right. Napoleon's army, exhausted and with its morale shattered, began to disintegrate. On a gentle slope, a square of the Old Guard formed to act as a rear guard for the fleeing army. Surrounded by Allied forces, they were given a chance to surrender. One apocryphal version tells that when called to yield, a guard general, perhaps Cambronne, retorted, "La garde meurt mais ne se rend pas." The guard dies but does not surrender, followed by a defiant merde. When eventually overwhelmed, many of these steadfast grenadiers indeed died where they stood rather than capitulate. Among the chaos, Napoleon, who had remained on the field until the guard's repulse, almost fell into enemy hands. As all seemed lost, his marshals persuaded him to depart. He fled the field in a carriage as darkness fell, racing back toward Paris, his dream of renewed glory shattered. The Battle of Waterloo was over. Napoleon's final gamble had failed. Napoleon reportedly said, "C'est fini alors," "It's finished then," as he left. Back in Paris, Napoleon attempted to rally support for continuing resistance. But the political will was gone. The legislature turned against him, and even the ever-loyal Marshal Ney now urged abdication, saying another round of civil war would ruin France. On June 22, 1815, Napoleon abdicated for the second time and in favour of his young son Napoleon II, though the Allies ignored this and restored Louis XVIII again. He then made his way to the Atlantic coast, initially hoping to escape to the United States. For weeks he lingered at Rochefort, with 2 British warships blocking any attempt to sail. Finally, realising he could not elude the global reach of British sea power, Napoleon surrendered himself to the British Captain Maitland of HMS Bellerophon on July 15, 1815. He perhaps expected he would be treated as a former head of state and allowed retirement in Britain or elsewhere. Instead, the British, driven by their government's resolve that he never trouble the world again, decided to send him to the remote South Atlantic island of St. Helena, far from any European shore. In October 1815, Napoleon arrived at this stark volcanic island, roughly 1,200 miles from the coast of Africa. Thus began his second, final exile on a speck of land that was essentially an open-air prison. He was 46 years old. The climate was damp, the terrain rugged but confined. There would be no dramatic escape or return from this place. The British governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, was dutiful and watchful, restricting Napoleon's movements to prevent any chance of rescue. Napoleon was given a residence, Longwood House, which was damp, windswept and hardly comfortable by imperial standards. He passed the next almost 6 years in a strange half-life. A small cohort of loyal followers voluntarily accompanied him, Generals Bertrand and Montholon, Count de la Cassez, and his valet Marchand among others, and they formed a tiny court in exile. Napoleon established a daily routine, dictating his memoirs and thoughts to his companions, especially Las Cases, who recorded his conversations in what would become the Memorial of St. Helena, tending a small garden, reading voraciously history and literature and the newspapers when he could get them, and taking the occasional ride or walk when his health allowed. Over time, his robust constitution began to fail. He grew stout from lack of exercise and rich food. They still dined formally each night on silver plate, maintaining pretences of an imperial household. He suffered from what appeared to be a stomach ailment, perhaps an ulcer or ultimately stomach cancer. His father had died of stomach cancer too. Some speculated he was being slowly poisoned. Indeed, arsenic was later found in hair samples, though modern historians lean towards natural illness exacerbated by the conditions and possibly the arsenic present in things like the wallpaper dye. Emotionally and intellectually, Napoleon oscillated between boredom, bitterness and reflective calm. He would spend hours mapping out alternative histories, what he should have done at Waterloo, or regretting not crushing the Prussians more decisively earlier, or lamenting the folly of the Russian campaign. At other times he would delve into philosophical discussions about fate and the future generations. He once stated, "They wanted me to be another Washington," referring to how Britain might have expected him to quietly retire and farm, but they will not find another Washington in me. As months turned to years, Napoleon became preoccupied with shaping his legacy. In dictation sessions, he portrayed himself as the champion of the people's rights against reactionary monarchs and as a soldier-philosopher who spread revolutionary ideals. He insisted that his true glory was not the 40 battles he won, for defeat at Waterloo overshadowed them, but what will live forever is my civil code, the administrative reforms, the memory of a nation I transformed. He described the Grande Armée as a band of brothers who achieved the impossible out of love for France. He even expressed some remorse, or at least sadness, over the human cost of his ambitions. At times, sitting on the porch at Longwood, gazing at the Atlantic rollers under a grey sky, one imagines Napoleon pondering the ultimate futility of worldly power. Nevertheless, he never lost a certain pride and combativeness. When Sir Hudson Lowe would visit with petty regulations or refuse him the title of Emperor in correspondence, the British addressed him as General Bonaparte, Napoleon would bristle with anger, sometimes refusing to see the governor at all, cloaking himself in dignified silence. His entourage remained fiercely loyal, sharing in these indignities. In 1818, Las Cases was deported by Le Milieu for allegedly trying to smuggle letters to Europe. Napoleon was outraged, but he continued his dictations with others. Over time, reports of his declining health reached Europe and softened some hearts. Even royalists in France became less harsh, and a simmering Bonapartist sentiment emerged. In 1821, as Napoleon's condition worsened, constant abdominal pain, nausea, and physical weakening, he took to bed. In April, he sensed the end was near and made a will, famously asking to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I have loved so much. On May the 5th, 1821, during a ferocious storm, Napoleon died. His last words, murmured in delirium, were recorded by those at his bedside as France glory, l'armée, tête d'armée, Josephine. France, the army, head of the army, Josephine. Even at the final moment, his mind clung to what he cherished. His country, his soldiers, his glory, and perhaps a fleeting thought of the first wife he had loved. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a shaded valley, in a modest grave marked only by a simple tombstone. The British, wary of any symbol, left it nameless. But death only magnified the legend. Within years, memoirs like the Memorial of St. Helena spread across Europe, painting Napoleon as a romantic hero and martyr of the sorts, the great man undone by fate and the malice of lesser men. The term Napoleon complex would come to describe not psychological height issues, but the complexity of his historical image. Tyrant or enlightened ruler, military genius or reckless conqueror. In 1840, as political tides changed in France, King Louis-Philippe obtained permission to bring Napoleon's remains home. In a grand state ceremony, Napoleon's body was exhumed, found remarkably well preserved, and transported to Paris. Lined by hundreds of thousands of silent onlookers, his coffin passed under the Arc de Triomphe, that monument he commissioned at the height of his power, and he was finally laid to rest with full honours in a red porphyry sarcophagus at Les Invalides. France thus symbolically reconciled with her prodigal son. He described the Grande Armée as a band of brothers who achieved the impossible out of love for France. He even expressed some remorse, or at least sadness, over the human cost of his ambitions. At times, sitting on the porch at Longwood, gazing at the Atlantic rollers under a grey sky, one imagines Napoleon pondering the ultimate futility of worldly power. Nevertheless, he never lost a certain pride and combativeness. When Sir Hudson Lowe would visit with petty regulations or refuse him the title of Emperor in correspondence, the British addressed him as General Bonaparte, Napoleon would bristle with anger, sometimes refusing to see the governor at all, cloaking himself in dignified silence. His entourage remained fiercely loyal, sharing in these indignities. In 1818, Las Cases was deported by Le Milieu for allegedly trying to smuggle letters to Europe. Napoleon was outraged, but he continued his dictations with others. Over time, reports of his declining health reached Europe and softened some hearts. Even royalists in France became less harsh, and a simmering Bonapartist sentiment emerged. In 1821, as Napoleon's condition worsened, constant abdominal pain, nausea, and physical weakening, he took to bed. In April, he sensed the end was near and made a will, famously asking to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I have loved so much. On May the 5th, 1821, during a ferocious storm, Napoleon died. His last words, murmured in delirium, were recorded by those at his bedside as France glory, l'armée, tête d'armée, Josephine. France, the army, head of the army, Josephine. Even at the final moment, his mind clung to what he cherished. His country, his soldiers, his glory, and perhaps a fleeting thought of the first wife he had loved. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a shaded valley, in a modest grave marked only by a simple tombstone. The British, wary of any symbol, left it nameless. But death only magnified the legend. Within years, memoirs like the Memorial of St. Helena spread across Europe, painting Napoleon as a romantic hero and martyr of sorts, the great man undone by fate and the malice of lesser men. The term Napoleon complex would come to describe not psychological height issues, but the complexity of his historical image. Tyrant or enlightened ruler, military genius or reckless conqueror. In 1840, as political tides changed in France, King Louis-Philippe obtained permission to bring Napoleon's remains home. In a grand state ceremony, Napoleon's body was exhumed, found remarkably well preserved, and transported to Paris. Lined by hundreds of thousands of silent onlookers, his coffin passed under the Arc de Triomphe, that monument he commissioned at the height of his power, and he was finally laid to rest with full honours in a red porphyry sarcophagus at Les Invalides. France thus symbolically reconciled with her prodigal son. Frédéric Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa-Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, with Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman, teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms. Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frédéric's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frédéric's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies, broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms, reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. He realized that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Frederick was different, far from the typical parlour show-off. He conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world, one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognized the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline, guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socializing kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, the Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage. Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalize on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe. hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realised how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicentre of European art, intellect and revolution. For Frédéric Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social manoeuvring as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasized musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertizing, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticized him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, he forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle, adopting a man's attire and openly criticising social norms. Their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered, hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticised it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At Nohant, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations. Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, the same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, they sustained a delicate equilibrium. Each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother, whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nahant were initially meant to be restorative, yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalised in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling, each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city, when a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage. Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and scepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation. Though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes. The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lacked the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching, or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths, and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. His polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul. While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords. In the realm of piano performance, his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. Festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, a frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remain staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps in language, culture, and time. Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Artur Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato, chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways, sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity. That a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalised whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Jelozova Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Frédéric Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history. Picture yourself standing outside a towering Manhattan mansion in 1885, clutching a worn carpet bag and wearing your only decent dress. The marble steps stretch up like a mountain, but you're not headed that way. Your entrance is around back through a narrow door marked only by the constant stream of delivery boys and other working folks. Welcome to your new life as a housemaid in America's Gilded Age, where the rich got richer and you got to scrub their chamber pots. The servant's entrance opens into a different universe entirely. While the family upstairs lives surrounded by velvet drapes and crystal chandeliers, you're entering a maze of narrow hallways, steep staircases, and rooms that never see proper sunlight. The basement kitchen feels like a ship's galley, cramped, hot, and buzzing with activity. The downstairs is your world now, and it operates by rules as rigid as any royal court. Your first shock comes when the housekeeper, Mrs. Patterson, hands you a list of duties longer than your arm. Did you assume that housework only involved sweeping and dusting? Think again. You're responsible for everything from blackening the coal stoves before dawn to polishing door handles with such precision that the master of the house shouldn't see a single fingerprint. And that's just Monday. The uniform comes next, a grey wool dress that itches something fierce, covered by a white apron that must remain spotless, despite the fact that you'll be cleaning fireplaces, scrubbing floors, and hauling buckets of water up 3 flights of stairs. The little white cap perched on your head serves as both identification and humiliation. You're invisible until you're needed and needed until the job is perfect. Your bedroom is a closet-sized space under the eaves, shared with another maid named Sarah, who snores like a freight train. The single window faces an air shaft, offering a view of absolutely nothing except the brick wall of the house next door. But hey, at least you get your own chamber pot, though you'll be emptying everyone else's too. The pay sounds decent at first, maybe $8 a month plus room and board. But then you discover the board consists of whatever leftovers the family doesn't want, served at a wooden table in the kitchen after the family has finished their elaborate meals upstairs. You'll eat a lot of bread and gravy, and you'll be grateful for it because jobs are scarce, and this beats the factory work that's slowly killing your cousin back home. What nobody tells you is how the hierarchy works below stairs. The butler rules like a king, the housekeeper like a queen, and you're somewhere near the bottom of the pecking order with the scullery maid and the boot boy. Everyone has a boss and someone else bosses them around. It's like a pyramid scheme, except instead of selling overpriced vitamins, you're all selling your dignity one scrubbed floor at a time. The strangest part isn't the work, it's becoming a ghost in your life. You dust around the family as they eat breakfast, invisible as furniture. You change sheets while they're at the opera, erasing any sign that you exist. You know intimate details about their lives, who's having affairs, who's losing money at cards, who can't sleep without laudanum, but they couldn't pick you out of a police lineup. Yet somehow, in this strange netherworld between upstairs and downstairs, you'll find a community. The other servants become your family, sharing gossip over stolen moments and leftover cake. You'll discover that Mrs. Patterson isn't as stern as she seems, and that even the stuffy butler once sneaked you an extra blanket during a cold snap. Your hands will become rough and red, your back will ache from bending over scrub brushes, and you'll fall into bed each night exhausted. But you'll also develop muscles you never knew you had, learn skills that would impress any modern efficiency expert, and gain a perspective on wealth and privilege that few people ever get to see from the inside. 5 in the morning marks the start of your day, with the world still in darkness and the house enveloped in a quiet that echoes with every footstep. You've learned to dress by feel, fumbling for your uniform in the pitch black, because lighting a candle would wake Sarah, and a cranky roommate makes an already difficult day downright miserable. The first task is creeping downstairs like a burglar in your workplace. Those beautiful hardwood floors that the family walks on so elegantly become your enemy in the pre-dawn hours. Every board seems designed to creak at the worst possible moment. You've mapped out the quiet spots like a criminal planning a heist, stepping only where the floorboards meet the joists. Once you reach the kitchen, it's time for the morning miracle, bringing the house to life without anyone upstairs knowing how it happens. The coal stove needs to be cleaned out, fresh coal added, and the fire coaxed back to life. Your hands turn black within minutes, and you'll spend the rest of the day trying to scrub the evidence from under your fingernails. But this temperamental iron beast is your lifeline. No fire means no hot water, no cooking, and no heat for the family's morning comfort. While the stove heats up, you're racing against time to complete what servants call the invisible ballet. Every surface that the family might touch needs to be perfect before they wake up. Doorknobs become polished until they gleam, carpets become beaten free of yesterday's dust, and windows are cleaned with a mixture of vinegar and newspaper that leaves your hands smelling like a pickle factory. The state of the bathroom warrants a separate narrative. Indoor plumbing is still a luxury even in wealthy homes, so you're dealing with chamber pots, wash basins, and the occasional newfangled water closet that breaks down more often than it works. Emptying and cleaning chamber pots becomes as routine as brushing your teeth, though considerably less pleasant. You develop a technique that involves holding your breath and contemplating literally anything else. Breakfast preparation happens in controlled chaos. The cook maintains strict authority in the kitchen, wielding a wooden spoon with determination to ensure that anyone who obstructs her efforts is swiftly dealt with. You're responsible for setting the dining room table with military precision. Every fork exactly 1 inch from the edge of the plate, every napkin folded into perfect triangles. The family's breakfast must be delivered upstairs as if by magic, hot and impeccably arranged, while you hastily grab cold leftover biscuits and hope your stomach remains silent enough to go unnoticed. The washing routine would make a modern person weep. Everything is scrubbed by hand with lye soap that could strip paint from a barn door. Bedsheets are boiled in large copper tubs and stirred with wooden paddles, reminiscent of preparing an exceedingly tedious stew. Your hands develop calluses in places you didn't know could grow blisters, and the constant moisture makes your skin crack like dried leather. Laundry day transforms the basement into a steamy jungle. Clotheslines stretch everywhere, creating a maze of damp linens and undergarments. You learn to navigate this textile obstacle course while carrying baskets of wet laundry that weigh more than small children. The air becomes so thick with moisture that breathing feels like drowning in slow motion, and your hair escapes from your cap in rebellious wisps that make you look like you've been struck by lightning. The ironing comes next, using heavy metal irons heated on the stove. These weapons of domestic destruction weigh about 5 pounds each and retain heat like tiny furnaces. You'll burn yourself at least once a week, developing a collection of small scars that mark you as permanently as any sailor's tattoos. The family's clothes must emerge crisp and perfect, while your own uniform looks like you slept in it, which some days you practically did. Between all these tasks, you're constantly running up and down stairs that seem designed by someone who hated servants. Your legs develop the strength of a mountain climber, but your knees start protesting before you turn 25. Each trip upstairs feels like scaling Mount Everest, especially when you're carrying heavy buckets or baskets of clean laundry. The morning routine ends around 9, when the family finally makes their grand appearance downstairs. By then, you've been working for 4 hours, accomplished enough tasks to exhaust a small army, and somehow managed to make it all look effortless. The family effortlessly navigates their morning routine, unaware that a team of servants has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure their comfort. The invisible line between upstairs and downstairs isn't marked on any blueprint, but it might as well be painted in neon. Cross it at the wrong time or in the wrong way, and you'll face consequences ranging from sharp words to outright dismissal. Learning to navigate this social minefield becomes as crucial as mastering the art of silver polish. Your training in invisibility starts immediately. When family members enter a room, you become a piece of furniture, useful when needed, ignored otherwise. You learn to dust around conversations about family finances, clean fireplaces while dramatic arguments unfold, and change bed linens while pretending not to notice the love letters hidden under pillows. It's akin to operating as a secret agent within your own organisation, yet the information you collect is utterly insignificant and could pose a threat if discovered. The bell system becomes your master. Every room has a cord that connects to a series of bells in the servants' hall, each with a different tone that you must memorise like a musical scale. The library bell sounds different from the morning room bell, which sounds different from the master bedroom bell. Every room is equipped with a cord that connects to a series of bells located in the servants' hall, each producing a distinct tone that one must memorise akin to a musical scale. The bell in the library has a different sound than that of the morning room, which in turn differs from the bell in the master bedroom. Should you make an error, you may find yourself in the position of having to explain why you delivered tea service to someone who actually desired their boots to be polished. Engaging in conversation with family members necessitates its own set of protocols. One should never initiate dialogue unless there is an urgent situation, such as someone's hair being on fire. Speaking to family members requires its own protocol. You should never start a conversation unless someone's hair is in danger. When spoken to, you respond with "yes sir" or "yes ma'am," followed by immediate action. Extended conversations are forbidden, even if the family member seems friendly. They might ask about your family back home or comment on the weather, but these aren't invitations for genuine human connection. They're just rich people being polite in the same way they might pat a well-behaved dog. The children of the house present special challenges. Little Master Timothy might be adorable in his sailor suit, but he's also a tiny dictator who's never heard the word "no" applied to himself. He'll demand that you drop everything to build him a fort out of dining room chairs, then cry to his mother when you explain that you need to finish your actual work first. The result? You'll build the fort and work twice as fast to catch up, because rich children's tears carry more weight than servants' explanations. Privacy becomes a foreign concept. Your employers expect you to see and hear everything while somehow remaining mentally absent. You'll witness family fights that would scandalise the neighbours, observe personal habits that range from quirky to disgusting, and overhear financial discussions that could tank stock prices. But you're not supposed to remember, discuss, or use any of it. The family's guests provide their own entertainment. Wealthy guests treat their servants like interactive wallpaper, discussing intimate details of their lives as if they've left you deaf and mute. You'll learn about affairs, business deals, and family scandals that would fill a dozen gossip columns, all while polishing silver or arranging flowers with the focused concentration of a monk. Meal service becomes a choreographed dance where one wrong step can ruin the entire performance. You must appear at exactly the right moment with the right item, serve from the correct side, and vanish before anyone notices you are there. Drop a fork and the entire table falls silent. Spill wine on a guest and you'll be lucky to find work cleaning stables. The family's schedule dictates your entire existence. When they decide to host a dinner party for 20 people, your schedule explodes into 16-hour days of preparation. They either pack you along like luggage or leave you behind to maintain an empty house when they travel to their summer house. Your needs for rest, social contact or personal time simply don't factor into their calculations. Yet within this rigid system, small rebellions bloom. Servants develop their own communication networks, passing information through a complex system of glances, gestures, and carefully coded conversations. You learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when cook is in a poor mood, when the butler has been sampling the wine, or when Mrs. Patterson is actually pleased with your work despite her stern expression. The hypocrisy becomes almost comical once you adjust to it. The same family that lectures their children about honesty will lie smoothly to social callers about their whereabouts. They'll preach Christian charity at Sunday dinner, then dock your wages for breaking a plate. They'll discuss the moral degradation of the working classes while running their household through a system that would make a medieval lord blush. Your fellow servants become your real family, united by shared exhaustion and mutual understanding of the absurdities you witness daily. Late-night conversations in the servants' hall create bonds stronger than blood, forged by the knowledge that you are all surviving the same bizarre social experiment together. Below stairs operates like its own small kingdom, complete with rigid social rankings, unspoken rules, and enough political intrigue to rival any royal court. Understanding your place in this hierarchy becomes crucial for survival, because stepping out of a line can make your already difficult life absolutely miserable. At the top of this domestic pyramid sits the butler, a man who carries himself with more dignity than most senators and considerably more authority than the average army general. He controls the wine cellar, manages the male servants, and serves as the family's public face when they are receiving guests. In his perfectly pressed uniform and white gloves, he glides through the house like he owns it, which, in many practical ways, he does. Cross him, and you'll find yourself assigned to the worst jobs until you either quit or learn proper respect. The housekeeper holds a dominant position among the female servants, dictating everything from uniform standards to room assignments. Mrs. Patterson may appear as a gentle grandmother to some, yet she manages her domain with the efficiency of a military commander and the meticulousness of a Swiss watchmaker. She keeps track of every towel, every bar of soap, and every minute of your day. Her approval means protection and slightly better assignments. Her disapproval means scrubbing floors until your knees bleed. Cook occupies her own special category, technically below the housekeeper in rank, but wielding enormous practical power because she controls the food. A skilled cook has the power to shape the social status of a wealthy family, inspiring both respect and fear in everyone, including the family members themselves. She rules her kitchen like a benevolent dictator, capable of creating masterpieces with one hand while boxing ears with the other. If you manage to gain her favour, you'll never face hunger. If you provoke her anger, you'll have to rely on bread crusts and regret. Ladies' maids and valets occupy the aristocracy of servant land. These personal attendants dress their employers, style their hair, and know intimate details about their daily lives. They earn higher wages, wear better uniforms, and often receive cast-off clothing worth more than your annual salary. They also tend to adopt an air of superiority, behaving as though they are somehow elevated above others simply because they assist affluent individuals in dressing rather than performing more menial tasks. Footmen represent the peacocks of the servant world, chosen more for their appearance than their skills. They need to be tall, handsome, and capable of standing motionless for hours while looking decorative. Their primary duties include opening doors, serving meals, and providing visual stimulation for the family's female guests. The beneficial news is they're often too pretty to be truly bright. The adverse news is they know they're pretty and act accordingly. You occupy the vast middle ground of general housemaids, along with your fellow soldiers in the war against dust, dirt, and disorder. You're above the scullery maid, who spends her entire existence washing dishes and scrubbing pots, and the boot boy, whose life revolves around making leather shine, but below practically everyone else. It's like being middle management in a company that specialises in thankless labour. Kitchen politics make international diplomacy look simple. Cook and the housekeeper maintain an uneasy alliance based on mutual respect and territorial boundaries that shift like desert sands. The butler considers himself above such petty concerns, which makes everyone else consider him an arrogant peacock. Personal maids gossip about their employers while somehow maintaining superiority over everyone who doesn't have access to such intimate information. Meals in the servants' hall follow protocols stricter than state dinners. At the head of the table, the butler and housekeeper receive the first service and consume the tastiest portions. Personal servants are seated next, then upper housemaids, then lower housemaids, and lastly, the truly unfortunate individuals who clean pots and polish boots. Conversation follows equally rigid rules: no discussion of family business, no complaints about working conditions, and absolutely no questioning of decisions made by your superiors. Romance below stairs provides endless entertainment and occasional heartbreak. Relationships between servants face constant scrutiny, from both the staff hierarchy and the family upstairs. A housemaid dating a footman might find herself reassigned to less desirable duties if the housekeeper disapproves. Marriage usually means one partner must locate employment elsewhere, since most families won't employ married couples who might prioritise each other over their duties. The contrast between your circumstances and those of the family creates its own psychological challenges. You handle their money while earning a fraction of what they spend on a single dinner party. You maintain their beautiful clothes while wearing the same grey dress day after day. You prepare their luxurious meals while eating leftovers that wouldn't satisfy a prison inmate. The irony thickens to such an extent that it could be sliced with the silver knives you meticulously polish every day. Yet within this strange system, genuine friendships develop. Sarah, your snoring roommate, becomes your closest confidant. The scullery maid, despite her lowly status, possesses a wicked sense of humour that makes even the worst days bearable. Even Mrs. Patterson, for all her stern efficiency, occasionally shows flashes of motherly concern that remind you she was once young and overwhelmed too. Information becomes currency in this closed world. Knowing which family members are travelling, which guests are expected, or which social events require extra preparation provides you leverage and protection. The servant who overhears plans for a dinner party can prepare accordingly. The one caught off guard ends up working until midnight with no warning. Nothing tests a servant's endurance quite like the social season, when wealthy families transform from merely demanding employers into social climbing tornadoes that sweep through your life, leaving chaos, exhaustion, and occasionally broken china in their wake. From November through February, your employers shed any pretense of normal living and dive headfirst into a whirlwind of dinner parties, balls, and social events that would exhaust a professional athlete. Preparing for a dinner party feels like planning a military invasion. 2 days before the event, the house erupts into controlled pandemonium. Every piece of silver must be polished until it blinds anyone foolish enough to look directly at it. Crystal glasses get washed in special solutions that cost more per bottle than you earn in a week. Mrs. Patterson meticulously scrubs, polishes and inspects every surface in the dining room, a process typically reserved for operating theatres. The floral arrangements alone could drive you to drink if you had access to anything stronger than Cook's cooking sherry. Flowers arrive from the florist in carefully packed boxes, each bloom worth more than your monthly wages. You'll spend hours arranging roses, lilies and exotic blooms whose names you can't pronounce, creating centerpieces that will be admired for precisely 3 hours before being relegated to the servants' hall, where they'll brighten your dreary meals for the rest of the week. Planning the menu turns into a challenging exercise in culinary mathematics, comparable to that of a university professor. The family wants to impress their guests without appearing to try too hard, serve sophisticated food without being pretentious, and accommodate dietary restrictions that change daily based on the latest medical fads. Cook transforms into a temperamental artist, creating elaborate dishes while simultaneously managing a kitchen staff that multiplies mysteriously during party preparations. Your uniform gets upgraded for special events, a slightly better dress, a crisper apron, and shoes that haven't been resoled 3 times. You're expected to serve guests with the grace of a ballet dancer and the efficiency of a factory worker while remaining as invisible as furniture. Spill wine on a guest's gown, and you'll find yourself explaining to potential future employers why your last position ended so abruptly. The guest bedrooms become monuments to excessive hospitality. Fresh linens appear on beds that may not even be used, but the possibility that the Vanderbilt's cousin might need a place to rest between courses requires preparation worthy of visiting royalty. You'll arrange flowers, stock wash basins with the finest soaps, and ensure that chamber pots are spotless and discreetly positioned, because nothing ruins a social evening like inadequate bathroom facilities. Christmas season multiplies the insanity by roughly 10,000%. The family's gift-giving requires military-level logistics coordination. You'll spend December wrapping presents with paper that costs more than most people's winter coats, arranging elaborate displays that transform the house into something resembling a particularly expensive museum, and somehow maintaining normal daily operations while accommodating the constant stream of deliveries, social calls, and holiday preparations. Holiday entertaining reaches levels of absurdity that would impress Roman emperors. New Year's Eve parties stretch until dawn, requiring you to work shifts that would violate modern labour laws by several decades. You'll serve champagne that costs more per bottle than you earn in 3 months, clean up after revellers whose idea of fun involves considerable property damage, and somehow maintain a pleasant demeanour while running on 3 hours of sleep and pure caffeine. The laundry situation during the social season deserves its own chapter in the annals of human suffering. Evening gowns require special handling, with beading, lace and fabric so delicate that breathing on them wrong could cause irreparable damage. Men's formal wear involves starching shirt fronts to cardboard stiffness, pressing tailcoats that must hang perfectly, and managing white tie ensembles that require the precision of a Swiss clockmaker. Guest management becomes a diplomatic challenge that would stump professional ambassadors. Wealthy visitors arrive with their servants, creating temporary hierarchies and territorial disputes that make international border negotiations look simple. Sharing already cramped quarters with ladies' maids who consider themselves your social superiors, competing for kitchen space with visiting cooks who have strong opinions about proper techniques, and navigating personality conflicts that could destabilise small governments are all common experiences. The aftermath of large parties resembles battlefield cleanup. Wine stains on Persian carpets require immediate attention, with special cleaning solutions and techniques passed down through generations of servants. Broken crystal is collected with the reverence usually reserved for gathering fragments of religious relics. Leftover food will be redistributed through a complex system that ensures nothing edible goes to waste, though the definition of edible is stretched considerably after midnight. Your social life disappears entirely during party season. Any hope of personal time evaporates under the constant demands of preparation, service and clean-up. Letters from home pile up unread, friendships with other servants get reduced to exhausted nods in hallways, and your health becomes secondary to maintaining the family's social standing. Yet somehow, you develop skills that would impress modern event planners. You learn to coordinate complex logistics, manage multiple tasks simultaneously, and solve problems with creativity born from desperation. You can estimate quantities for 50 people, arrange flowers that would make professional florists weep with envy, and serve formal meals with precision that would satisfy military inspection. The strangest part is how normal it all becomes. After your first social season, you develop the stamina of a marathon runner and the organisational skills of a general staff officer. What once seemed impossible becomes merely exhausting, and what once seemed exhausting becomes just another Tuesday in the life of a Gilded Age housemaid. Finding space for your humanity within the rigid structure of domestic service requires the ingenuity of a master criminal and the stealth of a professional spy. Your personal life exists in fragments, stolen moments between duties, whispered conversations in hallways, and relationships that bloom in the shadows of other people's grand lives. Your correspondence becomes a lifeline to the world beyond the servant's door. Letters from home arrive sporadically, their contents both comforting and heartbreaking. Your mother writes about crops and weather and neighbours who've married or died, painting pictures of a life that feels simultaneously familiar and impossibly distant. You save your pennies to send money home, knowing that your wages might mean the difference between your younger siblings eating well or going hungry, even as you survive on kitchen scraps and leftover bread. Romance in service requires navigating obstacles that would challenge a diplomat. Meeting someone from outside the household means coordinating schedules that change daily, finding time when you're not exhausted from 14-hour workdays, and somehow maintaining a relationship when you can't predict whether you'll have an evening free until about 5 minutes before it happens. Dating fellow servants creates its own complications, workplace relationships under the constant scrutiny of superiors who view any personal attachment as a potential distraction from duty. Your half-day off becomes more precious than gold and twice as rare. Every other Sunday afternoon, from 2 until 10 in the evening, you're theoretically free to live your life. In reality, you're often too exhausted to do anything more ambitious than sleeping in a real bed or taking a bath without worrying about someone needing immediate service. When you do venture outside, the world feels foreign after spending weeks in the artificial environment of wealth and privilege. Friendships among servants develop their own peculiar intensity. Shared hardship forges bonds that might not otherwise exist. The scullery maid transforms into your confidant, the boot boy provides you with comedic relief, and Sarah becomes your sister beyond blood. These relationships sustain you through the worst moments and make the best moments worth celebrating, even if celebration means sharing a stolen apple tart in the servants' hall after midnight. Reading becomes a form of rebellion and escape. You squirrel away penny novels and yesterday's newspapers, reading by candlelight until your eyes strain and your candle budget disappears. Books transport you to worlds where women have choices, where love overcomes social barriers, and where hard-working people sometimes find happiness. The family's discarded magazines provide glimpses into fashions and lifestyles that seem as exotic as tales from distant countries. Your health suffers in ways both obvious and subtle. The constant physical labour strengthens your muscles but wears down your joints. Poor nutrition leaves you vulnerable to every passing illness. The lack of sunlight and fresh air creates a pallor that marks you as any uniform. Back pain becomes your constant companion, along with hands that crack and bleed from exposure to harsh cleaning chemicals and cold water. Personal hygiene presents its challenges in an era when hot water is a luxury, and privacy is non-existent. Your weekly bath becomes a cherished ritual, even if it takes place in a tin tub in the kitchen after everyone else has finished their evening duties. Washing your hair requires planning and coordination worthy of a military operation, since you need access to hot water, sufficient time for drying, and privacy that's rarer than diamonds. Your few personal possessions take on enormous significance. A locket from your mother, a pressed flower from your last walk in the countryside, or a photograph of family members becomes a treasure guarded more carefully than the family silver. These small tokens represent your identity beyond the grey uniform and white cap, reminders that you exist as more than just a pair of hands that scrub and clean. Dreams and aspirations are modified rather than abandoned. Instead of opening your shop, you dream of becoming a housekeeper with authority over your staff. Instead of marrying a prosperous farmer, you hope to locate a butler or valet, whose combined income might allow for a small apartment, and maybe even children someday. Your goals shrink to fit reality, but they don't disappear entirely. The seasonal rhythms of the household create their own calendar of anticipation and dread. Summer might bring opportunities to accompany the family to their country house, offering glimpses of different scenery and slightly modified routines. Winter social season means exhausting work, but also excitement, and the possibility of glimpsing famous guests. Spring cleaning represents weeks of back-breaking labour, but also the satisfaction of transformation and renewal. Small pleasures take on enormous importance. A compliment from Mrs. Patterson carries more weight than praise from royalty. An evening when cook shares leftover dessert feels like Christmas morning. A Sunday when you're healthy enough to walk to the park and sit under actual trees becomes a memory to sustain you through difficult weeks ahead. Your relationship with money becomes complex and contradictory. You handle more wealth daily than most people see in their entire lives, yet your own financial situation remains precarious. Every penny saved represents enormous sacrifice, less food, fewer letters home, and no small luxuries that might make your hard life slightly more bearable. Your bank account grows slowly while your hands grow rough and your back grows crooked. The strange intimacy of service creates its own emotional complications. You know details about your employers' lives that their relatives don't share, yet they remain strangers who could dismiss you without reference and barely remember your name. This one-sided intimacy breeds both affection and resentment, creating relationships that are simultaneously personal and completely impersonal. As the 1890s draw to a close, you've survived nearly a decade of service in the grand houses of America's wealthy elite, and the world around you is changing in ways both subtle and dramatic. From your perspective in the servants' quarters, these changes feel both impossibly distant and intimately personal. Technology creeps into the household like a slow-moving revolution. Electric lights begin replacing gas fixtures, transforming your morning routine of lamp cleaning but introducing new mysteries of switches and bulbs that sometimes work and sometimes don't. The telephone appears in the front hall like a magical device, bringing the outside world directly into the house while creating new responsibilities. Someone must answer it, and that person often turns out to be you. Your body tells the story of your service in ways that no employment record could capture. Your hands bear the permanent stains and scars of countless cleaning chemicals and burns from hot irons. Your shoulders curve slightly forward from years of bending over scrub brushes and laundry tubs. Your knees protest when climbing the endless flights of stairs that connect your basement world to the family's elevated existence. These marks of service will stay with you long after you've left domestic work behind. The skills you've developed would impress any modern efficiency expert. You can manage complex household logistics, coordinate multiple tasks simultaneously, and maintain impossibly high standards under constant pressure. You've learned to read people's moods and needs from subtle cues. mastered the art of diplomatic problem-solving, and developed the physical stamina of a professional athlete. These abilities will serve you well, whether you continue in service or venture into other forms of work. Daily proximity to extreme luxury, and the labour required to maintain it, has shaped your perspective on wealth and privilege. You've witnessed the ease with which one can spend money, and the challenge of earning it. You've witnessed the isolation that wealth can create, even as you've experienced the exhaustion that poverty demands. This understanding of both sides of America's growing economic divide provides you insights that few people possess. The friendships forged in service carry a special intensity born from shared hardship and mutual dependence. Sarah, your long-suffering roommate, has become closer than any sister. Cook, despite her gruff exterior, has served as a mentor and mother figure. Even Mrs. Patterson, with all her stern efficiency, has shown moments of genuine care that transcended the employer-employee relationship. These bonds will outlast your employment and provide emotional support for decades to come. Years of separation and financial responsibilities have complicated your relationship with your own family. The money you've sent home has made real differences. Your youngest brother finished school instead of working in factories, your sister avoided an unfortunate marriage, and your parents kept their small farm despite several bad harvests. Yet the physical and emotional distance has created gaps that letters can't entirely bridge. You've become somewhat foreign to your origins, shaped by experiences your family can't fully understand. Marriage and family planning in service pose special difficulties that will influence your future choices. If you marry another servant, you'll understand each other's experiences but face continued economic uncertainty. If you marry outside domestic service, you'll need to explain a world that sounds almost fictional to people who haven't lived it. Children complicate everything. Servants with families obtain fewer employment opportunities and face the constant struggle of balancing parental responsibilities with professional demands. The broader social changes rippling through American society will eventually transform domestic service itself. Women are beginning to discover other employment opportunities in offices, shops, and factories. Labour movements are questioning the working conditions that you've simply accepted as natural. New technologies will gradually reduce the need for armies of servants to maintain wealthy households. Your generation represents the peak of an era that won't last forever. Your dreams have evolved through your years of service. The naive girl who first walked through the servants' entrance has been replaced by a woman who understands both her capabilities and the realistic limits of her opportunities. Even when your hard work remains largely unnoticed, you've learned to find satisfaction in it. You've discovered that dignity can be maintained even in situations designed to minimize it. The education you've received through observation and experience rivals anything offered in formal schools. You've learned about art by dusting priceless paintings, about music by overhearing private concerts, about literature by reading discarded books, and about human nature by witnessing how people behave when they think no one important is watching. This informal education has expanded your mind in ways that will continue paying dividends throughout your life. Looking back on your years in service, the experience defies simple categorization. It has been simultaneously degrading and ennobling, exhausting and educational, and isolating and community building. You've sacrificed your youth and health to maintain other people's comfort, yet you've also developed strengths and skills that you might never have discovered otherwise. You've lived through one of the most economically unequal periods in American history, not as a victim or a hero, but as a working woman doing what was necessary to survive and help your family survive. As you consider your future, whether continuing in service, marrying and starting your family, or venturing into the changing world of women's work, you carry with you the knowledge that you've already overcome challenges that would break weaker spirits. You've maintained your humanity in a system designed to reduce you to a function. You've found friendship in unlikely places, dignity in humble work, and strength in circumstances that seem designed to crush it. The Gilded Age is ending, taking with it some of the extreme social rigid structures that defined your working life. But the lessons you've learned about resilience, community, and the true nature of both wealth and poverty will serve you well in whatever comes next. You've been invisible to the wealthy families you've served, but your story, and the stories of millions of women like you, represents the real foundation upon which America's grandest era was built. Born in the port city of Genoa, Christopher Columbus entered the world under a roof that smelled of salt air and fish scales. His father, a wool weaver by trade, held lofty aspirations that his son might avoid the repetitive. grinding tasks of carding, spinning and weaving, the bustle of people coming to trade in the harbour, yelling over each other in half a dozen dialects, made an indelible impression on young Christopher. As he wandered the narrow alleys that snaked through the city, he would often pause beside ships being loaded with cargoes bound for foreign horizons. No matter the dampness or the fierce winds rolling in from the Ligurian Sea, he remained entranced by the idea of distant lands. This fascination set him apart from others his age. He was far less interested in the local gossip about the new bishop or who would marry into which family. Instead, he chased fleeting rumours about gold-laden shores where people spoke in languages sounding like music. When he was old enough to leave home, Columbus began to sail modestly, short voyages in which he served as a messenger or a humble hand, making sure to note every detail. Once, while aboard a small merchant ship, he encountered a fierce storm that pitched the vessel so violently several men were lost at sea. Yet Columbus persevered, occasionally gripping the rigging and feeling both dread and a certain strange euphoria. He later recalled this episode as the exact moment he realised that fortune favoured risk-takers. The wind stung his face, but he felt alive in a way that overshadowed the fear. At that time, the known world for most Europeans was bracketed by misunderstandings about what lay beyond the horizon. Maps were often imaginative, featuring sea monsters, swirling vortexes, or vast empty spaces labelled terra incognita. Columbus devoured any chart or ragged bit of parchment he could find. In taverns, he listened to old sailors speak of land glimpsed through squalls and thick fog, hands not shown on official charts. While some dismissed these tall tales as bar-brawlers' fables, Columbus tucked them away in his mind like precious cargo. He made sure to learn from the best navigational minds available. By day, he subjected himself to the strict discipline of mathematics, angles, distances, how to track the sun and stars. By night, he pored over translations of Ptolemy, or any scraps referencing far-off kingdoms. His curiosity was insatiable, but always tinged with pragmatism. Even as he immersed himself in daydreams of unknown continents, he meticulously built his fundamental knowledge. The pursuit of novelty was anchored in the discipline of rigorous study. A lesser-known anecdote concerns a letter Columbus received from a Venetian traveller whose name has been largely forgotten by mainstream history. This Venetian teased glimpses of a rumoured passage, a route leading west across the Atlantic to Asia's riches. The letter wasn't coated with the florid hyperbole common in travel accounts at that time. Instead, it was almost stark, describing a place where the sun set over expanses of water few dared to traverse. Columbus cherished that letter, convinced it held the kernel of a secret known only to a handful of traders or explorers who lacked the means to follow up on it. The Venetian might never have expected his words to incite one of the most daring voyages of the age. Yet for Columbus, that letter represented a subtle push, a sign that the improbable might be real. In the decades leading up to his famed expeditions, Europe wrestled with power shifts. Italy's city-states squabbled with each other. The Ottoman Empire flexed control over trade routes, and Portugal angled for maritime dominance. People in Columbus's circles debated the viability of sailing west to reach the spice-laden east. The question was more than academic curiosity. It came down to wealth, alliances, and bending the map to serve power. Genoa, sitting at the crossroads of so many trading arteries, was itself a testament to how maritime acumen could drive prosperity. Columbus was neither the best educated nor the wealthiest visionary of his time, but he excelled in marrying lofty dreams with a canny political sense. It became apparent to him that some power, be it Portugal, Spain, or another kingdom, would eventually roll the dice on a transatlantic venture, and he, poised with a solid track record of smaller voyages, aimed to be the chosen instrument of that gamble. He saw himself as indispensable in bridging the gap between the idea and the deed. Others might excel in theorizing or financing, but Columbus believed he alone carried the peculiar mix of unwavering faith and nautical competence necessary for success. During these formative years, what truly set Columbus apart was not just his willingness to take leaps, but his ability to accumulate allies and supporters behind closed doors. He had a gift for speech, particularly when discussing navigation or potential wonders that might lie across the Atlantic. People described him as a steadfast man, perhaps even stubborn, whose vision shone through in conversation. Some dismissed him as overzealous, others were swept up in his unwavering confidence. Either way, they remembered him, In a society where reputations were currency, that was the first step toward finding patrons who could turn imagination into tangible backing. Stories about Columbus often skip from his boyhood in Genoa straight to his lobbying at the Spanish court. Yet these in-between years, during which he sharpened his craft, cultivated friendships, and scoured every port for whispered tales, were pivotal. They formed a crucible in which the idea of sailing west to reach what Europe called the Indies hardened into a driving obsession. By the time he embarked on the journeys that would etch his name into history, he was already a seasoned navigator with connections in multiple courts. Many might have possessed theoretical knowledge or raw courage, but Columbus combined them with a strategic sense of timing and persuasion. Ultimately, the sum of these experiences, the near-death storms, the midnight confessions of old sailors, the letters penned by obscure travellers, wove together. Columbus stood as a man on the cusp of forging something vast. He was ready to propose a radical plan to whichever monarchy had the audacity to endorse him. And that moment was inching closer every time he set foot on a dock, every time he gathered new bits of intelligence, and every time he closed his eyes at night, visions of uncharted coast dancing just beyond the darkness. Spain in the late 15th century was an agitated tapestry of ambition, religious devotion, and a desire to surpass other emerging European powers. After the Reconquista and the unification under the Catholic monarchs, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sought new ways to cement their place in the world. While Portugal was establishing itself along the African coast, using caravels to probe new waters, Spain faced the possibility of being left behind. Columbus perceived this anxiety like a cat sniffing out opportunity. He had tried pitching his westward plan to the Portuguese crown previously, but was met with hesitation, some say scorn. His proposition sounded suspiciously like gambling with the unknown. Portugal, after all, already had an established route circling Africa. But the Spanish court was more impressionable, perhaps because they were eager to leapfrog over rivals in the exploration race. Columbus bided his time in Andalusian port towns, forging friendships with local captains, cartographers, and the occasional monk with an interest in exotic geography. He cultivated a sense of mystique around himself, dropping hints about rumoured islands beyond the horizon. And yet, winning over the Catholic monarchs demanded more than grand promises. Columbus needed to demonstrate some shred of credibility. So, he appeared at court armed with numbers and references. Although many modern experts debate the accuracy of his calculations, especially his underestimation of Earth's circumference, he was undoubtedly passionate about them. He insisted that the distance westward to Asia wasn't as colossal as mainstream scholars maintained. Moreover, he insisted on titles and privileges for himself if he were successful. This wasn't mere hubris. He believed that if he discovered new lands or profitable routes, he deserved recognition and wealth. It's worth noting that Columbus, as a man of his era, cloaked his intentions in religious justifications. He talked about bringing Christianity to the far reaches of the world. This approach resonated with an Iberian court fresh from the triumph over Granada and eager to spread Catholic influence abroad. But behind the religious language, there was also a shrewd negotiator who understood that spiritual rhetoric often smoothed the path toward funding. If you could couch your proposed voyage in terms of salvation or the glory of God, you'd find fewer obstacles in the corridors of power. What followed were months, some say years, of haggling. Advisors to the crown debated whether Columbus was an inspired savant or a fool. Traditional geographers scoffed, referencing ancient authorities who argued that the Atlantic was vast, filled with unknown dangers. A few murmured that even if Columbus did find land, it could be an inhospitable wilderness unworthy of the trouble. Columbus, however, radiated a calm sense of certainty. He occasionally flashed a map, though how detailed these charts were remains a mystery. Scholars have speculated for centuries about the source of his unwavering assurance. Some posit hidden documents or secret knowledge gleaned from seafarers who stumbled upon unknown islets. Others assume it was sheer stubbornness, an unshakable conviction that a western sea route must exist. Eventually, the Catholic monarchs took a calculated risk. They granted Columbus the funds for 3 ships, a modest investment from their perspective. The arrangement was that if he found nothing, the loss would be brushed aside by the Spanish treasury, but if he succeeded, Spain would catapult ahead in the scramble for new lands and trading routes. The recollection of Portugal's prosperity from gold and spices weighed heavily on their minds. Nobody wanted to miss out on the next wave of riches. Columbus, exultant with the royal nod, hurried to assemble a crew. People often overlook the question of how Columbus gathered those men. It's true many were from modest backgrounds, with some rumoured to be on the run from the law, hoping to escape their past in the expanse of the ocean. But it wasn't just desperados who signed up. Skilled navigators from Palos, Huelva, and beyond joined, intrigued by the potential for fortune. The ships, commonly referred to in simplified form as the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, were repurposed commercial vessels, not the grand, specialised craft of some modern imagination. In those final days before departure, Columbus prayed publicly at small monasteries and confided in a handful of confidants. The air crackled with anticipation. Coastal communities whispered about the boldness of it all. Some saw it as an act of madness or vanity. Others felt the giddiness of perhaps witnessing the dawn of a new era, though they likely didn't phrase it that way. For his part, Columbus maintained a controlled composure, but one can imagine the swirl of thoughts in his head. What if the critics were right, and Asia lay much farther than he had predicted? What if the currents were too treacherous, or the men mutinied out of fear? Despite the swirling uncertainty, Columbus pressed on. In the context of the times, caution often yielded smaller gains, while boldness, especially in exploration, could reshape kingdoms and redefine maps. And so, in August of 1492, with the last fleeting gusts of summer wind, he led his ragtag armada out of Palos de la Frontera. Spain's coastline faded behind them under a brilliant sky, and all that remained was the emptiness of the Atlantic. No one aboard those 3 ships fully grasped the magnitude of what they were about to set in motion. Columbus was convinced that on the other side of that endless horizon lay a gateway to Asia. What he actually found would ripple through history in ways neither he nor his patrons could have envisaged. Yet that departure day, so often depicted in simplified paintings, was anything but routine. The tension on deck, the unspoken prayers of the men, the spectre of turning back if storms threatened, it all brewed a potent mix of hope and dread. Columbus, unwavering, stood near the ship's helm, mentally rehearsing his route, likely feeling the weight of his deal with Spain's monarchy on his shoulders. But as a faint breeze pushed them out to open sea, he also might have felt an intoxicating rush of possibility. Sailing into the unknown demanded more than bravado. It demanded an unspoken agreement among the crew that they would trust Columbus's instincts, for better or worse. For weeks, the men heard nothing but the wind snapping the sails and the hull creaking under the pressure of the open sea. Fears of sea monsters and bottomless whirlpools circulated in hushed conversations. Each day, Columbus measured the sun's position with the astrolabe, jotting figures in a logbook he kept hidden from prying eyes. Rumour has it he maintained 2 sets of records, one genuine, one skewed to soothe anxious sailors. As time wore on, their diet, initially bread, onions, salted meat, became stale and monotonous. Water turned brackish, tempers flared as frustrations boiled over. The sense of distance from any known shore was paralysing for some. A few men muttered that they should force Columbus to reverse course. Yet each evening, Columbus delivered a kind of pep talk, reminding them of the wealth rumoured to be waiting just beyond the horizon, of the possibility that each day's sail brought them closer to Asia's spice markets. From a modern perspective, such promises might seem manipulative, but within their historical context, Columbus was playing the necessary role of morale builder. Along the voyage, certain signs stirred fleeting moments of optimism, floating clusters of seaweed, stray birds overhead, even the faint smell of unfamiliar vegetation on the breeze. Sailors latched onto these clues like lifelines, interpreting them as evidence that land must be near. Some historians argue that these were the crucial threads holding the expedition together when minds threatened to unravel. Columbus, however, rarely displayed his own doubts. His journals hint at the internal turmoil he felt when days stretched into weeks and no solid coastline materialised. But to the men, he projected unwavering determination. Then came a fateful night in October, when the cry of "Tierra, Tierra" finally broke the silence. The men scrambled to the sides of the ship, eyes scanning the dark horizon. Shrouded in moonlight was a low, dark outline that could only be land. Relief, excitement, and a twinge of disbelief shot through the crew. They had survived the dreaded emptiness. When morning came, They saw a lush island, beaches gleaming under the sun. Columbus, convinced he was near Asia, unfurled the Spanish flag and claimed the land for the crown. In his diary, he described the island's inhabitants as friendly, curious, and naive about European ways, though he likely wrote with the tinted lens of an outsider imposing his own worldview. The early interactions between Columbus and the indigenous people, often referred to as the Taino, began with gestures of goodwill. Small gifts of glass beads and trinkets were exchanged for parrots, cotton, and rudimentary gold ornaments. Columbus interpreted these gestures in a context shaped by centuries of European feudal and mercantile culture. He wrote excitedly about the potential for future riches and the ease with which Spain might extend its reach across these lands. That initial moment of wonder, two distinct worlds meeting for the first time, held a fragile promise of mutual discovery. Yet history shows us how illusions can fracture under the weight of greed and cultural misunderstanding. Columbus recorded that some of the islanders directed him farther to the south and west, mentioning places with greater wealth. So, he pressed on, navigating among the islands of what we now call the Caribbean. The further he travelled, the more he convinced himself that the Grand Khan's palaces might lie just around the next coastline. He heard stories, interpreted them through his own lens, and wrote letters back to Spain brimming with excitement. However, the land was not the Asia of silks and spices he had imagined. The mistake was largely geographical. The world was far bigger than he had presumed. Unwittingly, Columbus had stumbled upon a separate continent that was new only to Europeans, though not to the millions who already lived there. The seeds of future conflict were sown in these early encounters. The Spanish crown's policy was expansionist, steeped in an ideology of superiority, and Columbus's reports about malleable islanders only fueled the monarch's ambitions. He built a makeshift fort on Hispaniola, leaving some men behind while he returned to Spain with captured islanders as evidence of his discoveries. In modern eyes, that action signals a grim foreshadowing of how the New World's inhabitants would be treated, as curiosities, labour sources, or impediments to colonial aims. But in Columbus's time, such manoeuvres were considered strategic. He wanted to ensure further funding by demonstrating tangible results. Returning with natives, though entirely unethical by contemporary standards, served as proof that he wasn't just spinning tall tales. As he sailed back, Columbus already envisioned subsequent expeditions, likely anticipated wealth, honours, and a permanent place in the aristocracy. He had entered the islands as an emissary of a new empire in the making. Much like a businessman presenting a prototype to investors, he came back with enough evidence to secure additional patronage from Spain. Royal receptions greeted him upon his return, and he responded by describing the islands as paradises brimming with potential for Christian conversion and resource extraction. The tale of first contact is often romanticised, but the reality was more complex and ominous. Suspicion lurked beneath the surface, both from the Spanish who found less gold than rumoured, and from the indigenous peoples who now witnessed the arrival of more foreigners seeking land and labour. Columbus's navigational victory had unknowingly unlocked a door that would soon see waves of conquistadors. Missionaries and fortune-seekers flood these shores. For now, though, in the immediate aftermath of that first voyage, Europe saw Columbus as a triumphant discoverer who validated the westward route. The next chapters would unveil the consequences of that discovery. For a brief flickering moment, there existed an in-between time when Europeans and native islanders engaged without fully understanding what was at stake. The aura of curiosity pervaded their interactions, but behind the curiosity lay a chasm of cultural difference and the looming possibility of violence. Columbus, for all his zeal and cunning, remained somewhat oblivious to the Pandora's box he had pried open. His mind was fixed on proving to the Spanish crown that he was the man to lead the next wave of expeditions into these unfamiliar waters, confident that wealth and glory lay just over the horizon. Not long after Columbus's celebrated return to Spain, word spread throughout Europe about the new lands. The name Indies stuck, reflecting Columbus's ongoing misbelief that he had neared the outskirts of Asia. In response, the Spanish crown organised a second expedition on a much grander scale. Columbus would no longer command a modest trio of ships, but rather a flotilla aimed at establishing a permanent foothold. Soldiers, settlers, and clergy accompanied him, each with their own agenda. What was the ultimate objective? Transform these islands into profitable colonies for the Spanish realm. The spectacle of this second voyage contrasted sharply with the tentative nature of the first. Resources flowed in, cannons, livestock, seeds for European crops. The monarchy envisioned these distant shores as an extension of Spanish civilization. In Columbus's eyes, the project was both an opportunity and a test. He welcomed the chance to govern as a viceroy of sorts, but the weight of responsibility also rested heavily on his shoulders. He had to turn uncharted islands into functioning colonies, maintain favour with the crown, and keep the natives from slipping out of Spanish control. Upon arrival back in Hispaniola, the atmosphere was palpably different. Where before there had been curiosity, now there was tension. The men Columbus had left behind in the makeshift fort had engaged in violent conflicts with locals, straining relations. The Taino were not a monolithic group. They had their own leadership, alliances, and internal politics, but collectively, they recognised that these foreigners sought to claim land and resources as their own, ignoring existing structures. Discontent and confusion spread on both sides, often fueled by the language gap. Columbus tried to govern, but the role required more than just navigation skills. Administering a settlement demanded diplomacy, patience, and foresight. Pressed by the Spanish crown for gold, he imposed demands on the Taino for tribute. This policy alienated them, transforming a guarded tolerance into outright hostility. Rebellions flared, and the Spanish met them with harsh reprisals. Columbus found himself caught between his promise to Spain that these territories would yield wealth, and the reality that extracting riches from these communities required force or, at the very least, intimidation. Meanwhile, friction also arose among the Spanish settlers themselves. Not everyone respected Columbus. Aristocrats resented taking orders from a Genoese outsider. Soldiers chafed under what they viewed as incompetent leadership. A swirl of accusations circulated: mismanagement of supplies, favouritism, and even cruelty toward both settlers and Minton natives. Columbus strove to maintain a grip on the situation, but as ships came and went, they carried back to Spain letters and rumours that cast him in a questionable light. People who once heralded him as a visionary began to wonder if he was a tyrant. And yet, Columbus managed to launch further exploration from these colonial footholds. He navigated around Cuba, ventured into Jamaica, and glimpsed more of the Caribbean's island chain. Each landfall brought new interactions with indigenous populations. Some initial encounters seemed peaceful enough, featuring small exchanges of goods or gestures of amity. But as Spanish ambitions grew, tensions invariably escalated into conflict. Even so, Columbus's spirit for exploration never truly dimmed. He continued sketching rough maps, confiding in his journals about how these islands might connect to the broader Asian continent. One underappreciated dimension of Columbus's second voyage was the attempt to introduce European agriculture and husbandry to the New World. Horses, pigs, and cattle unloaded from Spanish ships trotted across Caribbean shores for the first time. Wheat and sugarcane seeds were planted with the hope that they would thrive. These experiments would eventually reshape local ecosystems, though Columbus and his contemporaries didn't foresee how foreign plants and animals could disrupt native habitats. They also didn't foresee the profound demographic collapse that would befall the Taino due to disease, forced labour, and armed confrontation. Amid the daily swirl of colonial administration, Columbus also wrestled with personal disappointment. Precious metals seemed less abundant than he had hinted in his early letters. The dream of easy gold faded, forcing him to tighten the screws on both colonists and native populations to meet Spain's expectations. This pressure fueled further discontent. Some settlers plotted against him, drafting scathing reports to royal officials. Columbus responded with imprisonments and strict measures, hoping to maintain order and prove he could handle the responsibilities vested in him. He was not entirely oblivious to the unravelling situation. Letters he penned to the Spanish crown reveal a weary individual, pleading for more support, complaining that rebellious colonists undermined his policies, and defending his harsh treatment of natives as necessary under the circumstances. Historians continue to debate whether these pleas stemmed from genuine concern or a desperate attempt to preserve his authority. Possibly it was both. By this stage, Columbus was no longer just the triumphant mariner who had revealed unknown islands to Europe. He was an embattled governor, pinned between colonial demands, rebellious factions, and indigenous resistance. Eventually, the tensions reached a point where the Spanish crown could no longer ignore the colonial chaos. The Spanish crown dispatched officials across the Atlantic to conduct an investigation. Columbus's name, once applauded in royal halls, started to be whispered with scepticism. The monarchy needed order and profit, not unending complaints and allegations of brutality. Columbus, for his part, insisted he remained steadfast in his loyalty, that his measures were misrepresented, that others were sowing discord against him. But the drumbeat of criticism was relentless. These were pivotal years in which the promise of new lands collided with the practical realities of conquest. The idea of finding a paradise was replaced by the harsh realities of colonization. Columbus's navigational achievements could not shield him from the complexities of trying to rule a far-flung colony under the watchful, profit-hungry eyes of the skull of the Spanish crown, and so, amid fractious settlers and indigenous communities on the brink, the stage was set for a reckoning. The once celebrated admiral, whose unwavering conviction had brought him so far, found himself ensnared in the bureaucracy and violence of empire building, an empire that demanded more than a dreamer's spirit could easily deliver. When people talk about Christopher Columbus today, they often reduce him to a single act, that of discovering America. In that narrative, the nuance of his multiple voyages and the complexities of his tenure as a colonial administrator often vanish. Yet it's precisely in the aftermath of these voyages that the full dimensions of his influence and his failures come into stark relief. As Columbus initiated further journeys, some leading him toward the coasts of Central and South America, he found himself increasingly marginalised by Spanish bureaucracy. This shift manifested most dramatically in the arrival of Francisco de Bobadilla, a royal commissioner tasked with investigating complaints about Columbus's governorship. The new bureaucrat, carrying the weight of royal authority, wasted little time in gathering testimony. Both Spaniards and local islanders recounted episodes of cruelty, nepotism, and questionable decisions. Bobadilla was apparently so appalled that he arrested Columbus and his brothers, sending them back to Spain in chains. Legend has it that Columbus wore his shackles defiantly, even when given the chance to remove them on the ship. He saw them as a symbol of injustice, proof that his loyalty and service were being repaid with humiliation. It was a potent image for someone who once stood triumphant before the same crown that now authorised his imprisonment. The question of guilt remains tangled in historical debate. Some accounts suggest that Columbus, overwhelmed by the labyrinth of colonial politics and the pressure for gold, resorted to extreme measures. Others argue Bobadilla's actions were also politically motivated, using Columbus as a scapegoat to appease the crown's dissatisfaction with the colony's performance. Upon returning to Spain in disgrace, Columbus managed to secure an audience with Queen Isabella. Accounts from the time suggest that he pleaded his case with tears in his eyes, lamenting how he had been treated. The Queen, who once supported him so fervently, was moved enough to release him. However, his authority over the New World territories would never be fully restored. The monarchy recognised his contributions as an explorer, but deemed his administrative methods unacceptable, or at least too fraught with controversy to continue under his leadership. Despite these setbacks, Columbus managed to mount a fourth voyage, albeit with far fewer resources and a more modest mission, to find a passage to the Indian Ocean. He skirted the coasts of Central America, enduring hurricanes, shipwrecks, and near mutinies. This journey carried a distinct sense of desperation. Columbus remained convinced he could unstumble upon a maritime strait that would vindicate his original thesis, that these lands were indeed part of Asia's outskirts. He found no such passage, of course, and ended up stranded in Jamaica for a time, relying on the uneasy goodwill of local communities to survive. During that ordeal, Columbus famously exploited his knowledge of an upcoming lunar eclipse to secure provisions from the indigenous people. By predicting the moon would turn dark as a sign of divine displeasure if they withheld supplies, he manipulated the local population. This episode underscores the lengths he would go to maintain authority in precarious circumstances, and it also points to the lopsided power dynamics at play. Even when cut off from Spanish support, Columbus found ways to leverage advanced European knowledge like astronomy for short-term advantage. Eventually he managed to return to Spain in failing health, battered by the years at sea. The illusions that he might still be recognised as the viceroy of a new empire, or that he might uncover the golden cities of Asia, had diminished. Queen Isabella's death in 1504 further eroded his political support. King Ferdinand was far more pragmatic and less inclined to indulge Columbus's petitions for power or wealth. Over time, other explorers, such as Amerigo Vespucci, began to map the contours of the so-called New World, inadvertently challenging Columbus's fixation on Asia. In his later years, Columbus lived in semi-retirement, dogged by lawsuits over revenues he believed were owed to him based on his original contract with the Crown. The once bold dreamer was reduced to lodging legal complaints. He penned letters that oscillated between self-justification and appeals to higher Christian purposes. Even on his deathbed in 1506, he seemed unwilling to let go of the conviction that he had indeed found a western route to Asia. From a purely human perspective, these final chapters present a poignant figure. A man once lauded as an unrivaled pioneer, brought low by the machinery of the empire he helped expand. It's tempting to cast him as either victim or villain. He was, in truth, a complex amalgamation of ambition, faith, calculation, and tunnel vision. His voyages unleashed colossal consequences for countless indigenous peoples who bore the brunt of colonization's brutality, disease, and cultural upheaval, and yet, from a European standpoint, he undeniably altered the map and opened an era of unprecedented maritime expansion. One might argue that his ultimate downfall was that he neither adapted nor let go of his initial misconceptions. Had he recognized these territories as a separate landmass, he might have adjusted his strategies, perhaps forging alliances or seeking more sustainable ways to govern. Instead, he persisted, year after year, in claiming that Asia was just around the corner, that a strait or a city of gold would validate his calculations. This inflexibility collided with the messy reality of empire building. The monarchy demanded tangible riches and stability, not unending quests based on outdated assumptions. By the time Columbus died, he had seen only fragments of his grand vision realized. The world had indeed changed, but largely beyond his personal control. Ships from other European nations would soon arrive, each with their own agendas, as the scramble to exploit the newly unveiled continents gained momentum. Columbus's name would echo through centuries, but his latter days were marked by a troubled sense of having been eclipsed. The shimmering illusions that guided him across unknown waters faded into a legacy far more complicated and far more transformative than even he could have imagined. The ramifications of Columbus's journeys extended far beyond the man himself, unleashing a chain of events that would reshape the globe. With each subsequent ship sailing westward, more European settlers landed on Caribbean shores and, eventually, the mainland. While the Spanish crown extracted gold and silver from mines carved out of the soil, indigenous societies buckled under forced labour and diseases like smallpox, measles and influenza. These illnesses, new to the Western Hemisphere, devastated populations who had no immunity. Communities that had thrived for generations collapsed, their cultural practices disrupted or erased. Within a single generation, the vibrant tapestry of the Taino and other native groups was forever transformed. Some scholars estimate mortality rates well over 70% in certain areas due to epidemics alone. The Spanish approach was typically to establish encomiendas, a system in which settlers were granted control over local communities. They were supposed to protect and educate them in Christianity, but in practice, the system turned into a form of enslavement, extracting labour while paying minimal heed to well-being. Columbus's initial governance might not have single-handedly created these policies, but his methods and the Crown's encouragement of resource exploitation set the tone. The idea of the Columbian Exchange is often used to describe the massive transfer of plants, animals, people, and ideas between the old and new worlds. From the Americas came crops like maize, potatoes, tomatoes, and cacao, which would revolutionize European cuisine and agriculture. Conversely, Old World animals like horses, cattle, and pigs quickly became fixtures in the Americas, changing landscapes and indigenous livelihoods. This exchange also included the forced migration of African slaves who were brought in to replace decimated local labour forces, grim escalation that Columbus may never have directly orchestrated, but that followed from the colonial blueprint he helped lay out. In a broader sense, Columbus's voyages sparked the European imagination. Portugal, England, France, and the Netherlands soon launched their own missions across the Atlantic, driven by rumours of riches and unconquered lands. Competing claims ignited conflicts over territory, opening a new age of imperial rivalry. The lines on maps were redrawn countless times, each iteration leaving a trail of treaties, wars, and boundary disputes. And so, the impetus that began with Columbus's belief in a westward path to Asia spiralled into a global upheaval that reached far beyond the Caribbean. As these powers jostled for control, indigenous nations across 2 continents faced waves of new arrivals. Some groups formed alliances with Europeans, leveraging firearms and trade relationships to gain regional advantages. Others resisted colonization with every means at their disposal, whether through warfare or diplomatic negotiation. In that unfolding drama, Columbus's role was recast, overshadowed by conquerors like Cortés and Pizarro, whose direct subjugation of massive civilizations, Aztec and Inca, dwarfed the smaller-scale conquests of the first islands. Yet the initial spark, the template for claiming land under royal charters, traced back to Columbus's insistence that these lands belonged to Spain. Over the centuries, his reputation waxed and waned. In Spain, he was intermittently lionized as a national hero, though he was Italian-born. In the emerging United States, Columbus was mythologized as an emblem of pioneering spirit, particularly during the 19th century, when a young nation sought founding myths disconnected from British colonial rule. Monuments sprouted in his name. Poets and chroniclers polished away the unseemly details, painting him as a visionary chosen by fate. But as the modern era approached, historians began to piece together the darker facets, the enslavement of native peoples, the ruthless tactics to extract tribute, and the catastrophic demographic collapse that accompanied European arrival. Within academic circles, Columbus's identity has been dissected with increasing rigour. Was he a brilliant, if flawed, mariner caught in the unstoppable tide of empire? A cunning opportunist who used royal favour to pursue his quest for personal glory? Or a tragic figure who stumbled into a continent he never understood, living long enough to see his illusion crumble? The man's diaries, the letters he exchanged with monarchs, and the records of those who travelled with him reveal contradictions and complexities that defy easy categorization. Social movements in the late 20th and early 21st centuries further heightened scrutiny. Protesters targeted Columbus Day celebrations, calling attention to the brutal legacy of colonization for indigenous peoples. Statues were defaced, public debates raged, and local governments declared alternative holidays like Indigenous Peoples' Day. The conversation shifted from glorifying Columbus's navigational triumphs to examining the price others paid for his endeavours. Some people clung to the older narrative, seeing him as an icon of exploration and progress, while others demanded a more candid acknowledgement of the suffering woven into his story. In many ways, Columbus embodies the paradox of exploration, a thirst for new knowledge and wealth, coupled with the violent imposition of power over those encountered. Modern sentiments often try to reduce historical figures to moral absolutes, hero or villain, but people, and particularly those who lived centuries ago, exist in moral shades shaped by the context of their times. Columbus was no exception. He followed the traditions of his society, exploitation, religious zeal, hierarchical rule, while also forging new paths that irrevocably altered the world's trajectory. Reflecting on this, one sees that the significance of Columbus's voyages cannot be understated. Regardless of how one judges his personal character, entire continents were thrust into a new era of connectivity and strife. Commodities, pathogens, and cultural practices mingled in a transoceanic dance, with consequences that continue to unfold. That global transformation can be traced to this determined navigator who, despite incorrect assumptions and an inflexible mindset, was the catalyst for an epical shift. History, for all its tumult and tragedy, hinged on that moment he and his crew sighted land in 1492. With the benefit of hindsight, we might picture Columbus standing at a symbolic crossroads, holding the map of his flawed calculations in one hand and a fervent sense of destiny in the other. To some, he remains an adventurer who proved the feasibility of crossing the Atlantic, bridging worlds that for thousands of years had developed independently. To others, he represents the darkest impulses of colonial ambition, unleashing oppression and subjugation on societies that neither desired nor invited his arrival. Through the prism of 5 centuries, perhaps both views hold merit, intertwined in the complexities of historical momentum. In contemporary times, the story of Columbus resonates differently depending on cultural, educational, and national perspectives. For those whose ancestors hailed from Europe, his voyages might be hailed as the dawn of a new chapter in global affairs, an invitation to expand horizons and share in cultural exchanges. For the descendants of indigenous peoples, it can symbolize the devastating onset of invasion and loss of sovereignty. And for countless African families, Columbus's breakthroughs in navigation would pave the way for a transatlantic slave trade, forcibly uprooting millions from their homelands to labour in plantations across the Americas. If we peel away the mythic layers, we find a man both guided and blinded by the convictions of his era. Columbus believed in a cosmology that insisted Earth's size was smaller than many experts claimed. He also adhered to the conviction that Christianity had a mission to spread to every corner of the globe, by force if persuasion failed. Even as a young boy, haunted by the brine-scented air of Genoa's docks, he likely never pictured how far-reaching the consequences of his ambitions would be. If anything, his early dream was to find a direct route to Asia's wealth, not to become the instigator of a massive reordering of human societies. His navigational prowess remains undeniable. Crossing the Atlantic in those small vessels demanded skill, courage, and an uncanny ability to rally terrified crews. He navigated with rudimentary tools under harsh conditions, forging routes that would later become standard passages for ships of exploration, trade, and conquest. Indeed, the staying power of his story rests partly on the maritime accomplishment itself, proving that a transoceanic crossing could be repeated and systematized. Yet the same willpower that made him persist in the face of skepticism also fueled his unwillingness to abandon his original assertion that he was in Asia. This insistence might appear almost comical, given our modern knowledge, but in his time, admitting error could jeopardize not just personal pride but the entire framework of royal patronage. Stubbornness, ironically, became a tool for survival in a cutthroat political environment. Historians continue to unearth documents that colour in the details of Columbus's relationships with both the Spanish monarchy and his relatives. Personal letters reveal a man vexed by the shifting allegiances at court and haunted by financial concerns. He yearned for the wealth and social status that successful explorers could attain, believing that divine providence had chosen him to fulfill a monumental role in human destiny. This near-messianic self-perception sometimes contradicted the messy and often brutal realities he oversaw in the colonies. Whether reviled or revered, Columbus stands as a testament to how individual actions can reverberate through the centuries. The controversies surrounding how modern societies commemorate him reflect broader debates about how we confront our collective past. How do we honour navigational feats while acknowledging the suffering inflicted by colonial pursuits? How do we teach the achievements of exploration alongside the tragedies that followed in its wake? The question of where Columbus fits within the moral landscape of history has no simple answer. For people in their middle years, like those between 45 and 54, revisiting Columbus can be a striking exercise in re-evaluation. Many of us learned a sanitized version in our youth, a simplistic epic of heroic discovery. Over time, reading more broadly or hearing stories from descendants of colonized communities might challenge those old narratives. The hallmark of historical awareness in one's middle years often involves reconciling childhood lessons with a more nuanced and frequently uncomfortable truth. Columbus's story exemplifies this process. Today, as technology allows us near-instant access to the world's knowledge, it's sobering to recall the day Columbus ventured into the unknown with only sails and unwavering belief. That leap, underpinned by flawed assumptions, still gave birth to our interconnected modern world. A world where the ripple effects of his crossing shape our politics, cultures, and environment. Whether we choose to cast him as a visionary, a reckless conqueror, or both, the fact remains, his voyages forever altered the course of history. And in contemplating his legacy, we peer into this broader quandary of how explorations, well-intentioned or not, can unleash forces that transcend the visions of those who first set them in motion. In closing, the life of Christopher Columbus offers us no tidy moral resolution, only an evolving dialogue about exploration, legacy, and the burdensome complexity of the past. If there's a final takeaway, it might be this: to remember that progress and tragedy can arrive hand in hand. Columbus dared to sail into the unknown, an act that simultaneously expanded horizons and contracted the futures of countless others. Through his story, we see the power and peril of bold endeavours, reminding us that behind every famous voyage stands a mosaic of human lives, some forging destiny, others swept aside by its relentless tide. Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston, a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. But beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Doughgood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732 he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter. Their common law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability, though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions. They raised children together, but the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the Junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere, bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. Ever the organiser, Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers, who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like "early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise" laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms, both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond. As the 1740s unfolded, Franklin expanded his repertoire of ventures, Moving beyond the realm of printing presses and local libraries, he began a foray into public office, first as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, then as a justice of the peace. Though these roles brought little direct power, they introduced him to the mechanics of governance and legislative procedures. Franklin quickly grasped that influence often arose not from formal titles, but from credibility in discourse. Whether drafting petitions or speaking softly behind the scenes, he proved adept at galvanizing votes around pragmatic solutions. His philanthropic instincts also guided him to found what he called an academy. Conceived in the mid-1740s, this initiative eventually evolved into the University of Pennsylvania. Dissatisfied with narrow classical curricula, Franklin yearned for an institution that melded theoretical knowledge with practical arts. He envisioned courses in modern languages, commerce, and applied sciences, strikingly progressive when many still clung to Latin and Greek as the backbone of learning. Gathering donations from merchants and mild support from local leaders, he opened the academy in 1751. Students arrived from various colonial towns, forging a new generation steeped in the synergy of classical ideals and real-world problem-solving. Meanwhile, Franklin's fascination with electricity escalated. News reached him of European experiments generating sparks from friction machines. Intrigued, he improvised his apparatus. He discovered that after rubbing a glass tube, bits of cork or paper jumped toward it, revealing hidden charges. He took copious notes, meticulously describing how certain materials attracted or repelled. Over time, he concluded that electricity involved a single fluid that could move from one object to another, a revolutionary concept for the era. He even coined terms like battery positive and negative charges. These insights, published in pamphlets, reached the Royal Society in London, catapulting Franklin into the realm of serious science. His legendary kite experiment, while dramatised in modern retellings, indeed occurred around 1752. Concerned that Europe's official experimenters might beat him to proof that lightning was electric, Franklin prepared a kite made from silk and a conductive metal wire, planning to fly it during a thunderstorm. Observers often imagine dramatic flashes, but Franklin took precautions. He stood under shelter, holding the kite string only through a key attached near the bottom. The moment the kite soared into stormy clouds, the strands of the string grew bristly, signalling that electric charge was travelling downward. A small spark from the key to his knuckle affirmed his hypothesis. This demonstration led him to propose the lightning rod, an iron rod placed atop buildings to direct lightning's destructive force safely into the ground. His success in explaining lightning's nature elevated his reputation overseas. Soon, letters from eminent European savants poured in, praising the ingenious Mr. Franklin of Philadelphia. Yet at home, his daily responsibilities continued unabated, running a busy print shop, publishing a newspaper, and encouraging local improvements. He scarcely had time to revel in his scientific achievements. Indeed, Franklin expressed surprise that his experiments won him so much acclaim abroad, while many neighbours remained unimpressed or simply confused by his lightning games. As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated assembly and the Penn-Family proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. Though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organiser, and budding political presence. The complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges, yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War, pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley, supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness, teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the Empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument, phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents, guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774, Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism, even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia into May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. The Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts. Clad in a fur cap instead of a wig, Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention. Yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in Parisian circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals describing dire needs arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics. While some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticized the revolution, King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession, while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries. Yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who'd charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as president-governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed, forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily, but when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product. A constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarised his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade, a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that, in this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress, expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepted terms did it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy, a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognised that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognised that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models, his approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades, and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. by tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilised resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too. The ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remains strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast to rigid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favour of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in Carbureau encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. Charles John Huffam Dickens entered the world on February 7, 1812, in Portsmouth, England, an unassuming coastal city whose naval docks were alive with shipyard clamour. His father, John Dickens, was a clerk in the Navy Pay Office, and his mother, Elizabeth Barrow, juggled household duties with literary aspirations of her own. Though future readers might picture Dickens's early years brimming with quaint scenes, his youth was less storybook and more precarious. In many accounts, Dickens first emerges as a child forced to work in a boot-blacking warehouse after his father's imprisonment. While that humiliating episode is well known, less noted is how Dickens' sense of betrayal took root during that time. He felt cast off by parents who placed him in a grimy riverside factory, scraping labels from bottles for hours on end. That sense of abandonment left scars. Years later, he'd disguised the trauma in comedic passages or heartbreak in novels, but the sting of childhood adversity was never fully exorcised. Before that warehouse ordeal, Dickens spent a short span in a school in Chatham. Teachers found him bright and observant. He devoured cheap adventure tales and occasionally wrote small sketches. If not for financial mismanagement, perhaps he would have continued this schooling unabated. Instead, money troubles spiralled. The father's easygoing nature plus a love of small luxuries spelled doom. When John Dickens fell behind on bills, local bailiffs eventually hauled him to Marshalsea debtors' prison in Southwark. Young Charles felt pride battered by this scandal. Imprisonment for debt carried a social stigma. Elizabeth Dickens, struggling outside the prison walls, insisted that Charles keep labouring at the blacking factory to support the family. This parental stance deepened his sense of injustice. Dickens found small consolation in nighttime strolls by the Thames, where he observed the chaos of London's underworld, including tavern brawls, children selling goods, and ragged porters carrying crates. Such experiences fueled the observational acuity that would one day saturate his novels with authenticity. He saw how easily fate could tip honest families into squalor, a theme that would recur in his narratives about orphans, outcasts and fallen gentry. As time passed, John Dickens managed to secure his release by settling partial debts. Charles was allowed to return to schooling, an abrupt shift that left him grateful but conflicted. He had tasted the indignities of labouring among older workers who teased him for his middle-class airs. Back at a desk, he aimed to catch up academically, though funds remained tight. A thirst for knowledge defined his after-hours, rummaging through second-hand bookstalls, studying the language of newspapers, or eavesdropping on city gossip. By the age of 15, he had completed his formal education and found himself back in the working world, this time as a junior clerk in a solicitor's office. Despite its mundane nature, Dickens's job exposed him to the intricacies of legal bureaucracy. Dickens observed lawyers taking advantage of outdated processes, petty lawsuits lasting months, and fees draining families. It seemed a heartless machine. Meanwhile, Dickens itched to write. He taught himself shorthand, a skill in demand for courtroom or parliamentary reporting. With that tool, he pivoted to freelance journalism. He roamed London's streets after his clerk hours, forging a double life as an amateur reporter, penning observations about social ills or comedic mishaps. Soon enough, he earned small commissions, capturing parliamentary debates for local papers. This exposure sharpened his sense of London's political theatric, a stage of pomp, cunning, and sweeping rhetoric that seldom solved the plight of the poor. In these formative years, Dickens rarely confided his deeper ambitions to family. He was polite, energetic, but also guarded. It's said that the warehouse humiliation bred secrecy. Publicly, he projected wit and warmth. Privately, he seethed at injustice. He began drafting sketches of everyday characters, bustling office messengers, crusty paralegals, street vendors with melodic cries. These glimpses shaped the core of his early style. He recognised that the city teemed with stories just waiting to be told, stories of ambition, heartbreak, and improbable comedy. For Dickens, the line between real life and fiction thinned daily. Thus, by age 20, Charles Dickens was a restless spirit, armed with bitter memories and a natural gift for observation. Though not yet the famed novelist, he was planting seeds for the empathy and social critique that would soon bloom. He had glimpsed the cruelty of circumstance and the fragility of fortunes. That awareness, fused with irrepressible humour and sympathy for the downtrodden, would guide him as he waded deeper into the journalistic realm, then soared into the literary spotlight. Dickens's early foray into journalism gradually eclipsed his clerk duties. He discovered a knack for capturing small happenings with dramatic flair. Employed first as a shorthand reporter at Doctors' Commons, where maritime and probate cases were heard, Dickens gleaned odd legal details, comedic rivalries, and labyrinthine procedures that later informed his novels about the law's absurdities. Meanwhile, his coverage of parliamentary debates demanded swift, accurate shorthand. That discipline sharpened his memory and attention to nuance. He soon ventured into writing sketches, brief, witty observations on London life. For periodicals, using the pen name Boz, Dickens portrayed bus conductors cracking jokes, fussy spinsters in their cramped parlours, or rowdy coach passengers headed to the suburbs. These pieces, collected later as sketches by Boz, revealed a gift for conjuring comedic snapshots tinged with empathy. Readers laughed at his gentle satire of human foibles. Editors noticed the fresh voice. The public wanted more. At the same time, Dickens navigated a personal milestone. He became engaged to Catherine Hogarth, daughter of a newspaper colleague. The match signalled a semblance of stability. Catherine was supportive, if somewhat reserved. Their courtship led Dickens to refine his sense of domestic security, something he'd lacked in youth. Although not known for confessional writing about romance, Dickens's letters hinted at genuine affection. They married in 1836, soon renting a modest home as Dickens juggled journalism, sketches, and incipient novel projects. Opportunity knocked unexpectedly when a publisher approached him for a serialised comedic novel to accompany illustrations by a well-known artist. The result, initially planned as a set of light-hearted sporting adventures, evolved into The Pickwick Papers. Dickens's comedic energy, combined with whimsical characters, turned it into a literary phenomenon. Through Mr. Pickwick's misadventures and the Cockney charm of Sam Weller, Dickens found a vast audience. Circulation soared. Readers devoured each monthly instalment. Dickens, at 24, became a household name, yet behind the success, he sweated over deadlines, rewriting chapters at the last moment. The serial format demanded constant invention. He discovered that comedic set pieces like a misread will or an accidental infiltration of a lady's costume party tickled popular taste. He also experimented with poignant moments, such as the plight of a downtrodden servant or a debtor, infusing the narrative with moral undertones. This blend of humour and pathos would define Dickens's brand. He recognised that laughter softened readers for deeper empathy. Money finally poured in, letting Dickens move to a better residence. Catherine bore children in rapid succession, turning their home into a bustling nest. Dickens, though loving, found that fatherhood demanded time he often spent writing. A private tension brewed. He was the affectionate patriarch, but also a restless creator who craved quiet hours for brainstorming new tales. Despite paternal duties, he scoured London's back alleys for inspiration. Venturing to slums at odd times, eavesdropping on pub chatter, he believed authenticity hinged on direct observation, not second-hand accounts. Following Pickwick, Dickens leapt to more serious themes in Oliver Twist, 1837 to 1839. No longer content to dwell solely on comedic escapades, he painted the bleakness of workhouses and child exploitation, partly echoing his own teenage anguish. Readers reeled at the raw depiction of criminals, though Dickens leavened the gloom with comedic minor characters. Critically, Oliver Twist ran concurrently with Dickens's other obligations. He was editing magazines, finishing shorter works, and beginning new serials. The pace was relentless. He thrived on the excitement, yet it risked exhaustion. Public acclaim soared. His name now graced invitations to dinner parties with aristocrats who craved proximity to the sensational boz. Dickens appreciated the chance to expand his network, though he sometimes mocked upper-class pretensions. He never forgot his working-class brushes with hardship, refusing to let polished society lull him. Instead, he leveraged connections to champion philanthropic concerns. He privately aided London charities and joined reform committees. While not a radical agitator, Dickens believed in social improvement through publicity and moral suasion. His novels became a subtle force for that cause, exposing readers to the realities of orphanages, slums, and corrupt institutions. Around this time, Dickens also travelled to rural areas, gleaning stories from rickety stagecoaches or decrepit inns. These journeys reaffirmed that outside London's bustle lay entire pockets of tradition and superstition, fertile ground for future plots. Meanwhile, Catherine's sister Mary Hogarth, who had moved in to assist the household, died suddenly. Her death devastated Dickens, triggering a profound grief that coloured some subsequent chapters in his writing. The ephemeral nature of life became a quiet refrain in his novels. As he realised that personal tragedy was inseparable from comedic levity, the public continued to clamour for his narratives, hungry for that singular Dickens style, vibrant characters dancing between humour and sorrow. Thus, Dickens closed the 1830s riding high, yet increasingly aware of the moral gravity behind his fictional worlds. Beneath the success, the seeds of tension sprouted, creative demands, a growing family, and an evolving conscience about society's failings. He pressed on, certain that fiction could spark empathy and reform, forging a path into the next decade, where his ambition would expand with each new novel's unveiling. Dickens's star blazed brightly as he entered the 1840s. Publishers clamoured for fresh novels, while the public devoured each serial instalment. Determined to balance entertainment with social commentary, he embarked on projects like Nicholas Nickleby, spotlighting the abuses in Yorkshire boarding schools. He visited one such institution incognito, alarmed by the squalor inflicted on children. That raw evidence infused the novel's savage critique. Dickens aimed to jolt readers from complacency, believing that shining light on corruption might spur reform. Yet despite success, Dickens felt a creeping restlessness. Continual deadlines hemmed him in, and London's sprawl began to stifle. Seeking fresh inspiration, he travelled abroad in 1842, first to America, anticipating a land of democratic ideals. The trip, however, exposed contradictions. Dickens found some Americans warm and inventive, but balked at rampant slavery and a cultural appetite for piracy of his works, without royalty payments. He penned American Notes, a travelogue mixing admiration with pointed criticism. Some Americans felt betrayed by his frankness. Dickens, unbowed, believed honesty trumped politeness. Back in England, he completed Martin Chuzzlewit, weaving an American episode reminiscent of his journey's sour encounters. Sales dipped initially. The novel's complex structure confounded some fans expecting a simpler comedic flair. But Dickens pressed on, trusting in his evolving style. Privately, he wrestled with financial anxieties. Despite robust earnings, his lavish lifestyle, big houses, numerous children, constant entertaining, consumed funds. He dreaded the possibility of slipping back into the precarious economy of his youth. Amid these pressures, Dickens found solace in philanthropic efforts. He teamed with Angela Burdett Coutts to establish Urania Cottage, a refuge for homeless women and former prostitutes. There, they received training in practical skills and moral guidance. Dickens, involved in every detail, interviewed potential residents, planned daily schedules, and wrote them short moral stories. This hands-on approach underscored his sincere desire for personal involvement in charitable causes. He saw direct intervention as more potent than abstract philanthropic gestures. In the midst of editing magazines and writing novels, Dickens craved a side project more playful yet meaningful. That impulse birthed A Christmas Carol, 1843, a slender novella penned with fervour. Observing the plight of the urban poor amid festive spending, Dickens aimed to spark compassion through a ghostly redemption tale. He wrote it rapidly, spurred by both moral zeal and a need for fresh income. The result was a cultural phenomenon, stirring readers to reflect on generosity and social conscience. Dickens realised short, impactful works could amplify moral messages as powerfully as sprawling tomes. Despite public adoration, his personal life showed strains. Catherine bore more children, leaving her fatigued and less able to join Dickens on travels. He found himself forging deeper friendships with other women, some purely platonic, others rumoured to be more. Biographers still debate the emotional complexities swirling beneath his family's outward respectability. Dickens maintained an outwardly jovial persona, hosting boisterous parties where parlour games and comedic recitations thrived. But diaries hint at occasional rages triggered by minor frustrations, revealing an undercurrent of stress. On the professional front, Dickens launched a new weekly periodical, Master Humphrey's Clock, in 1840, intending to serialise stories, including The Old Curiosity Shop. This novel's tragic figure, Little Nell, captured the era's sentimentality. Readers wept over her fate, and the final chapters sold in a frenzy. Some critics called it manipulative, but Dickens dismissed such complaints. He believed emotional resonance was essential to galvanise moral empathy. The fervour surrounding the book's climax demonstrated how deeply he could move the masses. Yet Dickens couldn't rest on triumphs. He recognised the public's appetite was fickle. He had to top himself with each new release. That intensity weighed on him. At times, he toyed with the idea of drama. He loved the theatre, once even considering an acting career. He occasionally directed amateur theatrical productions, casting friends in comedic roles, or staging mesmerising readings from his works. These private stagings foreshadowed the public readings he'd eventually embark on later, enthralling audiences in full performance mode. As the 1840s advanced, Dickens's worldview deepened. He was no longer content with mere comedic social sketches. The continent's political upheavals, the 1848 revolutions, widespread poverty, unsettled him. He saw monarchy and aristocracy clinging to power while labourers toiled. Travelling through Europe, he'd note the crumbling palaces side by side with squalid tenements, fueling an ongoing quest to tackle deeper social and political themes. His novels began weaving heavier critiques of institutions, be they philanthropic boards, debtors' prisons, or unscrupulous factories, while still retaining the comedic flair that made him beloved. The stage was set for some of his most iconic works, culminating in a radical approach to criticising Victorian hypocrisy. Approaching the latter half of the 1840s, Dickens sought fresh experiences abroad, venturing to Italy and Switzerland. These travels coloured his imaginative palette. In Genoa, he marvelled at medieval alleyways, soaking in the city's layered history. He rented a villa overlooking the Mediterranean, drafting letters that rhapsodised about local customs, noisy festivals, ornate religious processions, the daily swirl of gossip. Yet even in idyllic settings, Dickens's pen could not rest. He sketched future storylines, weaving exotic vistas with homespun moral questions. Between travels, he developed Dombey and Son, 1846 to 1848, a novel dissecting mercantile pride and familial duty. Its portrait of industrial commerce and personal coldness signalled Dickens's evolving maturity. Critics lauded its carefully structured plot, though some lamented the typical bursts of sentiment. Regardless, the serial soared in sales. Meanwhile, Dickens fueled his creative energies by founding Daily News. In 1846, a liberal newspaper intended to champion progressive ideas. Dickens took on the role of the newspaper's first editor, but resigned within a few weeks due to the stifling nature of editorial politics and the excessive strain of daily work. Still, the foray indicated his thirst to shape public discourse beyond fiction. In 1849, he embarked on David Copperfield, the novel many consider his most autobiographical. Through David's journey from mistreated childhood to authorship, Dickens exorcised the ghost of the blacking factory years. He transmuted humiliations into comedic episodes. Mr. Murdstone's cruelty mirrored real paternal failings Dickens had observed, while Mr. Micawber's eternal optimism recalled Dickens's own father. This personal closeness gave the novel an intimate warmth. Serialization built momentum. Readers recognized the luminous sincerity. Dickens felt a special fondness for the project, referring to David as his favourite child. Despite success, family tensions escalated. Catherine bore 10 children in total, and Dickens, though affectionate, sometimes felt suffocated by domestic chaos. He retreated into creative sprints, locking himself away for hours or strolling city streets at night to brood over plot tangles. Sister-in-law Georgina Hogarth also lived with them, helping manage the household. Rumours swirled about Dickens's rapport with Georgina, though no definitive evidence of impropriety emerged. The mix of personalities living together intensified the tension. Dickens's diaries suggest mood swings, one day exultant after writing a brilliant chapter, next day furious over trivial household irritations. The passing of Dickens's longtime publisher, John Forster's close friend, also weighed on him. Grief sharpened his awareness of life's fragility. He doubled efforts on philanthropic projects, championing improved sanitation in London slums. In letters to local authorities, he argued that squalid conditions fostered crime and disease. He used novels to underscore the plight of the urban poor, trusting that emotional narratives could move the hearts of even complacent readers. The moral imperative behind his fiction grew more explicit, culminating in Bleak House, 1852 to 1853. With Bleak House, Dickens tackled legal malaise via a labyrinthine chancery case. Here he fused satire and tragedy, painting how sluggish court processes devoured fortunes and lives. The novel's dual narrative style, which alternates between a sardonic omniscient voice and the calm recollections of Esther Summerson, pioneered a new approach. Victorians found the depiction of foggy London literal and metaphorical haunting. Sales soared, though certain critics argued Dickens had grown too didactic. He dismissed such claims, believing the Times demanded unflinching critiques. Indeed, Bleak House spurred public debate on legal reform. His personal restlessness persisted. He relocated the family frequently, seeking larger houses, scenic vistas, or more isolation for writing. Catherine tolerated these moves, though their children felt uprooted. Dickens yearned to shape his environment meticulously, from the colour of wallpaper to the arrangement of furniture. Some friends teased him about meddling in minor domestic details while juggling epic social commentary in his novels. But Dickens was unapologetic. Control at home balanced the unpredictability outside. By the early 1850s, Dickens also tested his performance skills. He had toyed with amateur theatricals, but an idea emerged. Reading his works aloud to paying audiences. The concept was radical. Authors seldom performed in public. Yet Dickens suspected his vivid dialogue, comedic voices, and heartfelt passages could electrify spectators if he delivered them. He gave private recitations to friends who raved about his dynamic presence. Building confidence, he planned that one day he might stage full-blown public readings, an artistic offshoot that would shape his late career. Hence, the mid-1850s arrived with Dickens poised for fresh transformations. Married life grew strained, but fatherhood demanded presence. Literary acclaim soared, but so did expectations. He recognised the friction between domestic reality and his imaginative yearnings. David Copperfield behind him, he now turned to novels of deeper cynicism. The city, with all its smog and labyrinthine institutions, remained his muse. He sensed the well of stories was far from dry, though personal fulfilment still seemed elusive. In 1854, Dickens published Hard Times, a shorter novel dissecting the grim industrial landscape of Coketown. Its emphasis on utilitarian philosophy, represented by the rigid Mr. Gradgrind, took aim at the era's mechanical approach to education and factory work. Critics were divided. Some praised the focused indictment of industrial dehumanization. Others found the story too polemical. Dickens shrugged off such mixed reception, content that Hard Times spurred heated debate on factory conditions and the cult of facts over imagination. Simultaneously, Dickens's private life lurched toward crisis. His discontent at home worsened. Catherine, though mild in temperament, couldn't quell Dickens's sense of entrapment. Letters reveal his dissatisfaction with her perceived lack of spirit or companionship. Though many suspect Dickens's restlessness drove him to scapegoat her. The emotional chasm widened. By 1857, Dickens encountered actress Ellen Ternan, a young performer in a theatrical production he arranged. Their connection, though discreet, grew intense. Dickens's marriage effectively collapsed. He demanded a legal separation from Catherine in 1858, a scandal at the time. He insisted on maintaining custody of most children, leaving Catherine isolated. Publicly, Dickens used his magazine Household Words to issue statements about the split, casting blame and fueling gossip. The affair with Ternan stayed veiled, with Dickens employing elaborate ruses to protect the secret. Professionally, Dickens pivoted to the public readings he had long contemplated. In 1858, he embarked on a series of performances, reciting scenes from Oliver Twist, A Christmas Carol, and more. Audiences were enthralled. He performed each character's voice, pacing the stage with theatrical flair. Some spectators wept at the pathos of Nancy's fate, while others laughed uproariously at his comedic turns. For Dickens, these readings offered both creative fulfillment and a lucrative sideline, yet they drained him physically, as he poured intense energy into every gesture. He joked about the exhaustion, but relished the applause. In 1859, Dickens launched a new weekly all the year round, effectively replacing his previous magazine. The inaugural issue featured the start of A Tale of Two Cities. Now more interested in historical drama, Dickens spun a story of the French Revolution, weaving themes of sacrifice and resurrection. The novel's style was more compact and less digressive than his earlier works. Perhaps personal upheaval had sharpened his narrative focus. The opening lines about the best and worst of times entered the cultural lexicon, capturing a duality that resonated with Victorian anxieties. The novel soared in popularity, bolstered by the magazine's circulation. In parallel, Dickens found time to champion philanthropic innovations. He joined debates on public sanitation, urging expansions of London's sewer system, though city officials bickered over funding. He also contributed funds to help create better housing for the poor. But Dickens's philanthropic impulses were inseparable from moral paternalism. He believed discipline and moral instruction were keys to uplifting the impoverished. This outlook could clash with more radical voices demanding structural change. Still, Dickens's currency as a public figure lent weight to calls for incremental reform. Another major novel, Great Expectations, emerged in serialized form from December 1860 to August 1861. Written amid Dickens' separation scandal, it resonated with questions of identity, social ambition, and illusions. Pip's yearning for gentility paralleled Dickens's own drive to transcend humble origins. The moody atmosphere around Satis House mirrored Dickens's emotional state, a mix of regret, bitterness, and abiding compassion for flawed humanity. Readers embraced the story as a masterpiece, praising its taut plot and minimal sentimentality. Dickens cherished the success, yet behind the scenes, he struggled with heartbreak and a sense of personal failure. As the 1860s wore on, Dickens's health began to falter. He endured gout, swollen foot pains, and near constant fatigue. Relentless reading tours demanded travel by train, sometimes late at night. The 1865 Staplehurst rail crash nearly took his life. Dickens was in a first-class carriage that dangled over a destroyed track. Though he helped rescue fellow passengers, the psychological shock lingered, aggravating his ailments. Still, he persisted with public readings, forging new scripts from David Copperfield and Nicholas Nickleby. Audiences remained enthralled. Dickens, by then a venerable figure in a black frock coat, coughed through performances but refused to scale back. Meanwhile, rumours about Ellen Ternan continued swirling. Dickens confided only in a tight circle. He shielded her with cunning strategies, renting separate dwellings under assumed names. The moral climate of Victorian society demanded secrecy. Though some close acquaintances quietly pitied Catherine, few confronted Dickens. He pressed on, certain that his literary mission justified any personal complexities. Always craving momentum, he flung himself into each new project as if outrunning regret. That paradox, immense empathy for fictional sufferers but complicated empathy in private life, defined Dickens's twilight decade. The public saw the champion of social justice. His family endured the strains of his single-minded devotion. By the late 1860s, Charles Dickens' hectic schedule showed little let-up. I'm still editing all the year round, still unveiling novels in serial format. He also committed to more reading tours, travelling beyond London to the Midlands and Scotland. Each venue overflowed with admirers who yearned to see the outstanding novelist conjure Fagin, Scrooge, or other beloved characters live. Dickens refined his renditions, perfecting dramatic pauses and comedic timing. Ticket prices soared, yet spectators felt it worth the cost to witness that magnetic stage presence. Amid these tours, Dickens embarked on Our Mutual Friend, 1864 to 1865, which delved into themes of river dredging, inheritance mania, and social climbing. By weaving a plot around a mysterious drowned man and a dust-heap fortune, Dickens captured the macabre side of Victorian London. Critics found it dense and somewhat sprawling, though many admired its biting satire of wealth obsession. The novel's portrayal of moral corruption ironically paralleled Dickens's own concerns about ageing in a society he felt was losing moral vigour. The prolonged emotional stress took a heavier toll on Dickens's health. He often wrote letters complaining of headache spells, insomnia, and shortness of breath. Nevertheless, he refused to reduce his pace. Some historians argue that Dickens found frenetic activity a balm against introspection. The fracturing of his marriage, hidden personal relationships, and unrelenting public expectations all weighed on him. Plunging into labour kept darker reflections at bay. Meanwhile, Catherine lived quietly, seldom appearing in Dickens's social circles, resigned to the separate life Dickens had ordained. In 1867, Dickens accepted an invitation to revisit America for a major reading tour. Time had softened some American resentment from his earlier criticisms, and the appetite to see him on stage was massive. He landed in Boston to an exuberant welcome, complete with banquets and tributes. Dickens gave dozens of performances, each draining yet exhilarating. He earned substantial sums, helping him stabilise finances. However, he again encountered slavery's lingering scars in the post-Civil War landscape, along with the stark racial inequalities. Though Dickens seldom wrote extensively about American racial issues, he privately recognised the deep rifts that threatened the nation's reconstruction. The trip's punishing travel schedule further eroded his health, leading to collapses after certain readings. Yet the adoration of fans spurred him to persist. Upon returning to England in 1868, Dickens began what he called his farewell readings, touring provincial towns he had not yet visited. Some nights his voice faltered. He coughed violently, pressing a handkerchief to his lips, determined to complete each programme. Friends pleaded with him to rest. Still, Dickens believed his contract obligations, and the moral compulsion to connect with audiences, outweighed caution. Meanwhile, he launched a new novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, an unsettling murder mystery. Dickens considered it a fresh experiment, blending psychological undercurrents with the structure of a whodunit. He wrote notes about how the final solution would shock readers, enthralling them with hidden clues. But he never completed it. On June 9, 1870, Dickens suffered a stroke at his country home, Gad's Hill Place. He died the next day, aged 58, leaving Edwin Drood unfinished, a puzzle sealed into literary lore. The nation plunged into mourning. Queen Victoria noted her regret at never having met him. Memorials poured in, from everyday readers to luminaries. Against Dickens's personal wish for a simple funeral, he was interred in Poets' Corner at Westminster Abbey. Dickens's grand resting place symbolised the public's esteem for him, a stark contrast to the lonely hush of Marshalsea Prison, where his father had once languished. In the aftermath, speculation erupted about Edwin Drood, found scrambling for rumoured outlines or concluding pages. None definitive surfaced, fueling a realm of Dickensian scholarship dedicated to solving that last riddle. More broadly, critics reappraised Dickens's oeuvre. Some pointed out his sentimentality, others praised his comedic genius, while reformers lauded his crusading lens on poverty. Over time, that kaleidoscopic legacy only broadened. His flair for unforgettable characters, be they cunning or saintly, shaped the global concept of the Victorian novel. Dickens left behind a tangle of personal contradictions, a champion of empathy who was sometimes harsh with intimates, a moral voice who concealed his private entanglements. Yet no one disputed his capacity to conjure life from the page, melding tragic undercurrents with comedic levity in a manner few have replicated. The muddy streets of Victorian London will forever carry his echo, a man whose childhood humiliations birthed compassion for the neglected, whose comedic brilliance coated savage indictments of social inequality, and whose busy pen never ceased describing the complicated labyrinth of the human heart. In the decades following Charles Dickens's death, his stature as a literary titan only grew. Biographers scrambled to gather letters, diaries, and reminiscences, yet they stumbled upon inconsistencies. Dickens had destroyed swathes of correspondence, anxious to mask certain personal affairs. Even his children offered varied perspectives on his moods, praising his creativity but recalling unpredictability at home. Over time, critics assembled a portrait that balanced the beloved national icon with a flawed, restless man. Dickens's cultural influence radiated across continents. Translations of his novels proliferated, from Russian to Japanese. Tolstoy admired how Dickens's pathos uncovered moral truths within daily existence. Meanwhile, in America, Mark Twain cited Dickens's comedic mastery as an inspiration. Stage adaptations thrived. Theatre troupes dramatised Oliver Twist or A Christmas Carol, enthralling audiences who experienced these moral tales live. Eventually, with the emergence of film, Dickens's episodic style lent itself to cinematic versions, hooking new generations on characters like Scrooge and David Copperfield. Yet beneath the general adoration lay deeper debates. In the early 20th century, the modernist movement dismissed Dickens as sentimental and structurally messy, overshadowed by psychological realism from authors like James Joyce. They disdained Dickens's improbable coincidences and stark moral polarities. However, around mid-century, a scholarly reappraisal highlighted the purposeful craft in Dickens's narrative arcs and social critiques. Far from naive, his comedic touches often disguise sharp societal barbs, letting him slip radical criticisms past censors and readers unaccustomed to confrontation. Dickens also shaped philanthropic and social activism. His scathing depiction of workhouses or the cruelty of child labour galvanised subsequent reformers. Wilkie Collins, Elizabeth Gaskell, and others in Dickens' circle integrated similar strategies, using fiction to dramatise social injustice. Modern charities focusing on literacy or child welfare sometimes invoke Dickens's name, pointing to the universal empathy that his works evoke. Even today, policy discussions about homelessness or child poverty occasionally mention Dickens as a moral reference, a reminder that ignoring society's vulnerable fosters deeper crises. In the personal realm, revelations about Ellen Ternan emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, shaking Dickens' pristine image. Letters and memoirs indicated he financially supported Ternan, dividing his life between public duties and a hidden domestic arrangement. Some fans felt betrayed that the moralist had lived a double life. Others argued that Dickens' private complexities underscored the raw human contradictions fueling his fiction. The debate paralleled broader shifts in how Victorian icons were reassessed under modern scrutiny. Dickens's method of serial publication also influenced subsequent generations of writers. The concept of releasing stories in weekly or monthly segments, maintaining suspense, and forging a close bond with readers found echoes in everything from 20th century pulp magazines to today's online web serials. The interplay between real-time audience reaction and the writer's evolving plot shaped Dickens's approach. He adjusted character arcs mid-serialization if he sensed a shift in public sympathy. Contemporary authors who experiment with episodic storytelling owe a quiet debt to his pioneering structure. Tourists still flock to Dickensian landmarks in London, the Dickens Museum in Doughty Street, the blacking factory's location near the Thames, and the austere Marshalsea prison relic. At Christmas, especially, people revisit A Christmas Carol, with countless adaptations reinforcing generosity's victory over miserliness. The story's cultural resonance persists because Dickens tapped into elemental themes: regret, redemption, and communal warmth. The name Scrooge remains a byword for stinginess, a testament to Dickens's enduring hold on language itself. Dickens's life is reflected as an illustration of reinvention and unstoppable drive. From a traumatized boy polishing boots to an international celebrity juggling philanthropic causes and labyrinthine plots, he exemplified resilience fueled by moral impetus. Though times have changed, his emphasis on shining a spotlight on the marginalised rings contemporary. We see echoes in campaigns for social justice, echoing Dickens's call for empathy. Ultimately, Charles Dickens stands as both the comedic chronicler of Victorian quirks and the fierce critic of institutional failings. His labyrinthine plots, bursting with eccentric figures, overshadow none of the raw undercurrents of injustice. He remains a puzzle of contradictions, public moralist but private enigma, champion of familial warmth yet fracturer of his home, comedic entertainer yet scathing social commentator. That complexity, rather than undermining his legacy, enriches it. His works endure, reminding us that laughter and compassion can coexist with deep outrage at cruelty, and that a single pen, guided by empathy and irrepressible imagination, can shift how an entire society views itself. Have you ever experienced the sensation of your jeans being slightly too tight after the holidays? Imagine if the designer of every piece of clothing you owned held the belief that the human body was merely a suggestion. Welcome to Victorian fashion, where comfort became obsolete and common sense took a long hiatus. Picture this: it's 1850, and you're a well-to-do lady preparing for your day. But first, you need to put on approximately 17 different garments, each one more bewildering than the last. Your morning routine doesn't start with coffee, it starts with an engineering degree and the patience of a saint. The Victorians had this peculiar relationship with the human form. They believed that nature had created significant design flaws, and they were determined to rectify these flaws using materials such as whalebone, steel, and unwavering determination. It was like they looked at the human body and said, "You know what this individual needs? More geometric shapes and less ability to breathe. But here's the thing that makes Victorian fashion so fascinatingly absurd. None of these changes happened overnight. It wasn't like someone woke up one morning in 1837 and declared, 'From now on, women's waist shall be the circumference of a coffee mug.' No, the outcome was a gradual slide into sartorial madness that took decades to perfect. The truly surprising aspect is that people at the time believed they were acting completely rationally. They had elaborate justifications for every ridiculous element. Tight corsets? Needless to say, they were beneficial for posture, with the skirts so wide that they can't fit through doorways. Undoubtedly, they are essential for maintaining modesty. Do sleeves need their own unique zip code? Simply fashionable, darling. You have to admire the dedication, really. These weren't people who half committed to anything. When Victorians decided to complicate fashion, they went all in like they were trying to win an Olympic medal in most impractical clothing design. They approached fashion the way modern people approach extreme sports, with enthusiasm that bordered on the reckless. Men were not exempt from this madness, although their version was more subtly ridiculous. While women were being transformed into human geometric shapes, men were busy perfecting the art of looking like very serious penguins. They wore top hats that accentuated their height, coats with useless tails, and enough starch in their collars to construct a miniature boat. The fascinating thing is how this all started with genuine intentions. The early Victorians weren't trying to create a fashion nightmare. They were responding to real social and economic changes. The Industrial Revolution had created new wealth, new social classes, and new anxieties about respectability. Fashion became a language, a way to communicate your place in this rapidly changing world. But somewhere along the way, that language became increasingly complex, like a secret code that only the initiated could understand. What started as dress nicely to show you're respectable evolved into transform yourself into a walking architectural marvel or risk social extinction. The irony is delicious when you contemplate it. Here was an era obsessed with moral virtue and proper behaviour, yet they created clothing that made simple human activities like sitting, walking, or breathing into minor athletic achievements. It was as if they believed that suffering for beauty was not just acceptable, but actually virtuous. As we drift into this story together, imagine the rustling of silk, the creaking of whalebone, and the gentle chaos of an era when getting dressed was an adventure, and staying dressed was an endurance test. The Victorians may have been many things, but boring wasn't one of them. Let's talk about the corset, shall we? If Victorian fashion were a movie, the corset would be the villain everyone loves to hate, simultaneously fascinating and horrifying, like a beautifully crafted instrument of torture that someone decided to wear to afternoon tea. You've probably heard the stories about women fainting left and right, their organs rearranged like furniture in a studio apartment. However, the truth about corset wearing was not as dramatic as the legends portray. It's like that friend who tells fish stories. The basic facts are there, but they've grown considerably in the telling. Let's first tackle the issue of the 18-inch waist in the parlour. Do you notice the remarkably small waists in fashion plates and photos? Many of them were about as real as a unicorn wearing a tutu. Victorian photographers and illustrators were just as fond of creative editing as modern Instagram users. They'd pinch in waists, enhance curves, and generally present an idealised version that was as achievable as becoming a professional mermaid. But that doesn't mean corsets were just gentle, supportive garments either. These were indeed serious business. A well-made Victorian corset was like wearing an architectural support system, designed by someone who'd never actually met a human spine. They were marvels of engineering, really. Dozens of pieces of whalebone or steel, carefully shaped and sewn into what was essentially a wearable cage. The thing is, most women didn't tight-lace to the extreme degrees you might imagine. Your average Victorian lady laced her corset snugly indeed, but not to the extent that she required smelling salts each time she ascended a staircase. The fainting epidemic was more about the combination of tight lacing, heavy clothing, overheated rooms, and the Victorian lady's delicate constitution, which was often more performed than genuine. Think of it this way. If women were really fainting en masse from their undergarments, the Victorian era would have been remarkably unproductive. Yet somehow, these same corseted women managed to run households, raise children, engage in social causes, and even work in factories. They weren't delicate flowers. They were surprisingly hardy individuals who happened to dress like they were preparing for battle with their bodies. The corset also served purposes beyond the aesthetic. In an era before bras were invented, it provided necessary support for women's busts. It also helped distribute the weight of those massive skirts we'll talk about shortly. Imagine carrying a small tent around your waist all day. You'd want some structural support too. But here's where the corset story gets really interesting. It became a symbol of women's oppression and liberation simultaneously. Critics argued that tight lacing represented society's control over women's bodies, forcing them into unnatural shapes to please male ideals of beauty. Supporters countered that the corset gave women an hourglass figure that emphasised their femininity and power. The medical establishment, never one to miss an opportunity to have opinions about women's bodies, weighed in with dire warnings about the dangers of tight lacing. Doctors wrote lengthy treatises about corset liver and corset lung, conditions that sound like they were invented by someone who'd never actually examined a corseted woman but had profound feelings about fashion. Meanwhile, the women actually wearing these garments had more nuanced views. Many found their corsets comfortable and supportive when properly fitted. Others endured silent suffering for the sake of fashion. Some rebelled entirely and joined the dress reform movement, which sounds much more exciting than it actually was. Imagine a group of very earnest women campaigning for the right to wear clothing that didn't require an engineering degree to put on. The corset industry itself was fascinating. A complex network of manufacturers, from high-end corsetiers who created custom pieces that fit like a second skin, to mass-market producers who churned out ready-made versions for the growing middle class. Getting a corset properly fitted was like visiting a very specialised architect who worked exclusively in human modification. As you settle deeper into your comfortable, uncorseted evening, remember that for Victorian women, this daily ritual of lacing and unlacing was simply part of life. They adapted to their constraints with remarkable ingenuity, developing techniques for movement, breathing, and even dancing while wearing what was essentially a fabric-covered cage. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable, even when adapting to something utterly ridiculous. Let's pause here while you adjust your position on the couch, something Victorian women couldn't do quite so easily. If corsets were the foundation of Victorian fashion madness, then skirts with a magnificent, impractical superstructure built on top. We're talking about garments that required their own transportation planning and had a carbon footprint larger than some small countries. Picture yourself getting ready for a simple trip to the market in 1860. First, you'd need to consider your skirt's diameter, typically anywhere from 6 to 12 feet across. That's not a typo. We're talking about wearing a fabric tent that could house a small family. You couldn't just walk out the door. You had to strategize your exit like you were launching a space mission. The evolution of the Victorian skirt can be compared to a person gradually losing their sense of reality, albeit in a methodical manner. It started reasonably enough in the 1840s. Full skirts, yes, but nothing that required architectural consultation. Then something happened. Maybe it was competition, maybe it was boredom, or maybe someone made a bet about how wide they could make women's silhouettes before physics intervened. By the 1850s, the crinoline had become ubiquitous and irreversible. The crinoline was essentially a cage you wore under your skirt, hoops of steel or whalebone that created a bell-shaped foundation. It was like wearing a personal tent frame, except the tent was made of silk and you were expected to waltz in it. The logistics of crinoline life was staggering. Doorways became navigation challenges. Sitting required careful calculation and preferably a chair without arms. Getting into a carriage was like solving a three-dimensional puzzle while wearing a small building. Victorian women developed skills that would have made NASA engineers weep with admiration, and yet they made it look effortless. Photos from the era show women gliding around in these massive skirts as if they were perfectly natural. However, a complex science underlay the management of crinolines. Women learned to compress their skirts by pressing down on the hoops, to navigate stairs by lifting the front of their skirts just so, and to sit by effortlessly collapsing their crinolines. The really magnificent part was how the fashion industry supported this madness. Crinoline manufacturers competed on engineering principles. Some crinolines had collapsible sections for sitting, others featured graduated hoops that created the perfect bell shape. The advertisements read like technical manuals for personal transportation devices. But crinolines had their dangers, and not just the obvious ones like getting stuck in doorways or accidentally sweeping objects off tables. Fire was a genuine hazard. All that fabric, often treated with flammable starches and dyes, combined with open flames for lighting and heating. Victorian newspapers are full of tragic stories of women whose skirts caught fire, and the width of their crinolines made it difficult to extinguish the flames quickly. Then there were the weather-related challenges. Wind turned a crinoline into a sail, which sounds poetic until you realise it meant women could be literally blown off course during their daily walks. Rain was particularly problematic. Imagine trying to dry a tent that you'd been wearing all day. The social implications were equally complex. A wide crinoline was a status symbol, proof that you could afford not just the garment itself but the lifestyle that accommodated it. If you could wear a 6-foot wide skirt, you didn't need to work, cook, clean or engage in any practical activity. It was conspicuous consumption in its most literal form. You were conspicuously consuming space. But here's what makes the crinoline era so endearing in retrospect. Victorian women took these absurd constraints and somehow made them work. They developed elaborate etiquettes for crinoline navigation, techniques for managing their skirts in various social situations, and even sports modified for women wearing personal tents. Croquet became popular partly because it was one of the few activities where a crinoline wasn't a complete impediment. Dancing required choreography that accounted for each partner's circumference. Even something as simple as walking with a friend became an exercise in spatial coordination. The crinoline reached its peak absurdity in the 1860s, when skirts achieved their maximum circumference. It was as if Victorian fashion had been steadily expanding like a balloon, and everyone was waiting to see who would be brave enough to suggest that maybe, just maybe, this was getting a bit ridiculous. Little did they know, the next chapter would involve bustles, because apparently making skirts impossibly wide wasn't quite enough. The Victorians were just getting warmed up. Just when you think the Victorians couldn't possibly make clothing more complicated, along came the bustle era to prove that human ingenuity in the service of impracticality knows no bounds. If the crinoline was like wearing a bell, the bustle was like strapping a small shelf to your posterior and pretending your posture was perfectly normal. The transition from crinoline to bustle in the 1870s wasn't gradual. It was like watching a balloon deflate and then reinflate in a completely different shape. One day women were navigating doorways sideways because of their width, and the next they were backing into rooms because their skirts projected 3 feet behind them. It was as if Victorian fashion designers had gotten bored with horizontal challenges and decided to explore vertical possibilities. The bustle itself was a marvel of engineering that would have made bridge builders jealous. Early bustles were essentially wire cages designed to create a shelf-like projection at the back of the skirt. Later versions became increasingly elaborate. Some had springs, others featured adjustable frameworks, and the most advanced models included collapsible sections for sitting. Imagine attempting to sit down while wearing a bustle. It wasn't just a matter of bending at the waist, it required a carefully choreographed sequence of movements. You'd approach the chair from the side, collapse your bustle by pressing down on it, lower yourself carefully while managing several layers of skirt, and then somehow arrange all that fabric so you didn't look like you were being swallowed by your clothing. The logistics of bustle life were even more complex than crinoline management. At least with a crinoline, you knew you needed extra space in all directions. You never know what's going on behind you when there's a bustle. Victorian women developed a kind of spatial awareness that modern people can't imagine. They could sense exactly how much room their rear projection required and navigate accordingly. Doorways remained challenging, but in new ways. Instead of squeezing through sideways, bustled women had to judge angles carefully. If your approach was too steep, your skirt might snag on the doorframe. If the approach was too shallow, you wouldn't be able to pass. It was like parking a car, except the car was attached to your body and made of silk. The bustle also created intriguing social dynamics. Conversations became exercises in geometry. How close could you stand to someone when you were both wearing rear projections? Dancing required new techniques, and something as simple as walking arm in arm with a friend became a coordination challenge worthy of synchronized swimmers. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the bustle era was how it demonstrated Victorian society's ability to adapt to absolutely anything. Furniture makers began designing chairs that accommodated bustles. Architecture started accounting for the extra space women required. Social customs evolved to handle the new spatial requirements of female fashion. The fashion plates of the era show women looking perfectly composed in their bustled gowns, but the reality behind the scenes was a constant comedy of spatial miscalculations. Victorian literature is full of subtle references to the challenges of bustled life. Women getting stuck in carriages, skirts caught indoors, and the general chaos of trying to live normally while wearing architectural elements. Yet somehow, Victorian women made it work. They developed techniques for bustle maintenance, strategies for navigation, and even created new forms of social interaction that accommodated their enhanced silhouettes. The human ability to normalise the absurd is truly impressive. The bustle went through several iterations during its reign. The first bustle era featured relatively modest projections. Consider it to be training wheels for posterior architecture. The early 1880s brought a brief respite when skirts became more streamlined, likely bringing a sense of relief to everyone. But Victorian fashion wasn't done yet. The second bustle era, beginning in the mid-1880s, brought projections that defied not just comfort but basic physics. These weren't just bustles. They were engineering marvels that created silhouettes so extreme they looked like costume designs for a play about furniture. The final bustle designs were so elaborate they came with their instruction manuals. Some featured multiple tiers, others had adjustable angles, and the most advanced models included patented mechanisms for collapse and expansion. It was as if Victorian women were wearing transformer robots, except instead of turning into cars, they turned into chairs. As we move through this fashion timeline, remember that each of these trends lasted for years. This wasn't a brief moment of collective madness. Entire generations of women lived their daily lives in these contraptions, adapting with remarkable grace to constraints that seem impossible from our modern perspective. If you thought Victorian fashion was done surprising us after corsets, crinolines and bustles, you clearly underestimated their commitment to making every part of the human body an engineering challenge. Enter the 1890s sleeve, also known as the leg of mutton sleeve, though that name doesn't quite capture the full absurdity of wearing what amounted to small hot air balloons attached to your shoulders. Early Victorian sleeves were snug, practical affairs that allowed for actual arm movement. However, as the century progressed, sleeves began to expand, as if they were competing with skirts for the title of most impractical garment component. By the 1890s, Sleeves had achieved such monumental proportions that women needed to turn sideways to fit through doorways, not because of their skirts this time, but because their shoulders had effectively doubled in width. These garments were not merely sleeves, they resembled fabric architecture with arms hidden inside them. The construction of a proper leg of mutton sleeve was an engineering marvel that required more planning than most modern home renovations. The sleeve had to be supported from within using various frameworks, wire, whalebone, or even cotton padding arranged in precise configurations to maintain the proper shape. Getting dressed involved not just putting on clothing, but assembling a complex structural system. Imagine trying to eat dinner while wearing sleeves that extended well beyond your actual arm span. Victorian women developed eating techniques that would have impressed contortionists. They learned to approach their plates at specific angles, to cut food using carefully calculated arm movements, and to drink tea without completely obscuring their faces behind walls of fabric. The practical challenges were endless. Embracing someone required strategic planning. Getting into a carriage meant compressing your sleeves like accordions. Even something as simple as reaching for an object on a shelf became an exercise in spatial mathematics. Victorian women lived in a world where their clothing had a larger footprint than their actual bodies. But the sleeves weren't just large, they were elaborately decorated. Puffed, pleated, gathered, and trimmed with every conceivable ornament. They were like wearing two small ballrooms complete with their interior design schemes. Some sleeves featured multiple tiers of fabric, creating layered architectural effects that would have made wedding cake decorators weep with envy. The maintenance requirements were staggering. These sleeves needed to be pressed into shape regularly, their internal structures adjusted and repaired, and their elaborate decorations kept pristine. Victorian women employed armies of servants, or spent hours themselves maintaining their sleeve architecture. It was like owning a very high-maintenance pet that you wore to social events. Then there were the seasonal challenges. Summer sleeves in heavy fabrics created portable saunas around women's arms. Winter meant adding even more layers to already monumental constructions. Rain posed a significant challenge. Imagine attempting to dry two fabric pavilions fastened to your shoulders. The social implications of extreme sleeves were fascinating. They were clear indicators of leisure-class status. If you could wear sleeves that made practical work impossible, you obviously didn't need to engage in any. They were an extreme form of conspicuous consumption, demonstrating that one could afford to be completely impractical. But Victorian fashion wasn't finished with extremities yet. Hats during this era became increasingly elaborate, often featuring entire gardens of artificial flowers, preserved birds, and decorative elements that would have been impressive on a parade float. These weren't hats. They were portable ecosystems that happened to sit on people's heads. The millinery arts reached new heights of complexity during the Victorian era. Hat construction involved multiple specialists. One person might create the basic structure, another would handle the flowers, and a third would add the birds and ornamental elements. Some Victorian hats required their own structural engineering consultations. Gloves, too, became exercises in extremity enhancement. Victorian gloves were often so long they disappeared entirely under those enormous sleeves, creating the impression that women's arms simply ended in fabric somewhere around the elbow. The longest gloves extended past the elbow, requiring complex systems of buttons and hooks for removal. Even shoes joined the extremity enhancement project. Victorian boots often featured dozens of tiny buttons or an elaborate lacing system that required special tools to fasten. Getting dressed from head to toe could take hours and often required assistance from servants or family members. The cumulative effect of all these extremity enhancements was that Victorian women became walking demonstrations of their society's relationship with practicality, which was to say they'd broken up entirely and weren't on speaking terms. Now settle in for this part of our story, because we're about to explore how Victorian fashion became more complex than quantum physics, but with more rules about appropriate necklines. Behind all this sartorial madness was a scientific approach to respectability that would have impressed laboratory researchers. The Victorians didn't just randomly decide to make clothing complicated. They developed elaborate systems of social communication through fabric, creating a language so complex that anthropologists are still trying to decode it. The Victorian dress code wasn't just about looking nice. It was about broadcasting your moral character, social status, economic situation, marital availability, and probably your opinion on the weather, all through carefully calculated costume choices. It was like wearing a social media profile, except instead of posting updates, you changed your outfit. Morning dress, afternoon dress, evening dress, calling dress, walking dress, travelling dress. Victorian women needed different costumes for different hours of the day and different social activities. It was as if they were actors in an incredibly elaborate play where the costumes changed every few hours, and forgetting your lines meant social death. The specificity of the rules was astounding. There were appropriate colours for widows at different stages of mourning, precise neckline depths for various social occasions, and exact sleeve lengths that communicated whether you were available for courtship or properly chaperoned. Getting it wrong wasn't just a fashion faux pas, it was a social catastrophe that could affect your family's reputation for generations. Take mourning dress, for example. Victorian society had developed mourning into a complex ritual that lasted for years and involved costume changes more elaborate than a Broadway production. Full mourning required completely black clothing with no ornamentation for the first year. Then came half mourning, which allowed for touches of white, grey or purple. The gradations were so specific that there were etiquette books devoted entirely to appropriate mourning attire. The fabric choices alone were a science. Certain materials were appropriate for certain seasons, social classes and life stages. Silk was appropriate for formal occasions, cotton for everyday wear, wool for winter, and linen for summer. But not just any type of silk, cotton, wool, or linen. There were dozens of varieties of each, and choosing the wrong type could broadcast ignorance of social codes more effectively than wearing a sign. Colour symbolism reached levels of complexity that would have challenged medieval scholars. White symbolises purity and youth, but this symbolism is limited to unmarried women, specific fabrics, and specific seasons. Black signifies respectability and authority, yet its significance varies based on factors such as age, marital status, and the particular shade of black. Purple was mourning, but also royalty, but also dangerous if worn by the wrong person at the wrong time. The trimming and decoration systems were equally elaborate. Ribbons, lace, embroidery, buttons and bows weren't just decorative elements. They were parts of a complex communication system. The amount of ornamentation appropriate for your age, social status, and the occasion required calculations more complex than filing tax returns. Even undergarments were part of this social communication system. The right corset, chemise, drawers and petticoats weren't just about creating the proper silhouette. They were about demonstrating that you understood and could afford to participate in the full complexity of Victorian fashion culture. The economic implications were staggering. A proper Victorian lady's wardrobe required a fortune not just to acquire but to maintain. The cleaning, pressing, mending and updating needed to keep pace with fashion changes meant that clothing consumed a significant portion of middle and upper-class household budgets. Dressmakers became crucial figures in Victorian society, not just as craftspeople, but as cultural interpreters. A competent dressmaker didn't just sew, she guided her clients through the complex social codes embedded in fashion choices. She was part counsellor, part artist, part social strategist, and part structural engineer. The seasonal transitions were particularly complex. Spring cleaning wasn't just about houses, it was about wardrobes. Summer and winter wardrobes were stored separately, with elaborate systems for preservation, moth prevention, and maintaining the shapes of complex garments during storage. Fashion magazines became essential reading, not for inspiration but for survival. They provided the constantly updated information necessary to navigate the changing rules of appropriate dress. Reading Godey's Lady's Book or Peterson's magazine wasn't leisure. It was continuing education in the science of social acceptability. The really remarkable thing is how Victorian women managed to internalise all these rules while making their complex fashion choices appear effortless and natural. Behind every graceful Victorian lady gliding through a social gathering was someone who had mastered a system of cultural communication more complex than most modern professional training programs. By the 1890s, something crazy was happening in the world of Victorian fashion. People were beginning to realise that clothing should allow for basic human functions like breathing, sitting, and moving one's arms. Although it took several decades for this revolutionary concept to gain traction, women's freedom to move was a significant catalyst for change. The dress reform movement had been percolating throughout the Victorian era, led by brave souls who dared to suggest that perhaps women's clothing shouldn't require engineering degrees to operate. These fashion rebels proposed radical ideas like skirts that didn't require their own zip codes and sleeves that acknowledged the existence of human arms. Dr. Gustav Jaeger introduced the world to woolen undergarments that prioritised health over silhouette manipulation. The rational dress movement promoted clothing that allowed for actual physical activity. As casual clothing that valued comfort over structural soundness, tea gowns gained popularity. It was like watching civilization slowly remember that humans had bodies underneath all that architectural clothing. The bicycle craze of the 1890s delivered a particularly effective blow to impractical fashion. You simply cannot ride a bicycle while wearing a bustle, and Victorian women were not about to give up this exciting new form of transportation just to maintain their rear projections. Cycling costumes featured a revolutionary concept: divided skirts that allowed women to actually move their legs independently. Sports in general began to influence fashion in ways that prioritised function over form. Tennis required clothing that allowed arm movement. Golf needed skirts that didn't interfere with swing mechanics. Even croquet, that most Victorian of games, worked better when players could actually see their feet and move without strategic planning. The influence of artistic movements cannot be understated. The aesthetic movement promoted artistic dress that prioritised beauty and comfort over rigid social signalling. Pre-Raphaelite artists painted women in flowing gowns that actually followed the lines of the human body, rather than imposing geometric shapes upon it. It was as if artists were reminding society what people actually looked like under all that structural engineering. World War I would ultimately bring an end to the excesses of Victorian fashion, but by 1900 the seeds of change had already begun to emerge. Women were entering the workforce in increasing numbers, pursuing higher education, and engaging in social causes that required practical clothing. You can't effectively advocate for social change while wearing a garment that requires two people and a manual to put on. The corset began its long, slow retreat from maximum tightness. The S-curve silhouette of the early 1900s, while still involving serious foundation garments, allowed for a somewhat more natural waist placement. Skirts began to narrow, sleeves returned to more reasonable proportions, and hats stopped requiring their own postal codes. Fashion magazines began featuring articles about healthful dress and rational clothing choices. Doctors, who had warned for decades about the dangers of tight lacing, were finally receiving attention. Social pressure for impossible silhouettes was beginning to give way to the medical establishment's concerns about corset liver and compressed organs. Perhaps most importantly, women themselves were beginning to question why their clothing should be more complex than their educations. The new woman of the 1890s and early 1900s wanted clothing that matched her expanded role in society. Practical enough for work, comfortable enough for an active lifestyle, and sensible enough to allow for the full range of human activities. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many Victorian fashion elements persisted well into the 20th century, and some never entirely disappeared. But by 1910, the era of truly extreme fashion construction was winding down. Women were beginning to dress like human beings rather than walking demonstrations of their family's economic status and their tolerance for physical discomfort. Looking back at Victorian fashion from our comfortable modern perspective, it's easy to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but there's something admirable about the sheer human adaptability it represented. Victorian women took clothing that seems impossible to live in and somehow built entire lives around it. They developed skills, techniques, and social systems that allowed them to function despite wearing architectural elements. The Victorian fashion era teaches us something important about human nature. We can adapt to almost anything, but that doesn't mean we should have to. Admitting that something widely accepted is actually ridiculous and needs change can often be the most revolutionary act. As you settle in for a comfortable night's sleep in your practical, breathable pyjamas, spare a thought for those Victorian women who managed to build rich, complex lives while wearing clothing that defied both physics and common sense. They may not have been comfortable, but they were certainly never boring, and with that we conclude one of history's most intricate attempts to overly complicate daily life through fashion. Sweet dreams, and be grateful for elastic waistbands. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nicholas snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9, determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home. Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognised that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Juka's improvisational skill showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how two or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticised, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, the Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly sceptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he had doubt that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signalled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable Diess regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899, perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests. The remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumours about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Warden Cliff on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Warden Cliff Tower Project. With financing from J.P. Morgan initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Warden Cliff wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Warden Cliff's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Warden Cliff, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Warden Cliff remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Warden Cliff was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Warden Cliff had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Warden Cliff marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for paying certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 3327, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore. Over the decades, Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did your movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned, between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress, remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford-upon-Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the River Avon had meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glove-maker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long, filled with the scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only the rules of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair, held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet, even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts, cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright, with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theatres, where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatre-goers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the River Thames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences, who laughed, wept, and marvelled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatre. As he entered the later years of his life, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding. On April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His legacy lives on, in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Hemingway and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays, including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularised thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince, grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain, they were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves and the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change. In his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here, he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family and walked the familiar streets of his hometown, but even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. Later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning. Over the centuries, Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every major language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold like the scenes of a play, filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition, as scholars, actors, and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words. In the decades after his passing, you have the first folio published in 763, 1623 by his friends and fellow actors, secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's works spread beyond the shores of England. Travelling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corners of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature and theatre. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous son. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Giuseppe Verdi turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation and performance. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve, or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of a young William with eyes full of wonder and curiosity fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you, like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today, bridging the gap between past and present. Harry S. Truman's roots trace to the quiet farmlands of western Missouri worlds removed from the polished corridors of Washington he'd one day inhabit. Born on May 8, 1884 in the small town of Lamar, he was the first child of John Anderson Truman and Martha Ellen Young. Modest beginnings shaped his earliest sensibilities. The family moved frequently, chasing opportunities across hardscrabble farmland and short-lived ventures. Even so, the young Truman absorbed a relentless work ethic from dawn to dusk chores and gleaned an unvarnished sense of people's struggles. Little about his childhood forecasted the presidency that would thrust him into global crises. His boyhood was peppered with a penchant for reading, a borrowed copy of Plutarch's Lives, or perhaps a Mark Twain novel capturing the spirit of Middle America. Unlike many peers, Harry devoured thick tomes about history and political philosophy. The spectacles perched on his nose earned him occasional teasing from schoolmates, but he shrugged it off. His father's farm demands forced him to develop stamina in a literal sense, wrangling mules or stacking hay, even as he contemplated the larger world beyond county lines. With no prestigious family name or wealth, further education was never assured. After finishing high school in an independence college seemed an unreachable dream. Family finances and obligations rerouted him to an array of odd jobs, timekeeper for the Santa Fe Railroad bank clerk and farmhand. By his early 20s, Truman's curiosity about public affairs solidified. The world was chinnapping. Horse-drawn wagons met shiny new automobiles. The economy swelled and new technologies whispered of unstoppable progress. Yet southern Missouri's conservative climate rarely promised fast social or political transformation. Politically, a swirl of party machines, especially the Pendergast faction in the Kansas City, state of Missouri, dominated local elections. Established dynasties overshadowed the notion that ordinary citizens could break into politics. Truman, while not outspoken about these realities, observed them closely. In the year 1905, the young man ventured to Kansas City, the state of Missouri. But his father's declining health compelled him to return to the Grandview farm due to family obligations. The life of a farmer was tough on body and spirit, especially in an era lacking modern machinery. But these years on the farm, some might argue, lay the foundation for Truman's later authenticity. He saw the cyclical nature of crops, the unpredictability of weather, and the straightforward handshake culture of small-town trades. The stoicism gleaned from failed harvests or broken equipment taught him resilience, a trait he'd lean on heavily decades later under unimaginably higher stakes. Then came 1917 and America's entry into World War I. Like many patriots, Truman enlisted. At 33, he wasn't a typical fresh-faced recruit, but his earnestness and unwavering sense of duty propelled him forward. Commissioned as an artillery officer, he found a surprising gift for leadership. Men who initially dismissed him as a four-eyed farm boy discovered a commanding presence. He enforced disciplines, but listened to grievances, forging an efficient battery that ultimately saw action in the muddy, shell-scarred fields of France. Under withering artillery, Truman kept his battery steady and morale intact. That success fueled a new self-confidence. If he could manage the emotional storm of war, maybe leading men, and later constituents, was not so implausible. Returning stateside in 1919, Truman married Bess Wallace, his longtime sweetheart from Independence. She was known for a steady temperament and a gentle reluctance for public life. Their union would provide her emotional grounding through the political turbulence ahead. At first, they tested civilian ventures. He tried opening a men's clothing store in Kansas City, but the post-war economy sank into recession. The store failed, leaving him in debt that took years to repay. Despite the financial strain, he refused to declare bankruptcy, demonstrating his adherence to the moral code of meeting obligations. Around this time, the Pendergast political machine offered a lifeline. Tom Pendergast, a powerful Democratic boss, recognized Truman's war hero reputation and unwavering loyalty. He suggested a run for county judge, a role more administrative than judicial in Jackson County. Truman, initially hesitant, realized politics could merge his sense of civic duty with a means to provide for his family. In 1922, he stepped onto the ballot. The campaign demanded he mingle with rural neighbours, chat in dusty general stores, and knock on thousands of doors. Over time, he honed an everyman approach. Direct, warm, unpretentious. Though overshadowed by bigger city names, Truman won. He soon discovered that politics demanded compromise. The press sniffed at him as a Pendergast puppet, but he set about improving county roads and public buildings, focusing on practical governance. It didn't make headlines in Washington, but local folks started trusting that Judge Truman might be the rare politician who balanced machine loyalty with genuine public benefit. This vantage from county-level duties, juggling budgets, awarding contracts, meeting local taxpayers, would form the bedrock of his pragmatic style, later defining how he navigated the halls of Congress and eventually the White House. Harry Truman's position as a Jackson County judge provided him with an intimate view of the political dynamics that shaped Kansas City and its surrounding areas. Contrary to modern assumptions, judge in that era didn't always require a law degree. The role resembled a county commissioner, managing budgets, overseeing infrastructure, and mediating local disputes. Truman's approach was straightforward: keep roads maintained, ensure budgets balanced, and minimize corruption where possible. Yet the Pendergast machine that backed him thrived on patronage, awarding contracts to friendly bidders. For Truman, The challenge was upholding integrity while not alienating the very network that had placed him in office. Throughout the 1920s, Truman earned a reputation for honesty that set him apart. He rarely indulged in the nepotism that others accepted as routine. Journalists covering local government perceived Judge Truman as a unique individual, a devoted member of the Pendergast team who genuinely aimed to promote the public welfare. He developed a method: maintain civil relationships with boss Tom Pendergast, but quietly push for efficient administration. This precarious balance drew occasional disapproval from reform-minded critics who felt he should break with the machine entirely. Truman reasoned that, from within, he could do more for constituents. In private, he admitted the tension gnawed at him, yet no obvious alternative route existed. The machine was the only ladder for local Democratic politicians. By the early 1930s, the Great Depression rattled every corner of America. Kansas City, state of Missouri, faced bank closures, mass unemployment, and breadlines. Truman, re-elected as a presiding judge in 1930, used New Deal funds to jumpstart local projects, bridges, public buildings, and new highways, attempting to pump lifeblood into the local economy. His sincere empathy for ordinary families, grounded in his experiences of economic hardship, coloured every decision. He oversaw a county relief program that, while not free of cronyism, often delivered real help to needy citizens. This bolstered Truman's standing as a conscientious official, though overshadowed by the iconic New Deal initiatives championed better by President Franklin D. Roosevelt at the national level. The year 1934 brought a new opportunity. Pendergast decided to push Truman as the Democratic candidate for the US Senate. Though overshadowed by more prominent figures in state politics, Truman's quiet perseverance appealed to rural voters. On the campaign trail, wearing his trademark wide-brimmed hat and thick glasses, he visited farmhouses and small-town gatherings. He promised to back Roosevelt's programs, praising the impetus behind them. Meanwhile, suspicious voices hammered him as a Pendergast stooge. The boss's endorsement sealed the nomination, but winning the general election was no guarantee. Nonetheless, national frustration with the Republicans' handling of the Depression gave the Democrats a strong tailwind. Truman eked out a victory, heading to Washington at age 50. In the Senate, he was a small fish in a pond teeming with established whales like a Huey Long, Carter Glass, and Robert La Follette Jr., eager to prove his worth. Truman initially found himself overshadowed by Southern Democrats who dominated key committees. He stuck to the Commerce and Interstate Regulation Committees, quietly gleaning how legislative deals were forged. Mindful that he needed to rid himself of the Pendergast stigma, he tackled issues with a methodical zeal. One such moment arrived in 1939, when he chaired a subcommittee investigating railroad reorganization, applying his county-level budgeting lessons to a national stage. Colleagues noticed his meticulous approach. He seldom boasted, rarely sought headlines, but delivered results. The mid-1930s to late 1930s also saw the unravelling of Pendergast's empire. Accusations of tax evasion and corruption soared. In 1939, Tom Pendergast was convicted of tax fraud and imprisoned. Headlines implicated him and his associates in a massive graft. Truman, facing re-election in 1940, braced for the blowback. His opponents painted him as the senator from Pendergast, but Truman countered that he too disapproved of corruption and that his record stood independent. Voters, evaluating his actual performance, decided to give him another term. The tight race confirmed that his margin of victory lay in trust built by actual service, overshadowing the old machine label. In his second term, Truman's name surfaced more often, especially as storm clouds gathered in Europe. World War II erupted in 1939. By 1941, America was edging closer to involvement. Roosevelt's Lend-Lease policies and the ramp-up of defense industries demanded close oversight. Truman, sensing billions of tax dollars swirling into new factories, spearheaded a Senate committee to monitor war profiteering. The Senate Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program, more famously known as the Truman Committee, set out to ensure that war contracts were legitimate. Factories produced quality goods, and unscrupulous profiteers were exposed. This gave Truman a national spotlight. He visited defense plants incognito, scrutinizing paperwork. The committee earned praise for saving taxpayers giant sums. Press coverage portrayed him as a bulldog for accountability, not a grandstander but someone truly outraged by waste or exploitation. By 1943, the Truman Committee had propelled the senator from Missouri into the national consciousness. Pundits who once dismissed him as a backroom functionary now viewed him as a champion of good governance amid a massive global war. The White House noticed, too, Roosevelt, seeking to unify the Democratic Party for the 1944 election, faced the question of who should serve as vice president. His current VP, Henry Wallace, was viewed as too radical by party conservatives. Could Harry Truman, a moderate, pro-defense, corruption-fighting senator, be the compromise pick? The party bigwigs thought so. The stage was set for a twist in Truman's life, from being a steady second-term senator to possibly occupying the second highest office in the land, perched precariously near the centre of a global conflict. Harry Truman never aggressively pursued the vice presidency, but in the swirl of 1944 politics, he emerged as a near-consensus choice. Franklin D. Roosevelt, seeking an unprecedented fourth term, recognised that in a fractious Democratic Party, Henry Wallace polarised too many. Conservative Democrats demanded a replacement, and Truman's unassuming loyalty and his credibility in the war proved to be a suitable fit. When the Democratic National Convention convened that July in Chicago, backroom dealings sealed the arrangement. Truman famously claimed he woke up one morning as a senator and went to bed that night as the party's vice presidential nominee. Even then, he expressed reluctance, famously quipping that the role was largely ornamental, a spare tire on the automobile of government. The Roosevelt-Truman ticket triumphed in November 1944, riding on FDR's record as a wartime leader. The margin was narrower than earlier Roosevelt victories, reflecting war fatigue among Americans, but a victory was still a victory, and in January 1945, Truman took the oath as vice president. Within weeks, the Allies advanced on Nazi Germany, the Battle of the Bulge had ended, and the liberation of concentration camps approached. Meanwhile, the Pacific Theatre raged on, with US forces inching closer to Japan. Truman found himself at the periphery of top-level discussions. Roosevelt, his health failing, still dominated the administration's strategic deliberations. Truman's main tasks involved presiding over the Senate and fulfilling ceremonial roles. He was rarely looped into the secrets of the Manhattan Project or the exact shape of post-war negotiations. Everything changed abruptly on April 12, 1945. Roosevelt died in Warm Springs, Georgia, after months of visibly declining vitality. A stunned Truman was summoned to the White House and took the oath of office as president in a small tent ceremony. He later recalled, "I felt like the moon, the stars, and all the planets had fallen on me." The man who had been in the dark about critical aspects of the war, particularly the atomic program, now became commander-in-chief of a global superpower in waiting. Advisors scrambled to brief him on ongoing strategies, secret weapons research, and the complexities of Allied negotiations with Stalin and Churchill. Truman's earliest decisions revolved around ending World War II. In Europe, victory seemed imminent, with Hitler's regime collapsing. VE Day, victory in Europe, arrived on May 8, 1945, overshadowing the raw sense of Roosevelt's absence. Meanwhile, the Potsdam Conference in July saw Truman meet Winston Churchill, later replaced by Clement Attlee mid-conference, and Joseph Stalin. With the war in Europe settled, the conversation pivoted, dividing Germany into zones, shaping Eastern Europe's future, and extracting concessions from the Soviet Union about joining the war against Japan. Truman, a novice in the high-stakes diplomacy that Roosevelt had navigated, approached Stalin with caution. He gleaned that the Soviet leader had ambitions in Eastern Europe, a harbinger of post-war friction. Simultaneously, Truman faced a moral and strategic quandary in the Pacific. The Manhattan Project had succeeded, the atomic bomb was ready. Military planners estimated an invasion of Japan's home islands could cost a catastrophic number of Allied and Japanese lives. The question was whether dropping the bomb might force a swift surrender. Truman wrestled with the ethics, but ultimately authorized using atomic weapons, believing it would end the conflict more quickly. On August 6, 1945, a B-29 dropped the first bomb on Hiroshima. 3 days later, Nagasaki was hit. Japan announced surrender on August 15th. The effect was as unprecedented as it was terrifying. The world recognized a new era of nuclear capability. Truman justified his choice to the American public as a necessary evil, one that, in his view, saved more lives than it cost. Others debated the morality for generations to come, but the immediate aftermath was a wave of relief that the war was over. Emerging from the war's conclusion, Truman found an altered planet. The The Soviet Union and the US stood as rival superpowers. Europe lay in ruins, Asia wrestled with new independence movements, and the nuclear age overshadowed all. Many Americans wanted a return to domestic normalcy, hoping to spend energy on economic revival. But the unravelling alliance with Stalin's USSR hinted at a new conflict in the making, a Cold War of ideologies, spies, and proxy battles. Truman, the accidental president, would have to craft policies that shaped this precarious world. In 1946, as the rest of the Allied powers demobilised, the Soviets entrenched in Eastern Europe. Winston Churchill, no longer Britain's Prime Minister, visited the US and declared an Iron Curtain had descended across the continent. Truman recognised the need for a doctrine to counter Soviet expansion, albeit short of direct warfare. The seeds of the containment strategy took shape, culminating in what would be known as the Truman Doctrine, pledging support to countries threatened by the communist subversion. With minimal foreign policy background, he relied on seasoned figures like George Marshall, Dean Acheson, and others to devise new frameworks for the global stability. Meanwhile, on the domestic front, the challenge of reconverting the economy from wartime production to peacetime soared. Labour strikes in Flecken and demands for civil rights tested Truman's leadership. As 1947 approached, Truman's tenure had only begun. The decisions about nuclear arms, the aid programs for war-ravaged allies, and the looming confrontation with Soviet policies in Europe and Asia, these would define not just his presidency, but the entire global order. Once a quiet senator overshadowed by Roosevelt's magnetism, Truman had stepped into the spotlight. He was about to introduce a new vocabulary to American statecraft, the Marshall Plan, the Berlin Airlift, and the seeds of NATO, forging an era where the United States embraced superpower responsibilities unthinkable a mere decade earlier. In the tumultuous post-war climate, Harry Truman found his presidency pivoting on two broad fronts: foreign policy crises and domestic upheaval. Fresh from the euphoria of victory over fascism, Americans soon recognized that a new tension with the Soviet Union dominated world affairs. Eastern Europe lay under communist influence, and Stalin's grip tightened across Poland, Hungary, and others. These developments spurred Truman's administration to articulate a more defined stance. In March 1947, he presented to Congress what became known as the Truman Doctrine. The United States would aid nations resisting subjugation by armed minorities or outside pressures. Though triggered by crises in Greece and Turkey, the doctrine signalled a broader commitment to containing communism. Skeptics worried about entangling America in endless foreign struggles, but Truman insisted that inaction would yield greater perils. Soon after, Secretary of State George Marshall proposed the European Recovery Programme, colloquially the Marshall Plan. War-ravaged Europe faced famine and economic collapse, conditions ripe for communist infiltration. Marshall's plan offered massive financial aid to rebuild infrastructure, revitalise industries, and stabilise currencies. Truman championed this approach as simultaneously humanitarian and strategic. Western Europe's swift reconstruction under the plan created an economic boom, forging stable democracies less vulnerable to Soviet influence. This bold initiative reshaped America's global role. No longer isolationist, it was now the engine of a nascent Western alliance. Domestically, Truman encountered an equally formidable challenge. Millions of veterans returned, seeking jobs and affordable housing. Labour unions, having postponed strikes during the war, now pressed for raises in an inflationary climate. The Republican resurgence in the 1946 midterms gave the GOP control of Congress, complicating Truman's legislative ambitions. He advanced what he dubbed the Fair Deal, a suite of proposals aiming to expand upon Roosevelt's New Deal, national health care, civil rights measures, aid to education, and a higher minimum wage. Yet these ran headlong into congressional opposition, with Republicans and conservative Southern Democrats blocking large segments. The result, incremental progress, overshadowed by persistent gridlock. Matters of race also percolated. Despite Roosevelt's colourblind rhetoric during the war, African Americans faced persistent discrimination. In 1948, Truman issued an executive order to desegregate the armed forces, a bold move that outraged many Southern politicians but signalled a new federal stance on civil rights. He also called for an end to poll taxes and for legislation banning lynching, though those proposals stalled in Congress. Civil rights leaders applauded him as the first modern president to make such a stand. though it carried political risks in the upcoming election. The 1948 presidential race shaped up as a daunting one for Truman. Many believed he was doomed to defeat. Even within his party, Southern Dixiecrats broke off, championing Strom Thurmond in the protest of civil rights, while Henry Wallace, a former vice president, led the Progressive Party from the left. The Republican nominee, Thomas Dewey, exuded confidence. Pollsters and newspapers predicted a sure Republican victory, but Truman embarked on a legendary whistle-stop campaign across the country by train, hitting small towns and big cities with fiery speeches. He hammered the Do-Nothing Congress for blocking his Fair Deal measures, championed the average Indian citizen's needs, and exuded an underdog energy that resonated with voters. On election night, the Chicago Tribune famously printed its "Dewey defeats Truman" headline prematurely. The actual result? A surprise Truman victory, securing his place in the White House for a full term. Historians still marvel at this upset, attributing it to Truman's relentless grassroots appeal and Americans' preference for continuity in uncertain times. Even after this triumph, the Cold War's drumbeat intensified. In 1949, the Soviets tested their first atomic bomb sooner than Western intelligence had anticipated. China's civil war ended with Mao Zedong's communist victory, another blow to US hopes of containing communism. Within the US, paranoia about Soviet infiltration soared, prompting investigations of alleged spies in government. Accusations by Senator Joseph McCarthy of communist sympathizers in the State Department gained traction, fueling an era of blacklists and loyalty oaths. Truman, initially dismissive of McCarthy's claims, found the climate overshadowing more moderate approaches to subversion. The so-called Red Scare impacted the national mood, making Americans suspicious of any perceived left-leaning activity. Simultaneously, the Berlin crisis escalated. In 1948 to 1949, Stalin blockaded West Berlin, hoping to force the Allies out. Truman answered with the Berlin airlift, a logistical marvel ferrying supplies by air to 2 million Berliners. Round the clock, cargo planes soared over Soviet-occupied zones, bringing food and coal. The operation's success showcased Truman's willingness to stand firm without triggering direct war. By mid-1949, the blockade ended, proving Western unity triumphant. Yet Germany's formal partition into East and West underscored that the global divide was no fleeting spat. It crystallized an iron curtain across Europe. Truman's presidency thus served as the crucible forging NATO, established in 1949, to unify Western defense. By 1950, the stage was set for the next major conflict. In Korea, Communist North invaded the South, prompting UN-led intervention. Truman, fervent to stop aggression, but wary of another world war, authorized forces under General MacArthur. The Korean War would define his final years in office, intensifying domestic debates over how to contain communism without triggering nuclear catastrophe. So, from the vantage of the early 1950s, Harry Truman, once a relatively obscure senator, had become the architect of containment, the man behind the Fair Deal, and the figure bridging FDR's global legacy with a precarious new order. His next steps would further test both his presidency and the tolerance of a public increasingly fatigued by unending conflicts abroad. June 1950 jolted the Truman administration when North Korean forces, under Kim Il-sung, surged across the 38th parallel, overwhelming the ill-prepared South Korean army. Within days, Seoul fell. The UN Security Council swiftly condemned the aggression, a rare instance where the Soviet Union's absence from the Council, due to boycotting over China's seat, allowed a unanimous resolution to pass. Truman responded promptly. He committed US air and naval support, soon dispatching ground troops. Technically, the conflict was a police action rather than a declared war, but thousands of American servicemen found themselves in brutal combat across the Korean peninsula. General Douglas MacArthur, a decorated World War II figure, assumed command of UN forces. At first, the situation was dire. Allied lines shrank to a small defensive pocket around Pusan. Then came the bold Incheon landing in September 1950, a brilliant amphibious operation that outflanked North Korean supply lines. MacArthur's troops recaptured Seoul, reversing North Korea's gains. Buoyed by success, MacArthur pushed north, crossing the 38th parallel with Truman's tentative endorsement. The objective evolved from merely repelling the invasion to toppling the Kim regime entirely, or so the general believed. Yet a new threat loomed. Communist China warned it would not tolerate foreign armies on its border. Truman's advisors debated whether unifying Korea by force was feasible or wise. Crossing into the far north could lead to Chinese intervention, many warned. MacArthur, brash and confident, discounted such warnings. By late 1950, Chinese volunteers poured across the Yalu River, launching a massive counter-offensive. American and Allied forces reeled southward in a grim winter retreat. Public shock at this sudden reversal battered Truman's popularity. As casualties mounted, a rift yawned between MacArthur, who demanded expanded war, potentially bombing Chinese bases, and Truman, who insisted on avoiding a broader conflict. MacArthur, disregarding presidential directives, publicly criticized Washington's caution, effectively undermining Truman's authority. In April 1951, Truman made a fateful decision. He relieved MacArthur of command. The uproar was immediate. MacArthur was a national hero, welcomed home by throngs chanting his name. Meanwhile, critics accused Truman of weakening the war effort, but Truman, committed to civilian control of the military, stood firm. He believed that letting a general define foreign policy threatened the very core of democracy. Despite the controversy, the Korean War ground on. Armistice talks started in mid-1951 but dragged on for months, even as battles flared along entrenched lines near the 38th parallel. While US public support for the war waned, Truman's White House wrestled with spiralling defense costs, anxious to avoid overextension. Some saw parallels to the frustration in World War I trenches, minimal territorial gains, high casualties, and endless negotiations. By 1952, many Americans had grown disillusioned. The war overshadowed domestic progress on the fair deal. Political opponents hammered Truman for what they saw as a stalemate in Asia, tying it to claims of infiltration by communist sympathizers at home. Fed by these tensions, the 1952 presidential election shaped up. Truman, battered by criticism, decided not to run for another term. He had served nearly 8 years after Roosevelt's death, plus the partial term. Instead, the Democratic Party nominated Adlai Stevenson II, who faced Dwight D. Eisenhower, the popular general from World War II. Eisenhower's promise to go to Korea and end the war resonated deeply with a weary public. Truman, overshadowed, simply hoped the conflict might find resolution. In January 1953, he left office with approval ratings near historic lows, overshadowed by the drawn-out Korean struggle and the McCarthy-era's relentless accusations of communist infiltration in the government. Yet even as he vacated the White House, Truman insisted that the containment strategy was correct. He recognized that waiting passively would yield expansions of Soviet or Chinese communism, which he believed threatened global stability. The Berlin airlift, the Marshall Plan, the formation of NATO, and aid to Greece and Turkey stood as cornerstones of what he considered necessary steps. The Korean War, while painful, in his view had halted a potential chain reaction of communist conquests in Asia. The public and policy circles fiercely debated whether the high cost justified the war. Returning to Independence, Missouri, Truman embraced private life without many of the trappings modern presidents would later enjoy. He had minimal pension, no Secret Service detail initially, and took up everyday routines, morning walks, visits to his library, and lively discussions with passers-by. Over time, Americans softened toward him. The same man once reviled for MacArthur's firing and for the loss of China found belated appreciation as a symbol of plain-spoken decency. Journalists occasionally visited his modest home to chat about world events. He deflected speculation about regrets, typically remarking that, under the same conditions, he'd do much the same. The aging man, in his signature fedora, projected an air of calm that belied the turmoil he once navigated. In the broader sense, the years following 1953 revealed that the Cold War strategies Truman helped pioneer would endure across presidencies, shaping US foreign policy for decades. The notion that America must lead alliances, prop up threatened governments, and maintain a robust military footprint owed much to the architecture he and his advisors sketched. Controversies over nuclear arms, covert interventions, and moral trade-offs would continue to swirl. Meanwhile, the so-called Truman Doctrine in simpler times evolved into myriad forms, from Vietnam to the Middle East. Whether favourable or unfavourable, the boundaries Truman established during the initial years of the Cold War established a superpower's worldwide stance. After leaving the presidency, Harry Truman quietly returned to the same unpretentious Independence neighbourhood he'd left behind. Reporters marvelled that, unlike many political figures who retreated into comfortable consultant gigs or lavish perks, Truman strolled about as though unchanged. He personally answered the phone at his home, penned his letters at a small writing desk, and took daily constitutionals through the neighbourhood. When neighbours encountered him, he was as likely to talk about local weather as global affairs. However, his historical decisions carried significant weight, despite the sense of normalcy. In 1953, the Korean War's armistice took effect, largely shaped by his successor, Eisenhower, who carried forward negotiations that Truman's administration had begun. Though the conflict remained technically unresolved, the ceasefire established the demilitarized zone, freezing the peninsula's division. Critics contended that a final peace was never achieved under Truman's watch, yet defenders argued that halting North Korean advances preserved South Korea's future. As years passed, the ongoing partition cemented a legacy of tension in East Asia, intimately linked to Truman's stand against communist aggression. In the realm of civil liberties, the McCarthy era's fervour gradually subsided. Senator McCarthy overreached and was eventually censured by his colleagues. Retrospective analyses revealed the climate of fear had led to blacklists and ruined careers with scant evidence of actual subversion. From his vantage point, Truman felt vindicated about firing MacArthur and resisting extremes. He had insisted that constitutional processes matter more than a general's personal convictions or a demagogue's accusations. Yet the climate had left scars on the Democratic Party. Truman's own brand of moderate liberalism, heavy on foreign policy hawkishness and domestic incremental reforms, had receded under the weight of political realignments. Truman's financial situation post-presidency was precarious. At that time, ex-presidents received no pension. Except for a small army pension from his service in World War I, he faced burdensome living costs. A modest book deal for his memoirs helped, but it was not extravagant. He refused to cash in on corporate lobbying or serve on boards he considered morally dubious. Eventually, Congress passed the Former President's Act in 1958, partly spurred by Truman's circumstance, providing a pension and resources for office staff. He disliked taking charity, but recognised the policy served future ex-presidents more than himself. Meanwhile, he poured energy into his presidential library, determined that the story of his administration, warts and all, be accessible to scholars. His memoirs, published in 2 volumes, 1955 and 1956, revealed a candid, plain-spoken narrative of events. He offered no apologies for the atomic bomb decisions, emphasising that the abrupt end to the Pacific War saved countless Allied and Japanese lives. On the controversies surrounding recognition of Israel, Truman's swift acknowledgement of the new state in 19 was a watershed moment in Middle East politics. He insisted it was the moral path despite opposition from key advisers. Indeed, this quiet, steadfast approach characterised his recollections. He may have been overshadowed by FDR or disliked by flamboyant generals, but in times of crisis, he did what he believed was necessary. Over time, public perception of Truman shifted from unremarkable caretaker to gutsy decision-maker. Revisionist historians started praising the Truman Doctrine's clarity, the Marshall Plan's success in rebuilding Europe, and the pragmatic approach to containing Soviet influence. They noted how he integrated civil rights stances into mainstream democratic ideology, setting the stage for the more comprehensive reforms of the 1960s. Younger politicians, from John F. Kennedy onward, acknowledged a debt to Truman's legacy, that the presidency was about forging alliances, championing domestic fairness and preserving a stable global order. Not all revered him. Some leftist critics hammered the extremes of anti-communist actions, while others on the right called the stalemate in Korea evidence of half-hearted war. Yet a nostalgic sentiment gradually emerged, painting Truman as a leader of a simpler, more honest era. Truman's personal life in his later years revolved around devotion to Bess, who remained reclusive, preferring not to appear in public. The couple's daily routine included quiet breakfasts, visits to the library, and an occasional drive. Grandchildren brought new joy. Sometimes foreign dignitaries or scholars would drop by, seeking the older man's perspective. He offered unvarnished answers, peppered with plain-spoken Missourian humour. There were no illusions or frills in his answers. Journalists noticed that he rarely exploited the spotlight, preferring to let official archives and librarians handle big historical queries. By the 1960s, The Cold War had escalated to new crises: the Berlin Wall, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Vietnam's deepening conflict. Truman watched with concern. He occasionally wrote letters to current officials, carefully disclaiming that he was not meddling, merely offering the wisdom gleaned from the post-World War II crucible. Presidents of both parties recognised the significance of a living repository of post-war policy decisions, sometimes hosting him at White House gatherings. Though not an official advisor, Truman's moral authority soared. People perceived him as the final figure from a crucial period of transition: the establishment of the atomic age, the emergence of containment, and the delicate balance between social justice and political realism. In December 1972, at the age 88, Harry Truman passed away. The state funeral in Independence was modest, reflecting his personal style. Presidents, foreign dignitaries, and ordinary Americans paused to salute a man whose improbable journey took him from a Missouri farm to the White House's epicenter. Eulogies recalled him as the champion of the Marshall Plan, the father of containment, the unlikely victor of 1948, and the president who integrated the military. Over time, his name became shorthand for fortitude under pressure. "The buck stops here," in his own famous phrase, it stands as an emblem of personal accountability that, for better or worse, shaped the modern presidency and the free world's post-war order. Fast forward to the present, and Harry Truman's memory stands as a fascinating study in leadership. He was a product of small-town America, shaped by the unvarnished realities of farm labour and local politics. He lacked formal college degrees or aristocratic lineage, initially seeming an improbable figure to guide the world's most powerful nation. Yet guided by personal ethics and a knack for directness, he navigated global crises unmatched in scale. Historians often place him among the near-great presidents, an honour marking how significantly he steered the US in the aftermath of World War II. One of the most potent lessons gleaned from his presidency lies in how he approached big decisions. Truman rarely wallowed in indecision. Faced with the atomic bomb's moral quagmire, he concluded swiftly to use it. Faced with Soviet expansion, he launched the Truman Doctrine. Even the firing of General MacArthur, a national hero, illustrated a principle: no individual stands above civilian authority. Many leaders might waffle or fear public backlash, but Truman's style was to weigh advice, pick a course, and then bear the consequences. That unwavering approach still informs discussions about how leaders handle emergency powers. His era also cements the notion that personal authenticity can matter more than rhetorical polish. Unlike FDR's patrician confidence or JFK's glamour, Truman's persona was straightforward, sprinkled with folksy phrases. Critics at times derided his style as hickish or unrefined, but millions of Americans identified with it, seeing in him a mirror of their anxieties and aspirations. Political culture in the 21st century, saturated with scripted soundbites, often yearns for that raw sincerity, even if the complexities are far more complicated than a single personality trait can address. Another dimension of Truman's story pertains to the permanent changes in US governance. He presided over the creation of the National Security State, CIA, NSA, and the mushrooming Defense Department. He also oversaw the near-permanent mobilization of the economy to feed the Cold War's demands. This shift from a more isolated republic to a globally engaged superpower was not wholly his alone, but he carried forward the impetus. The ongoing debate about how much government surveillance or global policing is justified owes a debt to the structures built under Truman. His own personal discomfort with certain expansions, such as loyalty oaths, testifies to the moral dilemmas entwined with these transformations. Civil rights also saw impetus under his watch, though this took decades for the full effect to unfold. His desegregation of the armed forces in 1948 was one of the earliest executive acts dismantling institutional racism. Though overshadowed by the more dramatic battles of the 1950s and 60s, it laid a crucial precedent. Black veterans who served in integrated units carried new expectations for equal treatment, fueling the civil rights movement. This example underscores that incremental changes, championed even by leaders not known primarily as civil rights crusaders, can pivot historical momentum in ways invisible at the time. Modern presidents, from both parties, occasionally invoke Truman's name when justifying bold stances. They highlight his willingness to buck popularity for principle or highlight how, under crisis, he harnessed executive power to contain threats. Some hail him as the father of American internationalism, forging alliances and frameworks like NATO. Others cringe at the memory of the bombings and the loyalty purges. That duality, heroic to some, morally fraught to others, mirrors the complexity of the 20th century itself. For the typical American family, though, the memory of Truman might conjure images of that iconic 1948 photo with the newspaper headline, "Dewey defeats Truman," or the black and white footage of him announcing Japan's surrender. Libraries across the country preserve diaries from grandparents who felt uncertain about sending their sons to Korea, reading day-by-day news of the Truman War. The narrative resonates. A low-profile man confronted with outsized responsibilities, forging a path that was neither perfect nor doomed, but shaped by moral convictions and a refusal to shirk tough calls. In the end, Harry Truman's life serves as a testament to the unexpected emergence of leadership and the resilience and determination of common men in the face of extraordinary events. For a generation battered by depression and war, he was a reassuring presence. For modern society grappling with new global threats, from climate crises to cyber conflicts, his blueprint of strategic alliances, unwavering moral lines, and willingness to face unpopularity might hold valuable lessons. Indeed, his story stands as a testament to how the unassuming can transform into pivotal figures once fate thrusts them into the spotlight. As the decades roll on, the modest Missourian who saw himself simply as a public servant remains emblematic of how steadfast character can guide a nation through perilous times and reshape the very meaning of American leadership. You're settling in for the night, probably checking your phone one last time, adjusting your pillow just so, maybe wondering if you remembered to set your alarm. But imagine for a moment that you're living 4,000 years ago, and your bedroom is a cramped wooden hut that smells like smoke and wet wool. Your bed, a pile of straw that's seen better days, and your alarm clock is the rooster next door who apparently never learned the concept of sleeping in. Welcome to the Bronze Age, when getting a good night's sleep was about as reliable as your Wi-Fi during a thunderstorm. You'd think that after a long day of hacking away at copper veins deep underground, these ancient miners would collapse into bed like exhausted teenagers. But here's where things get interesting, and a little weird. These weren't your typical 9-to-5 workers. They had developed sleep patterns that would make a modern sleep specialist scratch their head and possibly recommend therapy. Picture this. You're a Bronze Age miner named, well, let's call you Copper Arm. Names were simpler back then. You've just spent 12 hours underground in what can only be described as a very expensive cave, breathing air that would make a coal plant jealous, and your back feels like you've been carrying a mammoth uphill. Naturally, you'd want to sleep for about 14 hours straight, but instead you're lying on your straw bed staring at the ceiling, which is probably just more straw, completely unable to drift off. Your mind is racing with thoughts like, did I remember to shore up that tunnel? And was that creaking sound the mine settling? Or is it about to become my tomb? These weren't exactly the kind of counting sheep thoughts that lead to peaceful slumber. The Bronze Age mining communities had discovered something that modern science is only now catching up to. When your daily survival depends on not being crushed by tons of rock, your brain doesn't exactly embrace the concept of letting its guard down. Sleep became this strange dance between exhaustion and hypervigilance, like trying to nap while riding a roller coaster. What's fascinating is how these ancient miners adapted. They didn't have sleep studies or melatonin supplements, or those white noise machines that sound like gentle rain but somehow cost more than your monthly coffee budget. Instead, they developed their own peculiar strategies that were part practical, part superstitious, and entirely human. Some miners would sleep in shifts, not because they were working around the clock, but because they'd discovered that sleeping alone made every little sound feel like impending doom. So they'd rotate who was on watch, even while sleeping, taking turns being the designated light sleeper. It was like having a buddy system for unconsciousness. Others developed what we might call preparation rituals that would make your bedtime routine look minimalist. They'd spend an hour arranging their tools in specific patterns around their sleeping area, not for easy access, but because the familiar ritual helped calm their overactive minds. Imagine explaining to your spouse that you need to arrange your laptop, coffee mug, and reading glasses in a perfect triangle before you can possibly fall asleep. But perhaps the most intriguing adaptation was how these miners learned to embrace what we'd now call fragmented sleep. Instead of fighting their tendency to wake up every few hours in a panic, they built their rest around it. They'd sleep for a few hours, wake up naturally, usually convinced something terrible was about to happen, spend an hour or two doing quiet activities like mending tools or planning the next day's work, then settle back down for another sleep cycle. This wasn't insomnia, it was evolution in action. Their bodies and minds were adapting to a lifestyle that required constant alertness, even during rest. They were literally rewiring their sleep patterns to match their dangerous profession, creating a survival strategy disguised as a sleep disorder. And you thought your habit of checking your phone at 2 a.m. was problematic. Now here's where the story takes a turn that would make your afternoon coffee break look like child's play. You see, these Bronze Age miners had discovered something that modern workplace efficiency experts are still trying to figure out: the strategic underground nap. Picture yourself back in Copper Arm's well-worn boots, deep in a mine shaft that's lit by oil lamps that flicker more than your grandmother's old television. The air is thick, your muscles ache, and you've been swinging that bronze pickaxe for hours. Logic would suggest that the last thing you'd want to do is fall asleep surrounded by unstable rock walls and toxic fumes. But logic, as you're about to discover, wasn't exactly the miner's strong suit. These crafty underground workers had figured out that a well-timed 20-minute nap in the depths of the mine could be the difference between productive afternoon digging and accidentally pickaxing your own foot. But here's the catch, and this is where things get delightfully weird. They couldn't just curl up anywhere. Oh no, that would be too easy. Underground napping had rules, serious rules. The kind of rules that would make your office handbook look like a grocery list. First, you had to find what they called a singing spot, a place in the mine where the acoustics were just right. Not too echoey, which meant unstable rock, not too muffled, which could mean dangerous gas pockets, but just right, like some sort of geological Goldilocks situation. These spots were highly coveted, and miners would actually trade shifts and rations for access to the premium napping locations. Imagine the workplace politics. Listen, Tinbeard, I'll give you my extra bread ration and cover your morning shift if you let me have the Tuesday 2 p.m. slot in the good sleeping alcove. It was like booking a conference room, except the stakes were your sanity, and the conference room could potentially collapse on you. But the weirdness doesn't stop there. These miners had developed a buddy system for underground napping that was part safety protocol, part superstition. One person would sleep while another kept watch, not for cave-ins or dangerous gases, but for what they called the dream thieves. Now, before you start picturing some sort of Bronze Age sleep bandits sneaking around stealing dreams, let me explain. The miners believed that sleeping underground could lead to prophetic dreams about the location of rich ore veins. These dreams were considered so valuable that there were actual cases of miners trying to steal each other's sleeping spots to intercept these geological visions. It was like corporate espionage, but with more dirt and fewer PowerPoint presentations. The watching partner had a specific job. If the sleeping miner started mumbling about copper or tin or gold in their sleep, the watcher was supposed to memorize every word. Some watchers even developed their own shorthand for recording these drowsy proclamations. Imagine waking up from your nap to find your coworker frantically scribbling notes about your sleep-talking session. You said something about shiny veins near the singing water, your partner would whisper urgently. Do you remember what that means? And you'd be standing there, still groggy, trying to figure out if you'd just solved the mine's productivity problems or if you'd simply been dreaming about your lunch again. The really fascinating part is that this system actually worked, not because the dreams were genuinely prophetic, but because the process of sleeping underground had actually trained these miners to be incredibly observant about subtle geological signs. Their subconscious minds were processing details they'd noticed during their waking hours: slight changes in rock colour, variations in airflow, unusual sounds or echoes. So when they dreamed about promising locations, they were actually accessing a kind of intuitive knowledge they'd built up through months or years of underground experience. It was like having a geological GPS system powered by REM sleep and Bronze Age intuition. But here's the mildly stressful part that would keep you on edge. Not everyone's dreams were welcome. If a miner's underground naps consistently led to dry holes or dangerous cave-ins, they'd be banned from the good sleeping spots. Imagine the pressure of knowing that your dream quality could affect your career prospects. Performance reviews were literally based on your subconscious performance. Sorry, Copperarm, but your last 3 dream tips led us to solid rock and a small flood. You're relegated to the noisy alcove near the ventilation shaft until further notice. It was like being demoted for your sleep performance. Talk about workplace stress following you into your dreams. You'd think that people who spent their days in near total darkness would relish the opportunity to sleep in actual comfortable darkness. But Bronze Age miners, as you're beginning to understand, weren't exactly conventional in their approach to rest and relaxation. Instead of embracing the darkness, they turned bedtime into what can only be described as a competitive sport. And like most competitive sports, it was simultaneously ridiculous and intensely serious. Picture this. You're back in your straw-filled hut after another day of underground adventures, and instead of simply lying down and closing your eyes like a reasonable person, you're participating in what the mining community called darkness challenges. These weren't official competitions with prizes and ceremonies. They were the kind of informal contests that emerge when people have too much time, too much stress, and not nearly enough entertainment options. The basic concept was simple. See who could fall asleep fastest in complete darkness. But like everything else in Bronze Age mining culture, the execution was wonderfully complicated. First, there were the preparation rituals. Each miner had their own pre-sleep routine that they swore was the key to rapid unconsciousness. Some would count their breathing in specific patterns, not the gentle 4-7-8 breathing you might have learned in yoga class, but intense mathematical sequences that would make your high school algebra teacher proud. Others would mentally catalogue every tool in their collection, every support beam in their section of the mine, every pebble in their daily path. One popular technique involved what they called reverse mining, mentally digging their way out of the mine tunnel by tunnel from their deepest point to the surface. It was like counting sheep, except the sheep were geological formations and the counting could take hours. But here's where the competitive element kicked in. Miners would actually time each other's descent into sleep. They'd use water clocks, basically ancient hourglasses filled with water instead of sand, to measure who could achieve unconsciousness most efficiently. The current record holder in most communities was usually treated with the kind of respect we might reserve for Olympic athletes. Did you hear? Stonejaw fell asleep in under 3 drips last night. 3 drips. I can barely get comfortable in under 10. This timing system led to all sorts of creative strategies. Some miners would deliberately exhaust themselves during the day, performing extra tasks or taking on additional shifts, thinking that extreme fatigue would guarantee rapid sleep. Others went the opposite direction, trying to achieve the perfect balance of tiredness without crossing into that overtired zone where your brain starts acting like a caffeinated squirrel. The really dedicated competitors developed what we might recognise as early meditation techniques. They'd spend their evening hours practicing what they called mind darkening, essentially training their thoughts to slow down and fade to black on command. It was mindfulness meditation disguised as a sleep competition, and it actually worked surprisingly well. But then there were the cheaters. Oh yes, even Bronze Age sleeping competitions had their scandals. Some miners would secretly consume fermented beverages before the challenge, figuring that alcohol-induced drowsiness should count as legitimate sleep speed. Others would claim they'd fallen asleep when they were actually just lying very still with their eyes closed, hoping the timekeeper wouldn't notice the difference. There were heated debates about whether these tactics were within the spirit of the competition. That's not real sleep, Copper Arm. Real sleep means dream activity. You were just pretending. Prove it, Bronzetooth. You can't measure dreams with a water clock. These arguments would sometimes go on for hours, which kind of defeated the entire purpose of a rapid sleep competition. The most elaborate cheating scheme involved miners who would practice falling asleep during their lunch breaks, essentially training for the evening competitions like athletes preparing for the Olympics. They'd find quiet spots in the mine, set up their own timing systems, and work on perfecting their sleep-onset technique during work hours. This led to the somewhat stressful situation where supervisors had to watch for miners who were too good at falling asleep. If you could doze off too quickly during the day, you might be suspected of practicing for the evening competitions instead of focusing on your actual job. Why were you able to fall asleep so fast during lunch break, Tin Hand? Are you training for tonight's darkness challenge when you should be thinking about copper extraction? Imagine having to defend your natural sleepiness as evidence that you weren't being competitive about bedtime. It was like being too good at relaxation for your own good. The competitions also created an unexpected side effect. Miners became incredibly sensitive to sleep disruption. A snoring neighbour, a creaking roof beam, or an unusually active mouse could completely ruin your competitive sleep time. This led to elaborate pre-competition rituals involving soundproofing attempts, neighbour negotiations, and what can only be described as Bronze Age white noise machines, usually involving controlled water dripping or rhythmic tool tapping. And just when you thought it couldn't get more complicated, the communities started developing seasonal variations of the challenges, with different rules for winter sleeping versus summer sleeping, new moon versus full moon nights, and pre-mining versus post-mining sleep sessions. It was the kind of thing that started as simple fun and evolved into a complex subculture with its own rules, strategies, and social hierarchies. Because apparently, even sleep needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency and competitive advantage. Who knew Bronze Age miners were the original life hackers? Just when you thought Bronze Age sleep habits couldn't get any stranger, we encounter what might be the most peculiar phenomenon of all, the singing sleepers. And no, this isn't about miners who hummed lullabies to help themselves drift off, though that would be charmingly normal compared to what actually happened. You're lying in your Bronze Age bed. Remember, it's still that pile of straw that's definitely seen better days. And from somewhere in the darkness comes a sound that's part melody, part moan, and entirely mysterious. It's your neighbour, Bronzebeard, engaging in what the mining community called sleep singing, a phenomenon that was part medical condition, part social ritual, and entirely fascinating to everyone who witnessed it. Sleep singing wasn't like the occasional snoring or sleep talking that you might be familiar with. These weren't random mumbles or unconscious vocalizations. The singing sleepers produced elaborate melodic compositions while completely unconscious, often lasting for hours and featuring complex harmonies that they couldn't reproduce while awake. The weird part, as if it wasn't weird enough already. The songs seemed to follow the rhythm of mining. The melodies matched the tempo of pickaxe swings. The harmonies echoed the sounds of copper being separated from stone, and the overall compositions had a distinctly geological quality that somehow made perfect sense if you'd spent enough time underground. Imagine trying to explain this to your modern sleep specialist. Well, doctor, I seem to be composing symphonies in my sleep, but only ones that sound like mining equipment, and I can't remember any of it when I wake up. The mining communities didn't treat this as a medical oddity to be cured. They embraced it as a form of entertainment and in some cases divine communication. Families would actually adjust their sleeping arrangements to be closer to their household sleep singer, and neighbours would sometimes request specific songs by leaving symbolic objects near the singer's bed. Want to hear the copper vein discovery song? Leave a small piece of copper ore by the sleeper's head, hoping for the safe journey underground melody. A mining tool placed just so might do the trick. It was like having a prehistoric jukebox that operated on unconscious request fulfillment. But here's where things got mildly stressful for the sleep singers themselves. They started feeling performance pressure even while unconscious. Some singers reported anxiety dreams about not producing good enough nocturnal concerts, or nightmares about forgetting the melodies their communities had come to expect. Bronzebeard might wake up feeling exhausted, not from physical labour, but from the psychological pressure of being the neighbourhood's primary source of nighttime entertainment. Imagine the responsibility of knowing that your sleep quality directly affected everyone else's enjoyment of their evening. Did you hear Bronzebeard's performance last night? Usually his underground flooding song is much more dramatic. I hope he's not coming down with something. The phenomenon created its own social dynamics. Sleep singers became informal community leaders, their unconscious musical choices influencing group decisions about mining locations, safety protocols, and even interpersonal conflicts. If the sleep song featured harmonies about avoiding a particular tunnel, the mining crew might genuinely consider changing their plans. It was like having a focus group that operated entirely through dream state musical compositions. The practical challenges were considerable. Sleep singers couldn't control their nocturnal performances, which meant they might launch into a rousing mining anthem, just when everyone else was trying to fall asleep. This led to the development of singer schedules, informal agreements about when different sleep singers would be allowed to perform. Bronzebeard gets the first part of the night, Copper Voice takes the middle shift, and Tin Throat handles the pre-dawn slot. That way everyone gets some quiet sleep time and some musical entertainment. But scheduling unconscious performers is about as reliable as predicting the weather using tea leaves. Singers would sometimes sleep through their designated performance windows, leaving their audiences disappointed. Other times they'd have particularly energetic nights and sing right through someone else's scheduled quiet time. The communities developed surprisingly sophisticated ways to manage these challenges. Some groups appointed sleep conductors, people whose job was to gently influence the singers' performances through subtle, environmental cues. They'd adjust the temperature, introduce specific scents, or create gentle background sounds that might encourage certain types of songs. It was like being a DJ for unconscious performers, trying to create the right atmosphere for the kind of musical dreaming that would benefit the entire community. The most talented sleep conductors could allegedly influence not just the style of the songs, but their content. Want songs about successful mining ventures? Create an environment that feels prosperous and secure. Need melodies that would calm pre-mining anxiety? Focus on comfort and safety cues. Of course, this system was about as reliable as you'd expect when dealing with unconscious minds, environmental manipulation, and Bronze Age technology. Sleep conductors would spend hours preparing the perfect conditions for inspiring mining-themed lullabies, only to have their featured singer produce 3 hours of what sounded like rocks falling down a mountain. I specifically arranged everything to encourage the peaceful underground journey composition, and instead we got 4 hours of avalanche in a copper mine. What am I doing wrong? The pressure on both singers and conductors led to the development of backup entertainment systems, storytellers, musicians and other performers who could fill in when the sleep singing didn't meet community expectations. Because apparently even unconscious entertainment needed understudies. By now you've probably realised that Bronze Age miners had turned sleep into something resembling a complex logistical operation. But just when you think you've got a handle on their nocturnal peculiarities, we encounter what might be their most ambitious sleep-related innovation, the Great Sleep Migration. Picture this. You're copper arm again, and you've just discovered that your usual sleeping spot, that carefully chosen corner of your hut where the straw is just the right density and the roof doesn't leak too much, is no longer providing quality rest. Maybe the sleep-singing neighbour has changed their repertoire to something that sounds like rocks having an argument. Maybe the local mouse population has decided your sleeping area is prime real estate. Or maybe you've simply outgrown your current sleep environment the way you might outgrow a favourite coffee shop that suddenly starts playing music that makes your teeth hurt. The logical solution would be to adjust your sleeping arrangements within your existing space. Add more straw, negotiate with the neighbour, declare war on the mice. But Bronze Age miners, as you've learned, weren't particularly interested in logical solutions when creative ones were available. Instead, they developed a system of seasonal sleep migration that would make modern minimalists weep with envy and digital nomads nod with understanding. The concept was beautifully simple. Instead of trying to perfect one's sleeping location, why not rotate through multiple sleeping spots throughout the year, following optimal sleep conditions the way birds follow favourable weather patterns? This wasn't just about comfort, though comfort was certainly part of it. The miners had observed that different sleeping locations seemed to produce different types of dreams, different quality of rest, and different levels of preparation for the next day's underground work. Some places were better for deep restorative sleep. Others seemed to encourage the kind of light, alert rest that kept you ready for unexpected mine emergencies. The migration routes weren't random. Mining communities developed elaborate maps of optimal sleeping locations, complete with seasonal ratings, dream quality assessments, and detailed notes about environmental factors that affected rest quality. The sleeping alcove behind Stonejaw's hut is excellent for deep winter rest, but avoid it during the rainy season unless you enjoy the sound of water dripping directly onto your forehead every 37 seconds. The elevated platform near the mine entrance provides superior ventilation for summer sleeping, but the sunrise light makes it unsuitable for anyone who values sleeping past dawn. These sleep migration maps became highly valued community resources, passed down through families and traded between mining settlements like precious commodities. A detailed sleep location guide could be worth several days' wages, and experienced sleep migrants were consulted like travel advisors. I'm thinking of trying the rocky outcrop near the eastern mine shaft for my autumn sleep rotation. What's your assessment of the wind patterns and rodent activity in that area? The migration system created its own social dynamics. Popular sleeping spots would become overcrowded during peak seasons, leading to reservation systems and waiting lists. Prime locations might be booked months in advance, with miners planning their sleep schedules around availability rather than personal preference. Some entrepreneurs, yes, Bronze Age miners had entrepreneurs, started offering sleeping location rental services. They'd scout new spots, test them for optimal sleep conditions, and then lease them to other miners for premium rates during high-demand periods. For just 3 extra copper pieces per moon cycle, you can have guaranteed access to the sheltered grove with a natural sound dampening and built-in morning sun alarm. No mice, no leaks, no snoring neighbours. Premium sleep location with a satisfaction guarantee. But the migration system also created unexpected challenges. Miners would sometimes get so attached to particular seasonal sleeping spots that they'd refuse to migrate when conditions changed. They'd stubbornly remain in summer locations well into winter, suffering through cold and discomfort rather than give up their favourite sleep environment. This led to the development of migration counsellors, community members who specialised in helping miners make healthy transitions between seasonal sleeping locations. They'd provide emotional support for miners who were having trouble letting go of unsuitable sleeping spots, and practical advice for adapting to new sleep environments. I understand your attachment to the moss-covered boulder formation, Tintooth, but it's been flooding regularly for 3 weeks now. Perhaps it's time to consider the elevated platform option we discussed. The most dedicated sleep migrants would maintain detailed journals documenting their experiences in different locations, noting factors like dream quality, morning energy levels, and overall satisfaction ratings. These journals became valuable references for future migration planning and were sometimes shared with other miners seeking optimal sleep solutions. According to my records, the Hollow Tree sleeping spot provides excellent dream recall but poor neck support. The cave entrance location offers superior protection from weather, but tends to produce anxiety dreams about cave-ins. The meadow area is perfect for summer but becomes completely unsuitable once the seasonal flooding begins. Some miners took the migration concept so seriously that they'd spend more time travelling between sleeping locations than actually sleeping in them. They'd become so focused on finding the perfect sleep environment that they'd exhaust themselves with constant relocation logistics. The communities eventually had to establish migration limits to prevent miners from wearing themselves out with excessive sleep location optimization. Too much time spent searching for perfect rest could actually cause worse sleep quality than just settling for good enough. It was like the Bronze Age version of analysis paralysis, except instead of endless research about mattress types and thread counts, it involved geographical surveys and seasonal weather pattern analysis. And just when the system seemed to be working smoothly, some innovative miners started experimenting with micro-migrations, changing sleeping locations multiple times within a single night to optimize different phases of their sleep cycles. Because apparently even migration needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency. Now we're approaching what might be the most extraordinary aspect of Bronze Age mining sleep culture, the systematic attempt to industrialize dreaming. Yes, you read that correctly. These ancient miners tried to transform their dream lives into a kind of underground think tank, and the results were equal parts brilliant and completely bonkers. You're settling into your current migration location. Let's say it's the early autumn rotation, so you're probably in that nice spot near the stream with the natural windbreak, and instead of simply hoping for good dreams, you're participating in what the mining community called dream crafting. This wasn't just about encouraging helpful dreams, it was about manufacturing specific types of dreams for specific purposes. The concept emerged from the observation that miners who dreamed about their work often came up with creative solutions to underground challenges. Someone might dream about a new way to shore up unstable tunnels, or visualize a more efficient method for extracting ore from difficult veins. These work-related dreams seem to access a kind of problem-solving capability that conscious minds couldn't always achieve. Naturally, mining communities decided to systematize this process. Dream crafting involves elaborate pre-sleep preparation rituals designed to encourage specific types of dreams. Want to dream about finding new copper deposits? Spend your evening handling copper samples, studying geological formations, and mentally rehearsing successful mining scenarios. Hoping for dreams that would solve structural engineering problems? Focus your pre-sleep attention on support beams, tunnel design, and architectural challenges. It was like programming your unconscious mind to work on specific projects while you slept. The communities developed specialized roles for dream crafting support. Dream preparers would help miners set up their pre-sleep environments with appropriate visual, tactile, and olfactory cues. Dream recorders would be standing by when miners woke up, ready to capture and document any potentially useful dream content before it faded from memory. Quick, copper arm. You're mumbling something about twisted metal bindings and spiral support structures. Can you remember any details about the dream? And you'd be lying there, still half asleep, trying to reconstruct a complex engineering vision, while someone frantically takes notes about your drowsy mumbling. The most ambitious dream crafting experiments involved group dreaming sessions. Multiple miners would prepare to sleep together, focusing on the same challenges and hoping to generate complementary dreams that could be combined into comprehensive solutions. It was like forming a dream-based research and development team. Tonight we're all going to focus on the flooding problem in the eastern tunnels. Bronzebeard, you concentrate on drainage solutions. Tin Hand, focus on waterproofing materials. Stonejaw, see if you can dream up some kind of early warning system for water detection. The success rate for these group dreaming projects was about what you'd expect when trying to coordinate unconscious minds working on complex technical problems. Occasionally the miners would awaken with innovative, complementary solutions that seamlessly blended together like a puzzle. More often, they'd produce a collection of unrelated dreams about fish, childhood memories, and that embarrassing incident with the pickaxe from 3 summers ago. But the occasional successes were impressive enough to keep the system going, and some mining communities became quite sophisticated in their dream crafting techniques. They developed what we might recognise as early versions of lucid dreaming training, teaching miners to recognise when they were dreaming and to maintain some level of conscious control over their dream narratives. The goal was to stay focused on work-related problem solving even while asleep. Remember, when you realise you're dreaming, don't get distracted by flying or other dream nonsense. Focus on the tunnel ventilation challenge. Use your dream state to visualise solutions that might not occur to your waking mind. This created some mildly stressful situations where miners felt pressure to be productive even while unconscious. Imagine the anxiety of knowing that your sleep performance was being evaluated not just for rest quality, but for creative problem-solving output. Sorry everyone, my dreams last night were completely useless. I spent the whole time dreaming about a giant copper-coloured rabbit that kept giving me mining advice that made no sense. I don't think we can use dig tunnels like carrot burrows as a viable engineering strategy. The communities eventually had to establish dream failure forgiveness policies to prevent miners from developing sleep anxiety that would actually reduce their dream productivity. Some of the most dedicated dream crafters started keeping detailed dream journals, documenting not just the content of their dreams, but the pre-sleep preparation techniques that seemed to produce the most useful results. These journals became valuable community resources, like recipe books for generating specific types of dreams. For dreams about ore quality assessment, I recommend spending the evening examining different metal samples while thinking about colour variations and density testing. Avoid eating fermented foods before sleep, as they seem to introduce random elements that distract from metallurgical focus. The most successful dream crafters developed personal specializations, becoming known for their ability to generate specific types of problem-solving dreams. Some became specialists in structural engineering dreams, others focused on geological survey dreams, and a few became known for their uncanny ability to dream about workplace safety solutions. These specialists would sometimes be consulted by other mining communities facing similar challenges. They'd travel to different settlements, learn about local mining problems, and then attempt to dream up solutions that could be implemented by the visiting community. It was like having Bronze Age consulting services powered by REM sleep and unconscious creativity. But the system also produced some wonderfully unexpected results. Miners who were trying to dream about technical solutions would sometimes come up with innovations in completely unrelated areas. Someone focusing on tunnel support might dream up new food preservation techniques. A miner concentrating on ore extraction might wake up with ideas for improved textile manufacturing. The community started maintaining unexpected innovation logs to capture these accidental discoveries, leading to a kind of Bronze Age cross-pollination of ideas between different industries and crafts. And just when the dream crafting system seemed to be reaching peak sophistication, some innovative miners started experimenting with dream trading, attempting to share their dreams with other people through detailed storytelling and visualization exercises. This suggests that even unconscious creativity required optimization for maximum distribution and collaborative efficiency. As you're drifting towards sleep in your modern bed, with your climate control and blackout curtains and probably a dozen different apps designed to optimize your rest, it's worth considering what happened to all this Bronze Age sleep innovation. Did these elaborate systems simply disappear when mining techniques evolved, or did they leave traces that still influence how we think about rest and dreams? The answer, as you might expect, is wonderfully complicated. Some of the Bronze Age sleep practices evolved into traditions that persisted for thousands of years. The concept of sleep migration, for instance, influenced the development of seasonal living patterns in many cultures. The idea that different environments produce different qualities of rest became embedded in various folk wisdom traditions about optimal sleeping conditions. Dream crafting techniques found their way into religious and spiritual practices where directed dreaming became associated with divine communication and prophetic vision. The systematic approach to dream incubation that Bronze Age miners developed can be traced through various mystery traditions, shamanic practices, and even early medical applications where dreams were used for diagnostic purposes. The competitive aspects of Bronze Age sleep culture evolved into more formal sleep-related customs and ceremonies. Various cultures developed rituals around bedtime, sleep quality assessment, and dream sharing that echo the miners' systematic approach to rest optimization. But perhaps the most significant legacy was the fundamental idea that sleep could be actively managed and optimized rather than simply endured. Bronze Age miners were among the first people to treat sleep as a skill that could be developed, a resource that could be managed, and a tool that could be used for specific purposes. This conceptual framework laid the groundwork for later developments in sleep medicine, dream research, and what we now call sleep hygiene. The miners recognized that environmental factors, social dynamics, and psychological preparation could dramatically affect sleep quality, which was remarkably sophisticated for its time. Their understanding that different types of rest served different purposes, that deep sleep, light sleep, and various dreaming states each had distinct benefits, predated modern sleep science by thousands of years. They were essentially conducting primitive sleep studies, using themselves as test subjects and developing practical applications for their discoveries. The social aspects of their sleep innovations were equally influential. The idea that individual sleep quality could affect community well-being, that sleep patterns could be coordinated for group benefit, and that sleep-related skills could be shared and taught became embedded in many cultures' approaches to rest and community living. Even some of their more unusual practices left lasting influences. The concept of sleep singing evolved into various traditional lullaby practices and bedtime musical customs. The idea of sleep location optimization influenced architectural approaches to bedroom design and the development of sleeping spaces in different cultures. Their systematic approach to managing sleep-related anxiety, recognizing that worry about sleep quality could actually interfere with rest, became a cornerstone of later therapeutic approaches to sleep disorders. Bronze Age miners were essentially practicing primitive cognitive behavioral therapy for sleep problems, but perhaps most importantly, they established the precedent that sleep was worth paying attention to, worth investing effort in, and worth treating as a serious aspect of human health and productivity. This wasn't just about getting enough rest, it was about getting the right kind of rest, in the right environment, with the right preparation and support systems. Modern sleep research continues to confirm many intuitive findings. We now know that sleep environments do significantly affect rest quality, that social factors can influence sleep patterns, that pre-sleep routines can improve sleep onset and quality, and that different types of sleep serve different physiological and psychological functions. The contemporary interest in sleep optimization, sleep tracking, and sleep-related wellness products reflects the same basic impulse that drove Bronze Age miners to develop their elaborate sleep management systems. We're still trying to solve the same fundamental challenge: how to get the kind of rest that sustains our demanding, often stressful lives. Of course, we have advantages that Bronze Age miners couldn't have imagined. We understand sleep physiology, we have effective treatments for sleep disorders, and we can create sleep environments that are safer and more comfortable than anything available 4,000 years ago. But we may have lost some of their wisdom about the social and psychological aspects of sleep. Their recognition that rest is not just an individual activity, but a community resource, that sleep quality affects not just personal performance but group well-being, and that the journey towards sleep can be as important as the sleep itself, offers insights that remain relevant today. As you settle into your sleep routine tonight, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those ancient copper miners who refused to accept poor sleep as an inevitable part of difficult work. They understood something that we're still learning: that good sleep is not a luxury but a necessity, not a passive experience, but an active skill, and not just about rest, but about preparing for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. Their legacy lives on in every person who takes time to create a comfortable sleep environment, who develops bedtime routines that work for their individual needs, and who recognises that rest is an investment in productivity and well-being, rather than time lost from more important activities. So tonight, as you adjust your pillow and settle into your carefully chosen sleep position, you're honouring thousands of years of human innovation in the art of rest. You're the beneficiary of countless generations of people who refused to accept that sleep was simply something that happened to them, rather than something they could actively improve. Your memory foam mattress and your smartphone sleep tracking apps would probably amaze the Bronze Age miners, but they'd immediately understand your desire to optimize your rest for tomorrow's challenges. They'd recognize the familiar human impulse to turn even unconsciousness into an opportunity for improvement and innovation. And maybe, in their honor, you could take a moment to appreciate not just the sleep you're about to enjoy, but all the creativity, experimentation, and stubborn determination that made it possible. From their underground napping experiments to your white noise machine by the bed, it's all part of the same ongoing human project, the quest for rest that truly restores. Sweet dreams. The Bronze Age miners would be proud of how far we've come and how much we still have in common with those ancient seekers of perfect sleep. After all, some things never change. We all just want to wake up feeling like we can face whatever the day might throw at us, whether it's a dangerous mine shaft or a challenging Monday morning. And in that universal desire for restorative rest, we're connected across thousands of years to those ingenious, sleep-obsessed miners who turned bedtime into an art form and dreaming into a collaborative enterprise. Rest well, knowing you're part of a very long tradition of people who take their sleep seriously and aren't afraid to get creative about it.